Yes, karibuni. Today is on a Sunday and it's my hope that mumeshinda vizuri. The biggest news in the town ni kwamba wamama wa independent siku hizi wanaweka vipini kwa mapua. Wamama wa independent AIPCA women wale ambao wanafunganga kitambaa wanatoboa mpaka masikio huku juu na wanavalianga matrauser tight na wao ndio wanakaanga pale mbele ya kanisa. So that is what we are having today or tonight at the wamama wa independent. Ruto Lies 2.0 imeanza and I hope Wakikuyu mnaweza kujionea. Tuliona Wakikuyu walicheka Wambere sana sababu Wambere walikuwa wanakula pesa ya Ruto. Wakikuyu walikuwa wanakula pesa ya Ruto. So na Wakikuyu tunaona pia wao wanakula kali. They don't care. So wamama wa independence sijui kama mmewaona. Kweli kama okay, Mkenya Descora karibu sana. Subscribe my show na pia advertise show yangu kwa channel yako. Thank you very much. I was in your show the other day. Na ukani promise wewe unaoa. And thank you very much. Na leo mko ngangari aje. So sijui kama mumeona hao wamama wa independent. And by the way, let me tell you. Wamama wa Kikuyu muache kutuaibisha. I don't think Kikuyu women were born to do what they are doing for us on behalf of Ruto. I knew that wamama wa mlima ni watu wa kujituma na ni watu wala haki. But every time nikiona wamama wa Kikuyu wanafuatana na mtu kama Ruto, roho yangu inasikia kuumia sana. To the extent that kuna mama anajiita Harris Waome. I want to show you because this one gets me with a very heavy heart. Hata ukitaka kuuza Kenya wewe uza. No, sio Harris Waome, anaitwa Harris ni Harris wa Thika Town. Harris Nganga. My God. Doito. Hata kama si umeona wewe uoni ati wamama wa kanisa wale wanakaa pale mbele wametobolewa masikio hapa, ametobolewa pua, ako na kipini ya pua, amedungwa masikio mbili, ako na trouser tight na ndiye ako pale mbele. Hii AIPCA hata kama hiyo kanisa we anyway, wacha niwaekee mama yenyu.
Forget everything you knew about war games. The large-scale action game War Thunder will bring you a storm of unforgettable experiences.
Anagatondo North, oi! Your Eminent Archbishop, Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, wana mama Simba oi! Wana mama Simba oi! Leo ni leo, msema kesho. Leo ni leo, msema kesho. Your Excellency, siku ya leo tuko hapa, siku ya leo kwa mwariko, unajua asanteni sana. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, mimi ni wa hii kanisa. Najua ukiniona kwa siasa unaona mama Simba kama ana kanisa, lakini hii ndio kanisa langu. Nikiwa hapa niko nyumbani. Neno la pili, Your Excellency, mama yangu ametoka hapa Mang'u, kwa hivyo nikiwa huku niko nyumbani. Your Excellency, mimi ni wale wanasema ya kwamba watu wanasema ati tusiuze assets. Mimi nakuambia Your Excellency, kama mjumbe wa Thika Mama Simba, uza zote tutengeneze mabarabara.
I have to stop from there. If my fellow Kikuyu countrymen, this is what you choose as leaders, owe unto you. Ati tuuze assets tujenge mabarabara. Wow. Wakikuyu, 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 oi, Wakikuyu, Wakikuyu. Yeah, mune. Hii haina comeback. Hii. Najua hata wakare wanatuangalia wasema, wa? Na imagine hakuna hata mkare ametoa statement. Kikuyus to the world. Kikuyus to the world. Yeah, hata Turufena tuko na yeye. Anyway, I love Kikuyu people. They produce everything. Kikuyu is the home of idiots. Kikuyu is the home of excellence. Kikuyu is the home of everything. Wakikuyu, 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 oi, Wakikuyu, Wakikuyu. Wow. Hey, 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 my people. Hata huyu alizaliwa. Wakikuyu, Wakikuyu. Huyu lazima tumuimbie. Hebu tumwimbieni. Wakikuyu, 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 Wakikuyu. Oi. Enyewe Wakikuyu, huyu ni Maumau. Huyu ni Maumau. Leo ni leo. Oh my God. Wakikuyu the finest. Kikuyu to the world. The country which produced Wangari Maathai. Hey. Wangwa Makeri. The land of Wangwa Makeri. The land of Mombi. Oh. Who are other famous Kikuyu women? Oh my God. Hey. Modern Kikuyu women. Hallelujah.
Lakini hii ndio kanisa langu. Nikiwa hapa niko nyumbani. Neno la pili, Your Excellency, mama yangu ametoka hapa Mang'u, kwa hivyo nikiwa huku niko nyumbani. Your Excellency, mimi ni wale wanasema ya kwamba watu wanasema ati tusiuze assets. Mimi nakuambia Your Excellency, kama mjumbe wa Thika Mama Simba, uza zote tutengeneze mabarabara. Hata ukiwa kwa nyumba, uko na shida, mtu huwa anashika ile ako nayo, anasaidia nyumba yake. Wewe kama rais wa Kenya, ukisikia Safaricom tuuze, tunauza. Ukisema pipeline tuuze, tunauza. Ndio sisi watu wa kutoka Thika, watu wa Ruiru, watu wa Juja, watu wa Gatondo North, ututengeneze.
I can't believe this is Kenya. Hey. Unajua, in AI. No, let's be in AI. This is AI. This is AI. This is not a human being talking. No way. This is AI. Hakuna. Catherine Masharia. This is AI. This in AI. In AI. This is AI. Bwana Duncan Dongo, how are you?
Sasa mister.
Ni aje habari yako?
Mimi niko poa. Unanipata?
Nakupata kabisa.
Sasa mimi nimesikia maneno. Mimi sijui Kenya tunaishi, sijui viongozi. I don't know. I'm just crazy about these people.
Huyu ni Mkenya. Huyu mama ni Mkenya by the way.
I tend to think huyu ni mtu sijui kama ametoka Somali, sijui kama ni mtu ambaye alitoka binguni akiwa mtu mzima. I don't know. And it is a woman. To make the matters worse, is a woman.
And na Wakikuyu washtuki.
And people are just saying, na unaona watu tu wanashangilia, and people are just okay with it. I was in the Twitter, nilikuwa nimeingia kwa TikTok nikaona people are just people hawana ile inaitwaje, yani people are not varying, yani hawasikii the magnitude venye huyu mtu amesema, and it is a member of parliament, the chamber which is supposed to be making the rules and regulations, which is supposed to be
even coming from Akikuyu. Hebu nikuulize, kuna Mkale anaweza ongea hivi?
Hakuna. I have never had such kind of a comment from Kariji.
Na mbona hizo mbaya zinarushiwa Wakikuyu?
It's very, very weird. It is because I want to believe there is something very stupid cooking on. And if the Mount Kenya are not going to be very careful with whatever is happening with Kikuyu leaders, trust me, we are heading in a wrong direction. If somebody can go and stand in front of people and talk kind of rubbish, then we have a problem. We have a serious problem. You sell
video Bwana Ndongo kidogo. Unajua mimi niliona hii video, somebody amenirushia hii video because I was not following, I don't follow the event. Huyo mtu nikamwambia, hii ni AI bana. This is not a Kenyan. Hata mtu ana support Ruto hawezi ongea hivyo. Mtu akaniambia unasema nini bana?
You cannot. Wakati tunajaribu kuconsolidate vitu za government za public asset, the parastatals is stable. Then somebody is then just making such kind of rubbish in public podium, and you are a reader. Madam.
Bona watu wadhika wasichukue signatures. Huyu mama akuwe record.
That is what I'm wondering. You know what?
We can take signatures.
You know what people have been brainwashed such a way that even starting such kind of an initiative is becoming a problem.
Sasa nikuuliza sababu all the time Gachagua amekuwa akituambia and some other leaders of ours, ndovu azikwe na miguongo. Ati ndovu azikwe na miguongo yake. Wewe unataka kuniambia Kikuyu is going to resist money if we are not going to change our messaging, tuseme hata pesa ya Ruto watu wasikure. Ni pesa imekawa.
That is what you are fighting. People need to open their mind. And they realize that the leaders are just mere as people who are supposed to be injected out as soon as anybody makes such kind of rubbish. Because if there is somebody who is in vehicle right now, who has a conscience, na conscience yake iwe very normal, sahi angekuwa anatafuta a way of trying to recall this kind of leaders back. You know, I even doubt kama this person is just knowing what she knows what she was talking about. Because you cannot tell me that you are a member of parliament who is supposed to be protecting the public asset, and then you go in front of people and make such kind of comment, and then you expect that we can be able to rely on you to go and bring a policy which is going to assist us. This is person who is just there just to diarrhea. Maybe let me make that kind of comment. Yeah. Even if at a president akiamua aseme atauza Safaricom, auze KPA, auze any other government asset, they are ready to go and support that kind of a policy, as long as it is the president who has done. Kwa nini basi asikaende kuambia president amchague? Kama anataka kufuata president, why should you be a member of parliament kudhika
kidogo Dongo na hii APCA imetuzoea. Let me show you 6 years ago EIP, by the way, and we have to start calling out these churches now.
Yeah.
EIPCA, it was a gateway to Ruto. This is individual 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Nikuweka EIPCA, hii kanisa EIPCA imetuzoea. I want to put a video here. 6 years ago. The same EIPCA. The same EIPCA, the same 6 years ago.
Yes.
In Nyeri, the same EIPCA. Hawa watu wametuzoea.
It's very, very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate.
Ini EIPCA na anaanzanga hivyo huyu. Huyu anaanzanga hivyo.
Na and this
huyu anaanzanga hivyo. Huyu Ruto anaanzanga hivyo. Unaona? Anakuwekea wamama. Sasa lakini wale wamama, umeona wale wamama walikuwa wamewekwa mbele leo, wako na vipini kila pahali.
Yeah.
Hii kanisa bwana. This is 6 years ago. 6 years ago when he was a deputy president. Aliingilia hiyo EIPCA. Alafu sasa na hiyo EIPCA hata huyo bishop wao anasema ati huyo bishop yao ati anasema ati huko tunachagua nane. Okay. I heard from somebody was telling me that ati Wamatangi ni anaitwa Wamatangi ama ni Wamatiangi. Wamatangi. Ati yako DCP. Na alikuwa kwa Ruto kufanya nini leo? Na akimusifu huko.
You know, whatever is happening, whatever
kidogo, dongo you speak. Hata hii DCP inadibo. Why is this? Why are your people, if those people believe they are in DCP, wanaenda mkutano ya Kasongo kufanya nini? Ili hata uniambie there is no fidelity here. And Kasongo is just quiet. Sasa somebody told me ati Wamatangi ndiye atakuwa candidate wa DCP. Somebody told me that Aliswaome, Alizinganga atakuwa candidate wa UDA. Somebody told me that. So UDA itakuwa na the other one, na I don't know, maybe nakosea lakini it's okay.
Maybe because yeye hajatangaza msimamo, maybe I can try to be a little bit lenient on that angle on this case. Wamatangi mwenye hajatangaza msimamo yake. Number two, anything to do with the churches, as far as the churches are concerned now, churches are out of the equation because these are the people who has been manipulated, who have been used by this government for too long. We know what happened with one church Yamwai. We have seen whatever is happening with AIPCA. We have heard what is happening with JCM and so on and so on and so on. So churches already they have been put in a cocoon, whereby they are just following the government, just linking the government asses. But when it comes to a leader who has been responsible, who has been elected by the people, to go and make such kind of comment, for me, as far as churches are concerned, the churches zenye tuko nazo sahi, these are just mere houses for, I can say even devil worshipping. We don't have churches in Kenya. So they have just been given money.
Nikwambie vile huyu bishop ati amesema, huyu bishop wa African Inland Church. Some people are saying President Ruto should forget Mount Kenya votes. Are we not the ones who have the votes? We are saying that come 2027, we shall vote for President Ruto early in the morning for him to continue his tenure and work. Huyo ni bishop na anaitwa Simon Karato. Huyu ni Karato kabisa huyu.
Mount Kenya paso. Hey. And these are the people who have been mandated to take care of
watu wa Mlima Kenya. They cannot lead this war. Watu wa Mlima Kenya they give up. Nyamuni sawa, ni vizuri kukua paranoid. I hate people who do you know, I follow the American model. I believe in American model whereby if a Republican cannot go to a presidential event.
Exactly. Regardless.
Sababu sisi tunafuata siasa ya Kenya which is idiotic. Bwana Nyamu ya Kenya is idiotic. That's why hiyo sitakataka kukuambia. That's why you need somebody in another party and a support president. It is only in Kenya which happens that. But in the American model, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. How many Republican governors have you seen them in a president meeting? When the president party. Si mnachanga huko, si anaenda huko, si anajua ile pahali anaenda. Ruto knows where he is going.
Exactly.
He knows where he is going. So me, I will never agree in the story whereby ati huyo mtu ni governor, lazima aende akawa president. That is stupidity. Hiyo nayo. Hiyo nayo hakuna mtu ataniambia. Me, I follow very serious political model. So if I don't support your party, I don't support your ethos, I don't support your political model, I don't attend your event.
I even don't need to be in your meeting because we are not of the same ideologies.
Yeah, no, that's the sanity which we are trying to bring to Kenya. So usiniambia ati sababu ati governor anafaa kukua mkutano ya president. That is stupidity. Mimi kama wewe ni governor na uko mkutano ya president, I take it you are supporting him.
You are in the support. You
are supporting. That's how I take it. That is how politics falls.
Okay. And that's why they keep on like.
Kidogo, Bwana Duncan, I want to ask you a question. As a Kenyan, wewe sasa, wewe the way you are, I don't know your association with Ruto. Kama Ruto ako na mkutano leo, where you come from na uko nyumbani, uta-attend?
For what? I can't waste my time.
So kuna swali najaribu kuuliza watu hapa. We are fighting Ruto.
Yes.
And we are saying Ruto ni one term. Na Ruto ako na mkutano kwa kijiji yenu. Will you attend?
No, I cannot. Definitely I cannot. Because we are not reading. Why should I attend a meeting for somebody in whom I am not with the same page, reading the same page in terms of ideologies? Because politics is all to do with interest. So if the interest of the president is not my interest, why should we go and in his meeting at all? I cannot even spend my second to go to such kind of a meeting. Even going to attend something like Jamhuri is due to go and listen to president's speech. Why should I waste my time? I don't have any time to go and listen to such kind of nonsense because he is just giving us fake promises. He has already proved himself that he is a liar. Why should I be able to go and listen to such kind of a person? Because why should I go and it's just like going and listen to a kid who is just lying to you. And when somebody is lying to you, he's just trying to give an intuition that me and you, we are not of the same age. We cannot be able to agree on anything responsible, on anything of any importance. Ni kama tu mtoto yako Njiru. Mtoto yako huwezi enda kumwambia ati mimi niko na shamba, nataka kwenda kununua shamba, nataka nikwenda nikuoneshe. Because huyo mtoto we don't have hamuna any kind of mature ideologies mnaweza make na yeye. Lakini mtoto unaweza kuja umdanganye ati ukikuwa mkubwa nitakununulia ndege. But knowing back of your mind, hiyo ndege hautainunulia. That is the same case with this government. They just come and fuck us. Wanawaambia we are going to tutaenda kutengeneza barabara, sijui economy inakuwa mzuri, sijui bra sijui tunataka kuuza Safaricom so that we can do bra. This is nonsense. This is the nonsense of the highest. Kwanza nilisikia Bandi akiingilia Nyoro kwa sababu ya ile kucritique ile 15% shares. And then you just wonder, you are a CS for the finance. Me, if it was a logic person, hata afadhali angekuwa anasema I would request Didi Nyoro akuje alete his proposal, we talk. I would request Didi Nyoro akuje alete his proposal, we talk, we see his way of argument so that we can be able to know whether he is the one who is correct.
Nataka kubadilisha njia kidogo, nataka kukupeleka pahali ingine pabaya sana. We have been talking about Mlima Kenya East and Mlima Kenya West. I want you to see Ruto agents. I want you to see watu wa Mlima Kenya, tukisema watu wa Mlima Kenya we are our own enemies. Na tunakataa kuamini. So let me put it and you comment.
Atiye ndiye kingpin wa mlima. Sindalikuwa anasema kura ya Mbere ni yake. Watu ya Mbere walimwambia mchana, walimwambia peupe, no, kwenda kabisa. Sindio hiyo? We must liberate ourselves as a people of Mount Kenya East. And the time of liberating ourselves is now. Is now. Because Rigiji, he has organized hatred against a government which is helping us ati tumufuate. Hatutaitikia. Mnapiga hii? Tuko na serikali na tuko na rais ambao anatusikiza. Kama wewe Rigiji na watu yako mnataka ukaa nje ya serikali, ukae nje ya serikali. Lakini sisi watu wa Meru, wa Embu, wa Tharaka Nithi, tutakaa ndani ya hii serikali na tutakaa ndani ya serikali ambayo inakuja. Wale mnaambiwa hii? It can't be that the serikali imeharibika when we have a deputy president who is at it away to presidency. Our neighbor from Tharaka. Sasa hii ndio serikali imeharibika. We supported Kenyatta 1. We supported Kibaki. We supported Kenyatta 2.
And he's very serious.
Na tu complain.
Yeah, I'm just getting irritated of the East.
Wacha malize tusikie.
2032 tutasukuma yeye akuwe rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Ndio watu wengine na hapa wanatuambia ati tutoke ndani ya serikali, serikali ni mbaya, William Ruto ni mbaya. Tunawaambia hata kama ni mlima, tutaikata mara mbili. Tupate title yetu ya Mount Kenya East na wao wakae na title yao ya Mount Kenya West. Mnanielewa? Yes.
Yeah.
Can't be. Mimi nilikuwa mtoto nilikuwa tunasoma Biblia ya Kikuyu. Mimi sio Mkikuyu.
Kweli.
Mimi nilikuwa mtoto nilikuwa nafundishwa mother tongue ya Kikuyu. Mimi sio.
Unajua? Hebu sikia hapo.
Mkikuyu. Those are historical injustices. Ambazo
sikia hapo.
Mimi sio Mkikuyu. Mimi nilikuwa mtoto nilikuwa nafundishwa mother tongue ya Kikuyu. Mimi sio Mkikuyu. Those are historical injustices ambazo zimefanyiwa watu ya Meru, watu ya Embu, watu ya Tharaka Nithi na wa Kikuyu. I will say that.
That one is hatred. That one, hiyo ni hatred sasa ya Wakikuyu sasa. Unaona sasa like he is speaking it openly. Na he is an agent of destruction for Mount Kenya. And let me tell you, can you imagine all these people ndio wale na kuna kitu nataka kukuambia hapa Duncan. Mtu yeyote ambaye Ruto anachagua anamuweka pahali. Huyo sio mtu ambaye he is fighting for our interest. Na sijui kwa nini watu wa Mungu wataijua lini. Ukisikia Ruto amechagua Alice Ng'ang'a, ujue Alice Ng'ang'a is working against your interest. Ukisikia Ruto amechagua mtu yote ambaye anafanya kazi na Ruto, he is working against your interest. Even when Gachagua was with Ruto, he was working against our interest. All the time.
Yes. You know, I can tell you for sure. I don't know.
Unajua hata mimi huyu jamaa, hebu amalizie. We need to hear this hatred ili tuone sasa hata Waembu na ujue huyu mtu ni cabinet secretary. He is speaking as a cabinet secretary. Na hajapelekwa jela because this is hatred from a government officer.
Hebu amalize, I tell you something.
Mchana peupe. Unanielewa jamani?
Going to chart our own political destiny as a region. We have a deputy president who is a member of our region with our professor Kithure Kindiki ambaye tunamwambia yeye ni.
So hao watu wanatumika to destroy Mlima Kenya. Let me ask you a question. We have no problem with Kindiki. Unajua bwana Ndungu, nataka watu wanisikilize hapa leo because today I am very hungry and I am a very bad person leo. For your information, Kindiki is not our leader. Kindiki cannot become our leader because he has been brought by Ruto to us.
Exactly.
Hebu nikuulize, Kindiki alichaguliwa na nani kama kiongozi wetu?
No one. You have been appointed, not elected.
Watu waliketi wakasema tulisikia Kindiki tunaletewa yeye na Ruto. So why should we, hata even in my Facebook hizo ndizo zile tu nimekuwa nikiandika hapa na some of the people wamekuwa maybe yule mtu anataka kunifuata Facebook, you can follow me as Jiro Mwaura. This is something which I have written here, even in my Facebook leo, although some people are not settling it with it well.
Yes.
When did we sit down as a community na tukasema Kindiki ndiye kiongozi wetu?
Exactly.
Mimi nataka watu waniambie, how did Kindiki become my leader? I will not even use the word our. Kindiki
My leader.
Kuwa kiongozi yangu aje. Was I asked as an individual? Kuna wazee waliketi pahali wakasema na huyu, hata Njuri Ncheke yenyewe imeketi chini ikasema Kindiki iliketi chini, because you become a leader before. So there's no hakuna story ati ya you become a leader after.
Exactly.
Sijui kama tunashikanisha hiyo story. Karibu sana Bwana Abel Mukua. Eti Ruto appoints you as a puppet, and then that Ruto anakuja sasa kutuambia, tunakuja sasa kuambiwa sasa huyu Kindiki ndiye kiongozi wetu. Those are things we cannot take it for granted. And I don't know why. Sorry?
You know, I tend to think that there is something that stupid which is going on with this regime. I even don't think I can be able to have the strength to call it a government, because you cannot tell me somebody who is cabinet secretary, you are being paid by the government tax, by Kenyan tax, the taxpayers' money. You are being funded and you are being fueled, and even the asset that you are using are government of Kenya. You have read the constitution and you have already taken an oath that you are going to follow that constitution. And then you tell me you can go and stand in podium and lament such kind of a comment. Something that it actually attributes to hatred, something that it is actually against the constitution, something which is actually against the national integrity, and then you call yourself cabinet secretary. For who? And you are being paid by my tax. And then you telling me that when as somebody who is just crying for the justice, for Wanjiko to get the benefit, for Wanjiko to get the support, for Wanjiko to be not oppressed by the heavy taxation policies, you start now condemning that person and saying that person is tribalist. What kind of a nation are we having? Because it is very, very unfair and very, 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 I don't know. I hate to see some of these people talking. In fact, the way things are going, these are the puppet for the government, and that's why you find that they can be able to go and start in the podium, somebody to just lament rubbish, somebody to just come and talk nonsense, and then people, because they have been bought and they want people to remain poor so that they can keep on buying them with the 200 Kenya shillings, 500 Kenya shillings. Kenyans and Wanjiko and Mount Kenya need to wake up.
Sawa ndogo kidogo. I want to tie up this conversation because naona pia tumepata. I will circle back to you again. I can see tuko na Bwana Abel. So Bwana Abel Mukua is the administrator of another channel called Mukua Times. Sijui kama munaendanga Mukua Times.
Atuperi na watu wakumbuke hata sisi tuko na channel, but we are here.
Hata wewe uko na channel ambayo inaambia watu wataoa lini.
Yeah, but let us first cool ourselves.
Anyway, Abel Mukua atatuwekea link yake hapo, so that some people will also subscribe to his channel as a way of supporting each other. I was in his channel some few days ago and nilifikisha ile ujumbe mlikuwa mbali mmeniambia. So Bwana Mukua, some people here and recommended that we can be doing some double shows. So think about that. I know it is an information which I also brought to your praise. Today we are analyzing the new wave of Ruto penetration into Mount Kenya, which actually was catalyzed by the Mbere election. So Ruto does Mbere election. He starts now to gravitate through to some projects, and now this heightened talking of the Singapore model of Kenya. drifting away from the famous hustler narrative. And today we are now talking of heavily sponsored messaging of Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West. And a cabinet secretary from Embu is openly talking about hatred between Kikuyus and Imberes. Maybe you might not be aware of that information, but maybe in an area view check, do you think Ruto is going to win this war of completely dividing Mount Kenya and annihilating? Because if he will manage to divide Mlima Kenya, he is annihilating them from leadership completely or from stakes of influence. What is your take, Bwana Mukua?
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, William Ruto knows what to do to get to Mount Kenya. And the opposition as well, they know what he can do. I'm feeling that all the methods he had employed before have failed. And now he has to get back to the old days, borrow what he did that time, bring back this year. Now, as we speak, he knows that he has to use the church, which is also a weakness to most of the people in Mount Kenya, especially women, and at least get a crowd to address. He might not win support from the churches, but he's up to creating a perception just like the one he created at Imbeere North, that he has support in Mount Kenya. That will destabilize the opposition in such a way they'll panic and start employing some methods. So far, when I looked at his mission at Kiambu, I was happy that the Catholics rejected him. Anglican Church, to some extent, they rejected him. Now he's only left with creating his own church, PCA, which I heard at some point it was almost breaking down, but because of him, he took some people to State House and now it is stabilized. Now, sincerely speaking, these are things that might not bring some fruits right now, but as things move by and things go with time, I'm pretty sure that some people get swayed. So it's upon the opposition right now to wake up and be able to at least neutralize him, because there's a likelihood that William Ruto is going to create a scenario where people will feel like Mount Kenya is a battleground. And that is not okay. So the opposition, they have no option other than now rebranding themselves and coming up with ways that they can be able to win the crowd against William Ruto. So that's what I can say in relation to what I saw today.
So, okay, thank you, Bwana. So, Bwana Mukua, have you listened to that woman who is advising Ruto to sell assets?
Yes, I listened to that lady.
Can you comment about that? Is it normal?
I listened to that lady who actually wants to become, I think, a governor or something in Kiambu. And I asked myself, who are these people we do elect sometimes? Because she was speaking from an ignorant corner, like she's completely ignoring everything else and speaking like William Ruto is our God in this country. Honestly speaking, that lady surprised me, but I also went back to dig deep about her. Probably these are people who are now interested to get money, probably for their campaigns and stuff, or even planning to get a nomination. Her reaction was basically, she looked to be very courageous. She was very brave while saying that. I felt like Mbeere North gave her the strength to feel like William Ruto will automatically get back to power. And now she will do anything to impress him so that at least in case even if he fails the gubernatorial seat, she can be considered for other positions. But I think that was very unfortunate because she was not thinking according to me. If you were thinking, you cannot just say that. But that Ruto kisema tuuze hii tutauza. No, I don't think that was right. I also had, actually even I did an analysis on the same, on the issues to do with Mount Kenya East and West. Right now, whether we like it or not, that's a narrative that's going to be spread in the Mount Kenya region. and it's basically meant to compel the Mount Kenya West to support Kindiki. So they'll threaten, if you don't support us, we will leave. It might sell, maybe let me give it 70%, it might sell in Mount Kenya East. But what I can urge, the Mount Kenya West, stand strong. Don't be swayed to this kind of narrative, because it is being used basically to propel Kindiki. Apart from that, at least William Ruto, to be sure, he will get votes from Mount Kenya East. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay. Okay, Mokua, that's true. But there's something I want to ask you between Mount Kenya West and Mount Kenya East. Do you think Ruto stands as an agent of destruction on the union in Mount Kenya, that Ruto can be that architect who, for the first time, can actually destroy the rigidity of that union, of that region, to the extent that because I believe people from Mount Kenya are connected beyond politics. Do you want to tell me that Ruto has just discovered a method of separating a region which is just united not just by politics, but even by blood? And people are listening to Ruto.
Me, what I can say is that the major reason as to why William Ruto and Gachagua parted ways is Mount Kenya unity. The major. There could be other issues, but the major one, according to me, is Mount Kenya unity. Ruto knows beyond reasonable doubt that a united Mount Kenya dictates what happens in the political terrain. He knows to win an election in this country against Mount Kenya, which is united against him, it's very difficult. So he'll do whatever it takes for him to get the Mount Kenya region divided. The first step he did was very smart, to get Kindiki on board, simply to show the people of Mount Kenya East that it's your turn. That is one of the ways he's dividing the Mount Kenya region.
But even if that is the case, why had he to project somebody who has not even been coronated as a leader of that region? Yes, they might be wanting to divide Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West, but why is Ruto dictating a leader to Mount Kenya East?
That is his politics. He wants to divide Mount Kenya and then rule. He will not consider any other process. He will not consider. And in fact, if you might not be aware, William Ruto has done the same thing in all parts of this country. He has someone he's preferring to take leadership.
So he embeds a leader for himself, because it is, and I don't think these things happen in Kalenjin. The Kalenjin land has a formal way of having a leader. But in other places, Ruto plants a leader for you. So is that not disrespect, and the people from Mount Kenya cannot see it?
He doesn't care. It's only the people of Mount Kenya now to see it and probably act decisively. Because if you check, like, for instance, in Luo Nyanza, he has propelled a conversation for Raymond Omolo, his friend, to take over from Raila. And the conversation is very serious on the ground. Now, that is basically William Ruto. In Kisii, is forcing Silvana Sosoro to be like the face of the Gusii region. Though it is not working, but he's also trying his best to ensure that is happening. So that is the method William Ruto. So Kindiki will be bestowed according to him and at least propel him to be the leader of the Mount Kenya region. He will not consider any method that the people of Mount Kenya follow on coming up with their leader, because he is not interested in the interests of the people of Mount Kenya, but is interested on his success. And this is not just for 2027. It's beyond 2027. This is a game of 2032, 2037, going forward. So that is what William Ruto is doing. So when it comes to the method process, he does not care. What I can just urge is the opposition right now. Like, I was doing some conversation somewhere, I was telling the people that the opposition, they have no room to make mistakes. They have to convince the people that they are right and William Ruto is wrong. Even if it's a running mate they are choosing, they must choose someone who beats Kindiki in all avenues. All avenues. Someone like, for instance, even Ndindi Nyoro could have been straight. This is a guy who can beat Kindiki in all avenues. So he's capitalizing on the mistakes. That's why he's now ensuring that his people are in charge. And he doesn't care. Like in Western Kenya, he probably prefers Wetangula. And Wetangula is a guy who can do anything for him to get power and feed his stomach. Those are the people whom William Ruto loves. That's how he works. That's how he works.
Okay, Abel, thank you for that. Relax kidogo, I will bring you on board again. I want to feel a taste of bwana. Unajua Joseph Squeezy anavaa suti sana. I don't know like who he works for. You know, some of us we consider suits to be a very official. We consider it like nguo ya pesa. Although Squeezy kuna watu pia wanaita nguo ya umaskini. In e-commerce.
I'm about to get my senior council accreditation.
But I will not admire if you are getting your senior council accreditation. Na hiyo accreditation unaenda kupewa na Ruto.
He cannot afford me bwana. He cannot afford me bwana. Mimi siko quality yake bwana. So
yeah. You know, I was even telling another person, if it was like that time when the president was the chancellor of all universities in Kenya, na yeye ndiye alikuwa anakupea degree, mimi naona singe graduate.
Na wengi wange graduate kama ni yeye kuwa vice chancellor. Wengi wangeona moto.
Hebu nikuulize swali. I want to begin by asking you, like now, nani this guy from Mbeere anasema even some time back we were being taught in Kikuyu, and that is part of historical injustices, and we have to relook that. Like you think that there was a time when we used to be taught mother tongue, but that mother tongue is being taught in Kikuyu, and he is now bringing that and piling it on top of politics. So what who is or what is the intention? Let me use, I think that's a better word. What is the intention of Ruto when he is now sowing seeds of discord beyond politics in Mlima Kenya?
Thank you, Njiru. And I want to say sorry. There is something that happened Facebook sikuipenda sana, and we must deal with it perpendicularly. I saw it in your page, in the comments. We are going to do something about it. Nimekwambia siku hizi imekuwa senior council. We're going to do something about it. Yeah, and it's not something I liked. I felt to talk bad, but nika hold. Nilikuwa nimesikia niko na makasiriko mingi sana.
Oh, because you know I did so many posts about rejection of Kindiki.
Yeah, and there's somebody I did not
people
like.
People are just in my wall and in my inbox wakiniita umbwa.
Yeah, I'm going to deal that guy. Nimekuwa senior council. Nitadeal na yeye vizuri kabisa. Here some
anaitwa Mukindo. You want to deal with that guy called Mukindo?
I'm going to deal with him perpendicularly. Mimi atajua mimi si ule alikuwa anatishia ati asikuje Embu. So me coming to this argument or this conversation, I've heard Abel say so much things here, but what I feel is free flopping. Is not saying that the issues are systematic. Is somehow going at it, then he's going at it again like this. So the good question you asked, let me start with what Njiru asked so that I go to what Abel said. If Ruto is going to decide and do what he wants, and the people are going to follow him, it will be a catastrophic idea for the people of Mbeere, Embu, and Meru. Because what truly has shown that Mount Kenya can be able to be delivered for, it is when they have unity of purpose. But if Mount Kenya has not got unity of purpose, brother Njiru, hata tuseme tutagawanyikana, ni sawa hata ikigawanyika hivyo iende east na west hiyo wanataka. But do you think they will be having the firepower they can will so that they can be able to go to the table? Will they be having that firepower? Not underrating that saying they don't have too much votes. You know, we all come together and we form these votes, even if it is half, ni 3.5 ama 3.5. How can you refuse to go with the 7 million and you want to go with the 3.5 and say you are going to be in the negotiation table as a deputy president? How will you go at it? And that terming it as si kila mtu atapigia si kila mtu atasikia kile Kindiki atawaambia na kile Ruto atawaambia. So it means even those votes can be lowered to 2 million or even 1 million, 1.5, 2 million. What is he even thinking when he's talking like that? You know, there's things that they are not spoken about in loud voices. Like right now we have Luo Nyanza and we have the Kisii. Do you hear the Kisii and the Luo throwing words at each other? They are staying in one region called Nyanza, but you don't hear them throwing words at each other. But they are not, right now, they are not inclined politically. You can see they are a bit differentiated in the way they are thinking politically. But if you are going to try go at it in the ways of politics, I think you know what will happen in our area, Njiru, and you know people are not forgiving in that area. And the problem will be not even as politically as it seems. It will be even economically of that region. It will stem out from economics. It will also enhance into other warfares in that region. I don't think he's ready for. But you know, these people are being paid a lot of money by Kasongo so that they can disrupt everywhere. So I don't think even he cares even less if the people in that region can be able to start having the inbuilt fighting inside there. I don't think he cares. All they care is about the money that they are being given and the positions that they are being given by this government. So clearly, if he's going to go at it as the way he's saying that we are going to go it west and east, I don't see any major milestone that will happen. It's okay. He has some say he's saying that they have been marginalized for quite a while.
Bwana Joseph, as you speak, unajua hiyo in American politics, that is what we call civil war. Do you know that William Ruto and his cronies have somehow instituted a civil war in Mount Kenya region? Political civil war. So whatever you are seeing is a civil war. And when a civil war emanates, there must be a winner. So even in our look of the issues on this civil war, in vita itapigano for the next 2 years, and one group will finish the other. It has no two ways about it. And the worst mistake we can do is the majority of the people who think like this civil war, which has been designed by Ruto, because this is not about Kindiki. Kindiki is just a puppet who has been instilled by Ruto as a symbol of war. Kindiki is a symbol of war in this civil war. So the concept is that we have to fight, and our de facto leader, who I don't know who it is, I don't know who is our de facto leader, because we must have a de facto leader to fight in this war. He must come out openly and fight any plant which Ruto has planted. And I hope they will be able to do that in the next 2 or 1 month.
You know, Njiru, you don't go to a fight without looking at the far consequences of what will happen. Hawezi ingia tu kwa vita. Hata wewe saa zile umekutwa na watu kwako kwa nyumba na wanataka kuingia kwa force. Lazima uangalie vile hawa watu you are going to tackle them, na vile kama ni kuweza kudeal nao, kama unaweza deal nao. Ukiona ni watu more than 10, itabidi uite neighbor ndio muweze kudeal nao, ama itabidi upigie wale utapigia ndio wakuja wakusaidie. But so the problem is
wameingia na mabuduki and they are shooting at you. Are you analyzing when there is fire?
Sasa Njiru, the problem is, na kama wewe mwenyewe una hiyo bunduki ya kurushia hawa watu, unajua uwezi tena risk ati upigwe marisasi hapo. So what is truly happening? This guy is coming the way you are saying, Njiru. He's coming guns blazing, not thinking about the future, because the future is of doom. Because you don't know, you are going to talk about Ruto supporting Ruto in 2027. Okay, this is a one-time thing. Just support him. When he's out of 2032 and you want somebody to support you for your candidacy, that Kindiki you want, the way you are saying that utawapatia na yeye akuwe nayo 10, who will be supporting you from your backyard? Do you think you are going to get those 3.5 million votes to propel him to the presidency? Somebody might think with his brain. You know, these guys, I don't see even like they use their brain. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Roko sionagi. Ni Roko ya ukweli hii. Hii ni mbao ya ukweli hii. Hakuna kitu wako nayo hapa kwa akili. You need to do, these things have been systematic. If it is about
saa zingine, bwana Joseph kidogo huyu Roko tumekuja, Roko has been a member of parliament. How comes we did not discern this guy is not a leader? Tunakuja kujua huyu mtu sio kiongozi while he is already causing damage into our society. You know, this is one weakness in Mount Kenya region. We come to discover you are not a leader when you are already a leader. Sijui kama unanielewa? Ati tunakuja kusema huyu mtu sio kiongozi, ni kama sasa kuanzia kusema like you are a lady. When you are already married and you are inside a relationship, ndio unaweza kusema na huyu mtu nilijua sio mzuri na uko ndani. Go ahead.
So Jiru, that is what we are witnessing, and it's very far-fetched. You know, you cannot talk on behalf of Merus. How will you talk on behalf of Merus? My friend, you are a Embu. Ongea on behalf of your community. If you're talking on behalf of your community, if you want to bring that to as close as you want it, talk on behalf of your community. If then, on behalf of your Mbere residents, wacha kuongea on behalf of I don't know, unataka kushikanisha wazako na Mount Kenya East na West, ushikanishe vita zako na Wameru na Waembu na vile unataka. I think this guy is very sick in the head and is very, I've never seen such a guy who I think that's why, you know, Ruto likes people who are like this near him. Anapenda, unajua watu ni kama Saulu akipigio gitaa vile wanasikiaga tu tamu. Sasa gitaa ya Ruto baya ni watu kushinda wakimwambia vile ako mzuri, vile anafanya nini, vile watagawanisha, but there is no benefit in dividing the mountain. There is no benefit for them. It is a loss for them even. And if they want to go at it like that, it's okay, it's well. You can say you are going to do it at for maybe developments or what, but I have not even had the developments being told for kina Mbere nani Jiru. Umesikia kuna kitu kina Mbere na Meru wameambiliwa? At least hata hapa Kiambu nimesikia wameambiwa watatengenezewa barabara ya juu ya hewa. Umesikia kila kitu wanaambiwa huko? Akina Kindiki. Umesikia kitu wanaambiliwa na mashule tu bado zinaendelea kujengwa huko za matope. And you cannot hear them talking about that.
Kwa pande ya Wakikuyu lazima upeane uongo advanced. You know that. There are people from Kiambu, they have a dual carriageway. You know that. Kiambu is a bit complex. So Kiambu ukipeleka uongo lazima upeleke uongo twin. You need to know that because Kiambu is an advanced society. In Mbere, you don't need an advanced uongo. Mbere, you just need to take a bit. Uliona madarasa zingine ni matope. Sasa kwa kina Kindiki, do you even need to go and lie about tamaking? Na hata madarasa watoto wanasomea kwa matope. Let me ask you a question, Bwana Joseph, because nataka to advance pole. There is this new lie, and karibu sana enlightened girl. There is this new lie which is now sweeping Kenya, Singapore. Like, and Ruto is not bragging of it. Na leo Mount Kenya amesema tomorrow we are launching something to discuss how we are taking Kenya from third. And he is not blinking his eyes. Let me tell you. I want to put this because hata nataka pia ukimaliza Joseph, I bring Moku on this, and also I also bring Bwana Duncan on this because it is something serious. Third world to first world. So ile kitu nataka uniambie na unielezee. Are Kenyans taking Ruto serious when he is talking about third world to first world? Is it a serious statement which Kenyans are looking at?
My brother, this guy is just a joker. Even he stopped saying about first world. He started saying about the largest economy, the sixth largest economy. Do you know talking about the sixth largest economy? What are you talking about? I don't even know what is, if he understand what he's saying. Then, okay, vile tu rhetoric zako za kusema first world and everything. He has also talked today and said that he wants us to toe pesa at 5 trillion so that we can be able to be able to boost our infrastructure. Ninashindwa huyu mtu kweli akili yake inafanya kazi vizuri. You come and tell us you want to take us to first world country. Then you come and tell us you want us to give you the money to take us to the first world country. For what? What are you doing in that seat? Why do we give you our money to take us to first world country? We are already paying the taxes. Do we deal with them? You are saying you are a good manager. Manage them. Wacha kukuja kutupatia kizungu. But you know, the problem with this guy, I think, huyu jamaa, the uongo amekuwa nazo zimekuwa mingi. Paka zingine zikakuwa sasa zinakuwa ukweli kwake. Ni kama zikaanza kuwa ukweli kwake. So akikuja akianza kuongea hata hizo uongo tu zina flow tu. Wewe unaona tu ni uongo tu anaongea, but yeye kwake anaona kama ni kitu ya ukweli anasema. So these are things we are dealing with. I think we have a person in not a stable mind in that White House there. Right now tunaita hiyo White House kwa sababu hata aliharibu hiyo the facade of the house. labda iitwe White House. So we have a person who is not of mental sane mind in that house, and if we continue like this, Jiru, it will be even worse. We are looking at a place where we are going to be having too much problems with. He first even went. You cannot be saying you are taking us first world countries and you are entering us into economic wars. Even we don't know. First he went and praised China as there. Then he went to the US, is praising them there. Even he does not know.
Joseph, I have to play this because hata media wameanzia kuanguka kwa hiyo uongo. Let me show you what Citizen has just done. Kidogo tu. Nataka tu kuonesha what Citizen has done. Let me show you kidogo. Let me show you.
And the former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka are on each other's necks as concerns their respective development records. We begin with President William Ruto, who says his ambitious plan to transform Kenya into a first world country officially kicks off on Monday. The president says the agenda will be a key focus for cabinet, particularly the National Infrastructure Fund. Ruto, who was in Kiambu, also took a swipe at the Wiper Patriotic Front leader, Kalonzo Musyoka, accusing him of promising development while failing to deliver on projects in his own backyard. With more, Melita Oletenges.
This is the Singapore President William Ruto says he wants to emulate: modern infrastructure, efficient transport networks, and towering skylines. A vision he believes Kenya can achieve to reach the level of developed nations such as Singapore and Malaysia. President Ruto says his administration is officially rolling out the National Infrastructure Fund this week.
Kesho tunapitisha hazina maalum ya National Infrastructure Fund ambaye tutatumia kuokota pesa shilingi trilioni 5 ya kubadilisha hii nchi. And we are not joking, my friends. Hii nchi hii lazima ibadilike.
The president insists this strategy is the key to breaking decades of underinvestment in high-impact development projects.
Tumechelewa kubadilisha Kenya. Tumechelewa kufukuza umaskini. Tumechelewa kufukuza njaa. Hii nchi inaweza kubadilika. Kama watu wa Singapore walibadilisha kwao, wa Korea walibadilisha kwao, wa Malaysia walibadilisha kwao, sisi tutabadilisha kwetu.
At the same time, President Ruto criticized opposition leaders, accusing them of promoting divisive politics instead of offering credible development agenda.
Ama mnataka tu tuendelee kuongea siasa ya ukabila na chuki na mambo ya kupotezana wakati. Sisi tubadilishe Kenya. Na Kenya haiwezi kubadilishwa kwa maneno matupu. Kenya inabadilishwa kwa miradi na mipango ya maendeleo.
Ruto took a swipe at Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka and other opposition figures, questioning their development record in their own backyards.
Yeye mwenyewe amekuwa kwa uongozi miaka 50. Barabara ya kwenda kwake ni ya vumbi na matope. Atatoa wapi akili? Kama amekosa akili ya kupanga barabara ya kwenda kwake, atatoa wapi akili ya kupanga barabara ya kwenda kwako?
The president was speaking in Kiambu County.
Sawa, Joseph, nimeambiwa I allow you to learn. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jiru, some of these things, even sometimes when you listen to them, you get even your head aching. Unajua labda amesahau, labda anasema Singapore akasahau kile alikuwa anamaanisha ni Sinapoles. So unaweza relate, labda anasema yeye ana Sinapoles, anadhania ni Singapore. First, even let us not even talk about anything about Singapore and infrastructure. The first thing we have a rotten country which has corruption. Only that, even as we remove everything, hata hizo funds anataka kuweka manini, even the funds is correcting from us, hizo 5 trillion, is because he has lacked funds. Amekosa pesa za kufanya the things that he likes to do. And you know the things that he likes to do is flying in and out of the country, buying properties out of the country. So he's lacking the funds. Watu walikataa 2024 watu kutaksiwa. Zile vitu walikuwa wanataka kutuongezea kwa mikate, kwa madaipa. Kwani tumesahau na hizi mambo haraka aje? Walikuwa wanataka kututax paka wasichana wetu hizi vitu zao wanatumia. Anataka kutax hizo vitu. So he lacked that money. What will he do? Now he needs to come with the way to come and try to tell you I want to start, I don't know, fast what. To hell with this guy. This guy is not even serious. He's a joke of a person. Mi huyu jamaa hata sijui nini mimi in my lifetime I will live to kuambia my grandkids that is like we had a person who was not of sane mind in that office and he was talking things even you could not understand. So him and all this hulabaloo that tutatengeneza sijui inchi tutafanya nini. Let him give us a break. He has given us so much promises, even we cannot remember them. He said about a road, I don't know, Modogashe, I don't know what, we don't even know where it went. We have been told about highways which are being built, I don't know. Brother Njiru, hizi vitu hata ukifikiria, wacha tuachane tu nazo kwa sababu zinaweza kuumiza kichwa. This guy is like a madman. He wakes up, but I think when you continue lying to people, it continues entering into your system. Unajua ukizoea uongo inakuwa tamu sana. Ukiongelea kudanganya watu inakujaga inakuwa disease. Ni kama tu vile mtu anafanya betting. Betting ukiendelea kubet unapata umekuwa addicted. Now he's addicted to lying. And the problem is also the person who is next to him, the wife also is like she entered in the same cult. So wamezoea kutudanganya. And talking about Singapore, this one even are things we are not supposed to be talking about. We have not even been able to catch up with the second world. Kwani mtu waga naruka tu ameenda vua. Hata the countries of the ones which are near us like South Africa. Let's try and catch up with South Africa first before we catch up with Singapore. South Africa is hosting the G20. Nime host nini? And you are still talking about Grammys and what this guy is such a sijui hata siwezi taja what it is because he has lied to us. Baka Njiru hapo tulidanganywa tuleteo Grammys, sijui tukadanganywa ati sijui hata tuleteo sijui timu gani itakuja kuchezea Kenya wacheze na this guy my friend. But it's the same things he came with the likes of Akina Bottom Up and so called things. So back to what I was saying about Ruto, because Ruto, you when you talked about this guy, I got disrupted. Ruto is one guy who should be very careful with his mouth, because he might not even live to see what he's trying to do. I don't think even he will outlive what he's trying to do in his political life. I'm not talking about personal life, talking his political life. He might even not outlive what he's trying to do. And so many of them today, I saw waliaibishwa na ule jamaa anaitagwa Wamatangi. You know, they are fighting him inside out. And I think Wamatangi also should become broadened. Na aache hiyo upuzi ya kushinda akifuatafuatana na hawa jamaa. Kina nini? Nafanya kazi yake, achana na hiyo upuzi ya huyu jamaa. Huyu jamaa atamharibia nini CV yake, track record yake. Anything that this guy touches becomes bad. So we are waiting, tutaona. Let me not take too much time, but I wanted to tell Abel one thing that he said. The war between Ruto and Rigathi Moso was even about interests. They had so many interests they were fighting for. Apart from even kingship, there was so much interest that they were fighting for. Because before even Nani left that office, Gachagua, already the people of Mount Kenya, some of them had decided we don't want them. We don't want to discuss. Hata wengi wao walikuwa wanasema kufa makanga, kufa dereva. So it's like Gachagua came and joined the people who are on this other side. So it's neither here or there. Hiyo kosana yao ilikuwa si Moso, ilikuwa kuhusu deals walikuwa wanafanya, and I think the deal did not go well. That's why you were hearing scenarios of where this one is saying I asked for this money, no, this one unaitisha hii pesa. I think there is something deal went sour, and I think that's why there is also bitterness in that so much. But all in all, let him play what he's trying to play. Things are not easy as it seems. Si wangu si rahisi vile anataka atukuweka kuimpose watu wanataka kuimpose like the local heads ama the kingpins. It will be a difficult affair. So Njiru, mimi niko sawa sasa, unaweza endelea.
Okay, sawa. That one is okay. I wanted to advance, nataka ku advance this, and there is a request there, Abel, for you from Father Dan Dariome. I don't know why he decided to make his name to look like a Latin name from the Latin Americans. Hao ndio naonanga majina yao ikikaa hivyo. So I have a question. Look, when Ruto is talking about from third world to first world, and he is talking to Kenyans as a figure of unity, a president, wale watu wameketi na wao hapo chini, are they believing? Bwana Abel, do you think when Ruto is saying safari ya kufanya Kenya first world inaanza kesho, and you are there in that meeting, are you believing? Or wale watu walikuwa naambia wale watu walikuwa wameketi hapo, because they are people from all different walks of life, do you think they believed that statement? Abel? Bwana Mokua? Ama Tiskiski? So Joseph, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here, Bwana Njiru.
Oh, so maybe Mokua has left us a little bit. So as I wait for Mokua, so let me ask you a question.
Lakini Njiru, nikuulize swali, why are you in deep in this shenanigans of Ruto?
No, I'm in deep
of
because
first
it
country?
is the new era of lies. It is the new era of lies, and you know, one psychologist said, a lie continuously said is a truth. Unaona hii statement Ruto anasema all the time, I'm moving Kenya from third world to first world. If Ruto will say that statement for 6 months, kuna watu wataanzia kuiamini. That is the problem of lies. If you say lies continuously, they become truth. It is not me saying, you say, unaona Bwana Joseph, hata wewe sahi, every time nikikutana na wewe unaniambia, unajua boss, unajua Lilian Towers inakuanga yangu. Boss, unajua Lilian Towers inakuanga yangu. Boss, unajua Lilian Towers inakuanga yangu. Do you know one day I might meet with somebody and mwambia, by the way, na unajua hii nyumba ni kama Joseph aliniambianga ni yake.
Lakini huyu jamaa nani ayuko sawa nani Njiru, huyu jamaa ayuko sawa. He's not okay. He's not okay.
Naona Shaima anatuambia, yesterday we discussed a lot about our winning strategy and we were very angry. Those are things which we will come and converge to. So Shaima, don't be worried too much. We are discussing all those things, but we also need to look through the lies, and we understand the psychology of lies. Because
Njiru, because you are a degree holder, what does it take to go to first world country? Because we are supposed to start there. Tuanze kuanzia hapo before we enter into whatever he said lies or what does it take for us to get into the first world country? Because those are the questions we are supposed to ask. What does it take for us to reach there? First, even let us start with the second world country before we go a first world country.
Third world countries, maybe what I know about third world countries are countries which are heavily depending on others, heavily. Second world countries, they are lightly depending on others. First world countries are dependent countries. They can depend on themselves. The people of those countries, they can raise enough taxes. They are not doing like IMF borrowing. They are not doing like World Bank. Kama sahiba, have you ever heard like America is borrowing World Bank? So, like they have their own resources. They know how to channel that's what first world means. So when you're talking of first world, you are saying we will be having our own channel of funneling our debts if we will have one. So like it is not something which can even be explained. Like talking of a country like Kenya of becoming first world, and I don't know. And I know it's a lie which he will keep on saying and saying. Sasa, and he is using your lie and connecting it with the 5 trillion. Anasema, he is thinking of how we are going to collect 5 trillion. Again, that 5 trillion, it means more taxes. So, anatafuta barabara ya kutuibia zaidi na makodi. And he is using it, using very professionalized. And even no one can even try to fight it. There is no any single elected member of parliament who is even fighting that statement to date. It's only a regular Kenyan who is trying to talk. Shema ananiambia no one listens to Ruto. And he andamamo the crown today in Murima, Kenya. And we are saying no one listens to Ruto. Is that statement true? Bwana Joseph, no one listens to Ruto?
No, I think those people, I saw what happened. I think Alice Ng'ang'a had been told to deploy the people. I saw the report where it was said that Alice Ng'ang'a, and in AIPCA, they were promised some money and a bus, so they had to cheer. And then the bishop, unajua bishop wakiona pesa, hizi makanisa ziko na mashida, Jiru lazima wataanza kuongea ni kama watu wamerukwa na akili. You know, it is very unfortunate that some of these bishops, they take us to problems, and they did that in 2022, and they are still doing that in the same in this year, the same things. By the way, one thing that is happening, let me tell you, Jiru, one thing that will happen. There is a revolution which is coming to Kenya, and the revolution is coming because of these pastors. And I'm telling you very clearly, very soon you will see people, even these pastors being left alone like that. Juu watu wanachoka. You had another one even saying that we are supposed to be taking, ukiwa na deni ati unafaa kutoa pesa ati unaenda unatoa sijui 10%, na saa hizo uko na madeni. Hado kuambia uende ukaweza kulipa madeni zako ama kuambia vile atakusaidia. Another one there is telling you that tunapiga 2 term. He has not even told you for what. It's just big because he's wearing the cloth. So nowadays even you are not afraid of this cloth. These men are calling themselves men of the cloth. Squeeze to our because sababu the things they are saying, even you cannot even like to hear them. And I'm very happy that we always have Father Dan here. You know, if there is a church that has been very firm in what they say and what they do, it's the Catholic Church. They don't involve themselves in these shenanigans of I don't know what. May invite mutu sijui anakuja is like a political rally, and the same time it is a church function. What is this? You know, I'm telling you, very soon they are making, na ndio unaona hata makanisa mengi siku hizi ukienda Njiru, it will be very shocking. Wanaume wengi wao walipotea hizi makanisa kwa sababu ya nini? They are driving these people away. So yeah, as we are talking about him coming to tax us, okay, one thing will happen, and it's very evident. Let him try to come with the because he needs to get the money. Where will he remove the money? He will remove them from tax. Which taxes? Is either he comes and taxes in commodities. If he not tax us in commodities, he need to bring a tax law which is directed at us. Or if he's not going to bring a tax law which is directed at us, he's going to overtax a tax that is there. And you know that one already is illegal in the constitution. You cannot tax another tax or impose a tax on top of another tax. So is either it's going to come there, is either it's going to add this housing levies you hear, or is going to add some things of the sorts. And let me tell you, Bwana Njiru, if he's going to do that, 2026, when they are reading that finance bill, because there is the final finance bill, and I think he's trying to do this because we are going to have a final finance bill next year. I think he's trying to bring all these shenanigans so that he can do that thing next year. And you know, the new year now is supposed to start. I think, no, it's the year is about to end. It's going to end in maybe May. So we are remaining only maybe around 5 months. So when it will end, we need to read another budget. And I'm telling you, if they are going to impose taxes on people, people are going to get now crazy over this. It break the camel's back. And I think Ruto does not listen. I think he does not even take keen interest on what people tell him. Last time he saw what happened to the country when he tried to impose tax on these things. Now it will be even worse. And now people will be angry with him even more than what it happened. And right now hakutakuwa na mtu wa kustop hii kitu. Tell me who will stop this one. Hakuna mtu atastop hii kitu. Si kama ile wakati Raila alisimama hapo akasema wanashikana broad based. But it will be difficult for them even try to talk. Who wataongelesha nani? Watajaribu kuleta nani ndio wajaribu quell the issues? Nobody. So Let him continue like that. Sijui kama bwana Abel ako hapo.
Kidogo nataka kuwachezea video hapa, nataka msikilize. Gen Z washatoa code ya kushinda Ruto na ndio nataka kuwachezea, na karibu sana Nyakairo. Hii ndio code ya Gen Z. Incidentally, I don't have a video about it, but there is a voice. Hii ndio code ya driving back to Nairobi. Okay, kidogo. Sio hiyo. Ngoja kidogo. Ndio hii.
I've heard all of us saying about that we have an issue that Gen Z has failed us in registering voters. The reason why Gen Z are not registering to vote because they don't believe in the system, and it's very evident. Last year, over 1 million Gen Zs demonstrated that the power lies on the street. And I want to say to my friend there that we will not remove you through the ballot. We will remove you through the streets. And we will, things people like you will go to jail. We will have no mercy for our oppressors. Thank you. And the money you have stolen, we will take it back and we will hang you.
Jiru, one thing I want to add, there is somebody who has said that they will be bloodshed in 2027. Me, let me tell you, Jiru, I have a very bad feeling, and I don't think even 2026 will end without something that will happen in this country. The way he's starting to trend, I'm telling you, 2026,
so
it will be a very bad time for him.
Gen Z amesema, and somehow I agree with him. They will not take votes because their votes do not matter. The system does not account for their votes. But they believe for them to have a regime change is the street work. Do you believe
na tuko hapa Njiru, si tukiongea kuhusu vile tutaenda elections. Those guys, even they are thinking than the way we are thinking about them. About the way we are thinking about here. We have already seen this guy, what he's trying to do. Those guys, even that's why you see, I believe there is something that is on the off in what they are discussing. Because I never believed that those guys just kept quiet after 1 million people went to the streets. Almost 200 people were killed. You think those guys can just keep quiet like that? No. They are there. They know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. And I'm telling you, it will not be this guy, you know, ni kama vile unaweza patio second chance Njiru. Instead uende ubadilike, ukuwe mtu mzuri, unyamaze, hata ufanye makazi zako kwa. You are still inflicting now pain. Ni kama kufinya kidonda kabisa. Pale kulikuwa na kidonda ya kitambo lakini bado haijapona vizuri. Sasa unakuja kuifinyiria kabisa. That is what this guy is doing. And let me tell you, when it's all nice when you are there and you are very happy and telling us about fast food, but when the back breaks, it breaks completely. Na iwezi rudi. Inabidigi mtu lazima ataenda. Itabidi. Na itabidi is either Ruto aende ama si tuende. So itabidi kuwe ni mtu mmoja. And the latter is more easier. So here is not that I'm threatening anything, but I'm saying the truth. And if he's going to start with that dealing, hiyo ameanza kwanza hii ya 5. Sioni hata 2026 Njiru. To be worse. Na hiyo siku hakutakuwa na mtu wa kuistop ati kusema hapana, acha tunyamaze sasa tuongee. Nani? Tutakuwa wakati itakuwa ni kuenda sana.
Alafu sasa sijui nasikia kuna controversy mbaya ati ya kifo cha Jirongo. Ati nasikia Jirongo alikuwa Naivasha na alikuwa Karen the same night. I don't know. So there are some like conflicting information.
Na anasema umalize hiyo video huku maliza.
Wacha nimwekee. Unajua anapenda hii mambo kala sana. Wacha nitakuwekea ni sawa. Ndio hiyo.
I've heard all of us saying about that we have an issue that Gen Z has failed us in registering voters. The reason why Gen Z are not registering to vote because they don't believe in the system, and it's very evident. Last year, over 1 million Gen Zs demonstrated that the power lies on the street. And I want to say to my friend there that we will not remove you through the ballot. We will remove you through the streets. And people like you will go to jail. We will have no mercy for our oppressors. Thank you, thank you. And the money you have stolen, we will take it back and we will hang you.
Wow. Honestly, Meisha, if you wanted to hear where she is saying that we will hang you.
Unajua Jiro, watu wanaona kama ni kitu tu ya rais hivyo. I'm telling you, things are going to get tougher. Next year, things are going to get tougher and the things are going to be thicker.
Singapore tena.
Hiyo acha nikwambie hivyo unajua ameanza na ile trajectory alianza nayo ya 2024. Nakumbuka akituambia ati lazima tujaribu kutengeneza tunajaribu kutengeneza economy. What did he come to say in 2024? Alisema tunakuja kutengeneza economy. I need to tax you more so that inaweza stabilize the economy. Now he has started with another plan ya kuja kutuambia kuhusu ECG Singapore mnasema Sinapols. Ameanza kutuletea hizo mambo and I'm telling you on June let him try and arrange that finance bill atajaribu kuarrange. Because they are going to arrange the last finance bill and he's not going to care because itakuwa ya kuenda elections and it will precede a historic thing that you have never seen. That is what I'm seeing in front. It will not be games as usual. Hiyo wakati hakuna mtu atamsaidia. Kuna
aya, huyu ni Jirongo.
Friday evening I went to a place called Oasis in Karen at around 8 p.m. 8:30. As I drove in, I saw Mheshimiwa Jirongo seated with Mheshimiwa Speaker of the National Assembly, Wetangula, and two other gentlemen. One who I know, the other one I didn't know. The other one is Reverend Malala, who is the owner of that premise. He said, I'm still here, but Mheshimiwa Wetangula has left. I'm still with the other two gentlemen that you saw. So the following day, we were supposed to have a lunch meeting, him, myself, and Mheshimiwa Philip Kisia at Mheshimiwa Philip Kisia's house on Saturday, yesterday at 1. So I told him, I can see you're staying out late and we have an important meeting. Can you go home? Just jokingly. And we joked and we left it at that. This was exactly 11. At 3:23 p.m., I told you, his wife called me and informed me about this accident. So I told Anne, but no, at 11, he was in Karen. How is he now and he told me he was coming home, How is he now in an accident in Naivasha? And she said, I don't know. I saw two broken legs. His legs were broken at the ankle, both of them, down here, broken completely here, and broken here. And one was his hand, was it left? I can't remember, left or right, was also broken. The face had scratches, not serious scratches that can cause death. Just small little scratches, 1, 2 on the chin, one on top of the eye. Here is a gentleman in Karen, retiring to go to his house to sleep, prepare for the meeting that I was supposed to have with him the following day. Now he's in an accident in Naivasha. And in Naivasha, not Nakuru bound, but Nairobi bound. It is a mystery that I can't unravel.
Sasa, huyu besti anasema, na Mama Nyakairo urudi, because I need to laugh here. This guy is saying they were planning to have a meeting the next day kwa nyumba ya Philip Kisia. So meaning, if they wanaachana usiku. So statistically, if there is a meeting the next day in Nairobi, there is no way in which you will drive going to Naivasha. Maybe
what is not even being understood is I've tried to figure out about that issue, and I've seen Jirongo, there is a book he was about to release, and he said that book, if he's going to release it, his life is in danger. Then another thing, I think even the book should be released now. Then another thing I saw is about, they are saying that the bus was also traveling to the same direction that the car was traveling in. And then they are saying it was a head-on collision. But the things are going to put themselves in open. Lazima mambo itakuja ichipuke nini kilikuwa kinaendelea. Because people even are asking, dereva tu peke yake ni aliona ongea kwa hiyo story yote. Wale abiria walikuwa wamebebwa bado hatuwajasikia wakiongea. Why are we not even hearing them? They are witnesses.
Nyinyi hatari kuliko DCI. Si basi Wakenya waajiriwe kama DCI. We disband the DCI. Because hii maswali unauliza hata DCI hawaulizi. Very patent question.
Wewe uliona tu dereva. Si uliona tu dereva akiongea. Wewe uliona witnesses wakiongea Njiru. Uliona mpaka passengers wakiongea. So one thing is very clear. Nimekwambia siku hizi nimekuwa senior counsel. One thing is very clear, Njiru. There is something wrong really happening. And if that is linked to something that happened to this guy, the first thing should be done, because the driver is the one who we are listening on his story. Tunasikia tu one side of the story. We need to hear the other side of the story, because it cannot be just that wewe unasema tu story yako ndio tutachukua na tuseme ni the gospel truth, na ndio tutakuwa tu. Kama huyu mtu alikuwa kwa side nyingine, inamaanisha alikuwa na overtake gari nyingine, ama alikuwa anafanya nini Njiru? Unaweza kuwa ukipeleka kwa gari side ya mtu mwingine na uram kwa hiyo gari, na hiyo gari ilikuwa una overtake, haija huyo jamaa hata kusimama kuangalia ama kuongea ama kupatiana hata first aid ama nini. This is Kenya bwana. Hizi mambo wanajaribu kutupatia hapa. They are not adding up, but everything is going to go to light. Kila kitu, hakuna kitu inajifichaga, and Kenyans are going to push them till they are going to hiyo kesi itabidi. I have seen even the family has spoken today evening. Wamesema is a must they be told what happened. They are waiting to hear.
Sheima anasema Sheima, na venye traffic wanakuanga na kimbelembele, hata traffic hawaongei.
There is something hata enlightened amesema mpaka ikaenanisha the driver was the driver of the whole story. Amesema the driver was the driver of the whole story.
Enlightened gola anakuanga mchezo sana. The driver has changed the narrative. Anyway, this was a high level killing of lawyers killing each other. I think on a paid fee. They are acting for somebody, but it's unfortunate because kama alikuwa anakutana au watu wote naona tu ni waluya tu, Philip Kisia, Wetangula, au watu wote nimesikia wakitanjwa hapo. So kuna
anasema Gaidho ameweka declassified.
Tutafute Gaidho ama?
Amesema declassified video. Najua sijui anatoaga Ruto vitu wapi. Anakuaga
ni controversial. Anapendanga hizo.
Kwanza hapa kuna tumambo anapenda sana hapa.
No, of course, Anne likes controversy. Unaona kitu haina controversy is not for Anne.
Lakini Njiru, wewe umei kujiuliza hiyo swali? Kwa accident wewe umei kusikia story ya mtu mmoja peke yake na imebeba watu wengi? Kwa hiyo basi si hata mtu angesema nilisikia brakes zimepigwa tu, hata nikagonga tu kiti, ninaangalia na shida ni hili kinafanyika. Usingekuwa unasikia story kama hizo.
Was Jirongo alone? Ama walikufa watu wangapi kwa hiyo accident?
Wanasema Jirongo alikuwa peke yake, but kwa basi wanasema he had I don't know how he had it. The bus I think was full with passengers, but you cannot say that even though the passengers were sleeping or something. Hawezi sema passengers hawataamuka tu kushtuliwa na hiyo nini. Sasa alisema alipiga brakes. Kwa ukipigishwa brakes Jiru na umeenda speed, si utaamka kuangalia nini hii ni imefanyika, na sasa hizo umesikia loud bang. It's not adding up bwana. These things are not adding up. Waache kushinda wakitusumbua bwana. They need to tell us the truth, what happened.
Jirongo aliuliwa pahali, alafu accident ikakuwa simulated. Yeah.
Na alafu Asili TV amekwambia there is no passenger bus from Nairobi to Busia which leaves Nairobi at 2 a.m. Asili TV anakwambia there is no passenger bus from Nairobi to Busia which leaves Nairobi at 2 a.m.
Na mko na mambo. Yaani
watajua.
Ati Shima anasema ati sasa alilewa akasahau njia ya kwake Karen, akaenda Naivasha, kisha akashtuka akageuza gari kurudi Nairobi. Salele. Anyway, you know the problem is that the dead tells no tale. So
Angalia Gaitho ndio nana nakwambia.
Jina yake inaitwa aje? Niko kwa page ya Gaitho na sioni, ama ni uko kwa X. Niko kwa Francis Gaitho and I don't see a. Na mbona mja subscribe Gaitho with the subscribe with 13k subscribers is too low. Hebu muende msubscribe Gaitho bwana. Ni kama
lakini mimi hata hiyo mambo when this was on today is on Saturday, ndio Sunday, so this was on Friday waking up, ilikuwa ni Friday waking up Saturday, ndio it was Friday waking up Saturday ndio the accident happened. Silikuwa juzi nani Njiru. Yeah, so how will traffic be like that on a Saturday morning? This is really baffling. Hata mimi naweza kataa kujua by the way. Sasa nimeingia into deep. Acha vile mnasemaga ni controversy. Nimeingia too deep kwa sababu sasa lazima tujue. We need to know. We need to know what happened.
Yeah, kama ni huko nitaingia baadaye. I thought akona kitu YouTube.
We need to know.
No, anyway, huyo beshte aliuawa na story mingi tuache. And it's about 2027 sababu wewe Joseph umesema sisi tunaongea hapa story ya kura na majenzi wanasema hawako huko, wao wako kwa streets. Wanangojea street work. Can you comment about that Joseph? Where Gen Z are saying wao wanangojea street work. Wana hiyo kinga yetu.
Nilikwambia Njiru nyinyi mnagojea elections. Na kushinda hapa mkijikuna kichwa mkisemaga sijui tutaenda kwa polling station, sijui tutasafeguard aje kura. Jenzi wamejipanga kitambo bwana, wameanza kualikia documents. Hiyo hata ni kuguziwa, mnaguziwa tu kidogo kidogo. Ni kama vile tu unaekaga kachumvi kidogo kidogo kwa chakula usikisikia kama inaonja. Mnaguziwa documents. Hiyo mmeguziwa ni title. Hamjaguziwa contents. And the contents are very hard. They know what they are doing. Those guys, they cannot be that they wanted to bring a revolution in Tanzania and they are not going to be able to bring it in their own country. Don't tell me that one, you cannot tell me it will happen. They must have a plan for their country. And those guys, they talk in corridors. I think even now they are afraid. They are not afraid. I think nowadays they are very cautious. They don't come to talk their things in social media. Because what happened, the first thing that made the Gen Z revolution to have a problem, an infiltration, was when they came to X account and they started doing their planning. Then you found some of the NIS guys, some of the DCI guys, they started listening to their conversations and knowing what they wanted to plan. And then they started planting their molds in this kind of circles. Then these Gen Zs, they became clever. And you saw even they bashed some of the hosts who are hosting these things because they clearly even violated what those Gen Z had said. They had said they don't want politicians in their podcast. But you saw what really happened. All of them, they went, I will see even government officials there. And I think they said now what they will be planning about their country, it will not be operated in those means. Because let me tell you, when you operate in the circles of social media, everything will leak out and they know you are planning. So, umekuwa mkijibio. Jirus, umekuwa ukiuliza hiyo swali ni nini Gen Z watokei kupiga kura? Na nini watokei kuchukua IDs na kura? Now they are answering you. They have already told you very simple things that even Gachagua cannot talk about. That's why I get angry with him. See, the system is broken. Simply as that guy has put it. That young man has put it simple. The system is broken. And we cannot go to the elections with a broken system. How will we go to an election with a broken system? Already you're telling us that you're going to bring early voting. And you're going to bring all these shenanigans. You know, even they had said they are going to bring mobile voting. So, how are we going to go to elections with a system like that? A system where you are told even your biometrics cannot be found. Sijui kama uliona shosho fulani alikuwa na rub vidole zake na mawe akiambiwa she cannot vote because her biometrics are not being found. And we were told all along ati kutakuwa na manual backup. So these guys now they are ready, they are anticipating, they know what they are doing. Maybe even they have already planned everything all along. They don't even want to tell you the date because wakianza kutuambia Njiru na sisi ni hapa tu, tuko hapa mdomo. Tukionesha hata vile wanataka kufanya. Let them do their thing. They know what they are doing. They want to liberate their countries. Do you think those Gen Zs have come from the point where they were saying that school help has not been helping them? The help has not been coming. The help has been cut. Their parents are struggling. The economy is bad. The people they were demanding for accountability and the people they demanded to be sacked were brought back to the certain ministries. Their fellow comrades died in the struggle. They sneaked in the finance bill through the back channel. And also, they even jailed some of their colleagues. Some were even abducted. They have never even been known where they went. Do you think those guys just left it at that? Wakasema, wacha ishi. Do you think they left it just like that? No. Sometimes you need to retrieve. Then you start to recount and see what you are going to do. Sometimes inabidigi unarudi nyuma, unaona hapa tulifanya hivi, kuna makosa iliingia, ilikuwa mara yetu ya kwanza, tukakuwa na social media platforms zikainfiltratiwa na hawa watu, tukakuwa na watu wengine walikuwa wamejifanya ndio wakubwa wetu, wakataa kutuuza, lakini tukakataa. Sasa itabidi turudi kwa drawing board, tujue vile tutafanya. And me I can like even they do it in the hide. Watu waifanye huko ndani. Hata mimi sitaki kujua. Ndio kwa sababu sisi wengi wetu tuko na upuzi mwingi sana. We have been full of tribalism. These guys, they came and showed us the way. Hata tujamaliza miezi. Tumemaliza miezi kutoka ile siku tulikuwa na the concert they were celebrating their fellow Gen Z who were killed 25th June 2025. June ilikuwa tu juzi. Sasa tumeanza kuongea kuhusu kingpin, sijui nini, tribal, sijui tuliachwa kwa broad base, sijui hao wengine wanasema sijui Gachagua, sijui we have not even recounted what they were telling us, these kids. We have not. And you expect them to tell us anything they want to do? You expect them to come in podcast and everything they tell you at Njiru, tuko pazuri, tutakuwa tukiwaambia kwa nini hatuchukui kura? No. These guys, they can't. And I'm telling you, they cannot be, they were trying to liberate Tanzania the way they were trying, and they failed to liberate their country. That is one thing you not lie to me. Hata ukikuja hapo uniambia hapana, sijui mambo ya walinyamaza, walifanya nini. You cannot lie to me that thing. They are going to liberate their country. And they know what they are going to do. And they know. So, as we can come here and talk all the day Njiru, tukiongeaga vile kura zilifanywa mbele na zilifanywa ni hata labda wanakujaga hapa sometimes wanatuangalia wanaanza kucheka. Angalia hizi watu wakiongea kuhusu mambo ya mbele. But one thing I've taken out from that guy, and a very good thing that everybody should take from his mouth, there is no system. The system is broken. There is no system. In terms of healthcare, there is no system. That guy is even saying electro. The systems are broken. From healthcare, from education, to economy, to agriculture, to anything, to even how we are supposed to be taxed. The system is broken, everything is broken. So, if they are going to tell me they are going to liberate the country, by the way, mimi Njiru nimekubali, I'll just give my hands off, niseme vijana, liberate the country. If you want us to help you, we'll push you. Lakini saa hizi hata sisi kama our generation tumepita, Generation X, boomers, millennials, let's leave these kids to show us the way to liberate our country. If we have shown we have failed as a society. Walituacha tu miezi 5 tu hapa tumeanza mambo ya tribalism. Tumesahau kile lessons walikuwa wanatufunza. So Jiru, me, I think I've answered you. Sijui kama uko hapo. So I think Jiru, yuko Abel, uko hapo mkuu?
Abel alipotea, maybe nataka kuweka kitu hapa. I'm now hearing that United Opposition is slowly breaking up. Ni kama hata wao, I think ni kama they are discovering they are doing more disservices to each other than what they are supposed to do. So tusikilize hii video. Abel, I don't know kama
of Kenya ever get near to the offices of power and decision making.
Let us talk about the United Opposition. So here is a question where you made a statement in terms of zoning Nairobi for DCP, and that elicited a lot of conversation because even Wiper party leader Kalonzo Musyoka said, we have not gotten into any discussion in terms of zoning. And many have equally just described you as a bully, that within the United Opposition, it's either Gachagwa's way or the highway. Is that the case?
I don't think I've said it's either my way or the highway, but I'm the party leader of DCP. And I have my party to market. I must market my party and I must fight for its rightful space in any dispensation. What we have agreed as United Opposition is in Nairobi is that we'll have an arrangement where we are not having friendly fire because we will lose. Nairobi is complicated, and there are voting patterns that have been there in history. There are areas where Wiper is strong. There are areas where DCP is strong. If Wiper and DCP fight, we could give way to UDA. And all I was saying is that we have an arrangement. That is true. Even Kalonzo has clarified. He didn't say we have not spoken. What he was correcting is the impression that was given by the press that I said these seats are being reserved for DCP. I never said such a thing. What I said is that between DCP and Wiper, among ourselves, we will take all these seats. That's what I said. I didn't say they will be for DCP.
That's not the statement you made.
No, that's what I said. I said between myself, between DCP and Wiper, we'll take 16 out of 17
But Mr. Gachagua, you're quoted saying that in Nairobi, the governor position would go to
I
DCP.
said yes. I said
You said
yes,
that
I did.
senator position would go to DCP.
I did.
You said that 17 seats of member of parliament would go to DCP.
No, I didn't say that.
At what point
I
in
did.
that
I
conversation
said,
did you say that you sat with Kalonzo and agreed on how you would take these seats as United Opposition? Because that did not come out.
No, you are also putting words in my mouth. What I said is this. Between myself and Kalonzo, we have had discussions on how we make sure that we take the majority seats in Nairobi by not fighting among ourselves. And I said, I'll be fighting for DCP to be given governor, to be given senator, to be given women rep. I'll fight. It does not mean because I'll fight, I'll get, but I must fight. You see, my friend, if you want to go somewhere, you must be ambitious. You must anchor your party properly. I would like my party to take governor. I would like it to take senator. I would like it to take women rep. That does not mean because I would like it to take it, it'll take. We'll negotiate. And then I said, out of the 17 seats, we'll fight for 16 out of 17 among ourselves. I didn't say they are for DCP. The people of the press went ahead to say that I said these seats are for Kikuyus because the press, most of it has been pocketed by William Ruto to say DCP is a Kikuyu party. DCP is not a Kikuyu.
Wacha nitoe hiyo. Nataka kwanza kuwaekea ingine moto sana. So Bwana Abel, are you there ama ulienda? Wacha niwaeke, nataka muone cheering squad. Hey, nataka muone Alice Wahome, no si Alice Wahome, Alice Ng'ang'a akiongoza cheering squad on Facebook. Nataka muone cheering squad wazito. Kidogo. Sisi kama mnashikanisha? Hey. If you cannot get it, forget it. No, it's not about jana. See, you can watch the gestures. No, hii hatuhitaji voice. Ugereriai. Sauti bana. Alafu anapiga simu na mbona cheering squad hapo down haifanyi? Sasa huyo anapigia sasa cheering, ndio huyo uone mikono ya huyo. Sauti bana. Ni kama nyua sea muongei. Atusikii. Ndio huyo sasa anapiga. Sasa huyo anapigia sasa cheering squad na hapo. Unaona sasa huyu mama vile ana Ruto. If you don't get it, forget it. Hadi anainua mkono. Wewe sauti bana. Wow. People are overworking, manze. Wow. Oh, Awakikuyu. Huyu hata hawezi fanyia mzee hivyo. Hawezi overwork kwake nyumbani vile ana overwork kwa Ruto. Wah! You know this is serious. Sauti bana. Alafu huyu anapiga simu. Aizikata huyu naye anaona ni kama squad yake haitoi sauti. Huyu sasa squad yake haitoi. We, ni nini mbaya na hapo chini? Hiyo atulipi sasa. Atulipi. Kama ni hivyo, atulipi. Wakikuyu. How many times did I call you? Hata kule kwa Muthende sikuona hivi. Hii ni bioni bana. Ni sawa. Nilikuwa nataka kuwaonesha hiyo ili muone. Awakikuyu's family. Awakikuyu's families. We are one. We are family. We are one. We are family. Oh, we are one. We are family. We are one. We are family. We are one. We are family. We are one. Hata wala wanatuuza we are family. We are one.
But I want to sit in Kisa. We want to sit in Narok. We want to sit in Nairobi. Nobody talked about Kikuyus in that church. I talked about DCP. And to tell me that DCP is synonymous to Kikuyu is erroneous. It isn't erroneous. It is not synonymous to Kikuyus. Kikuyus are in DCP, yes. So are many other Kenyans. So what is, and Kalonzo has clarified, we have not agreed on who is to get what. But what we have agreed is that among ourselves.
Wacha niwaeke wanawake wa IPCA nimewapata. Oh, we are one. We are family. We are one. We are family. Wamama wa AIPCA ndio hawa. Oh, we are one. We are family. We are one. We are family. Oh, we are one. We are family. Hiyo ndio front row. Oh, we are one. We are family. We are one. We are family. Oh, we are one. We are family. We are one. We are family. Anyway, ndio hiyo. Umeona wamama wa AIPCA So what is your comment? Mumeona hawa mama? Wamama wa AIPCA ndio hao. Kanisa mzuri. Kanisa ina wacha kuona mingi. So si umeona how the cheering squad is motivated. Lazima umotivate cheering squad. So hakuna vile unawalipa na unawaonesha how to cheer. Kikuyu leaders. Hapo ndio mumetufikisha. Ni sawa. Anyway, mimi sitaongea mingi. I will not talk a lot. Wacha tusikie hii familia imeongea story ya kifo cha mwenda zake marehemu CJ.
Wix, one platform, any website,
Alafu tufunge kituo.
unlimited creation.
And he was found dead in Naivasha, traveling from Naivasha side to Nairobi, driving alone. So when he met this accident, he was now coming to Nairobi instead, between 11:30 and 3 o'clock. He was alone.
This is how Jirongo Mheshimiwa, our brother, was in Karen at that late hours. He leaves to come to his home here. Naivasha is not in between here and Karen. How did he find himself in Naivasha, driving back to Nairobi? In Naivasha, driving back to Nairobi. That's a mystery that must be unraveled. And as Mheshimiwa Chairman says, it's only the government that can answer us those questions. We, as the family, the community, and the country at large, we want answers.
When you're ready.
Good evening. We've had a session here at the home of our departed brother, Mheshimiwa Cyrus Jirongo. In this session of today, the most important thing was to form a committee that will spearhead the activities and make the arrangements for his interment and burial. My name is Senator George Khaniri, a brother and friend to Mheshimiwa Cyrus Jirongo. And as I had said earlier, the session we've just finished now was to set up a committee that will run the show, will make arrangements for the funeral. What has come out from the session we've had, with the consultation with the family, we have agreed, number one, on the burial date, which has been set tentatively for 30th of December 2025. Number two, as you know very well, Mheshimiwa had many homes, so questions were being asked as to which home he will be buried. I think the family has agreed that Mheshimiwa will be buried in his Dumaganda home next to his father and mother's grave. The committee that has been set is chaired by our elder, Mheshimiwa Fred Gumo, who is going to be chairing the committee. And as we retreat to have the committee meeting, we will select other people to play other roles in that committee. We will certainly need a secretary, although we have joint secretaries, Mheshimiwa's friend Nyongesa and Kwandukwa Mchesi are going to be joint secretaries to the committee, but we'll elect other people for other positions, vice chair and so forth. Now, as you know very well, the body is still lying at the Lee Funeral Home. Yesterday, when we checked in the body, because a few people had an opportunity to view, but the body had to be sealed. This was instructions from the government, the investigating agencies, that nobody can view the body and they cannot embalm the body until they are done with their investigations. There's a forensic investigation going on, and the officer leading the investigation, I spoke to him this morning, and he told me that they anticipate to be done with this exercise by tomorrow. So we should have a post-mortem maybe tomorrow or the day after, in consultation with the family. And then now the rest of the people who want to view the body, the committee will make arrangements with the Lee Funeral Home as to when people can visit the home before the 30th to view the body. I think that's what we have, the only brief we have for now, unless the chairman, our chairman, has something to add.
As you know, this is a Christmas session, and many people will be traveling to the countryside. That's why we thought we must make a decision now and tell the public and relatives when the burial will be. And we thought the best date will be 30th of December. We have just selected some of the members of the committee, including family members. Should there be any changes, because the family, in this case, the family matters a lot more. Should there be any changes, we shall let you know. But as you know, Khaniri is now my co-chair, and maybe being younger, he'll be issuing more statements than me. So from now on, that is what we are looking at. But the main thing that we must say, and that's why that the family and all relatives are concerned, is the investigations. We are asking the investigation officers to do everything possible and tell us what really happened. Because Mheshimiwa Jirongo was
to tell us exactly what happened. Hiyo ni story ya jamba. They will know nothing. But mheshimiwa endelea kuongea.
Left Karen at around 11:30, going home, which is here. And he was found.
And please also, I'm recommending that give us 2 subscriptions to Fikisha Ngapi. So please, if you are watching us and you have not subscribed us, nitakuomba kwa heshima hizo subscription mbili. If we can get 2 subscriptions from you, tutafikisha ngapi? 2260. 2258 plus 2, 2260. So please give us those 2 subscriptions tonight to Fikisha 2260. Anyway, I don't know why kila mazishi tunasemanga hii statement. History ya njamba hapa.
Of December. We have just selected some of the members of the committee, including family members. Should there be any changes, because the family, in this case, the family matters a lot more. Should there be any changes, we shall let you know. But as you know, Khaniri is now my co-chair, and maybe being younger, he'll be issuing more statements than me. So from now on, that is what we are looking at. But the main thing that we must say, and that's why that the family and all relatives are concerned, is the investigations. We are asking the investigation officers to do everything possible and tell us what really happened. Because Mheshimiwa Jirongo was left Karen at around 11:30, going home, which is here. and he was found dead in Naivasha, traveling from Naivasha side to Nairobi, driving alone. So when he made this accident, he was now coming to Nairobi instead. So we don't know what they are going to do in Naivasha, and we are just asking the government. It's only the government that can find out. There are cameras these days all over. They must have seen this car. I mean, they must have detected this car as it left Karen, going towards Naivasha, and when it turned, coming this way. So that's what the family is very concerned about. They just want to know what really happened, because there was nobody else. He was the only one. He was alone in the car. That's all that the family is asking. And we also, as friends and the chairman and the committee. Thank you.
Does it mean that this is a case you actually suspecting foul play?
We are not suspecting anything. We cannot find out. It was at night, between 11:30 and 3 o'clock. She was alone. So the only agency that can investigate and give us information is the government, because she was alone. There was no other witness.
The mystery that we want unraveled is how Jirongo Mheshimiwa, our brother, was in Karen at that late hours. He leaves to come to his home here. Naivasha is not in between here and Karen. How did he find himself in Naivasha, driving back to Nairobi? In Naivasha, driving back to Nairobi. That's a mystery that must be unraveled. And as Mheshimiwa Chairman says, it's only the government that can answer us those questions. We, as the family, the community, and the country at large, we want answers. Thank you.
We had reports that he was traveling home. I don't know if that is the case, and
that is not true. He was alone. He was not traveling home.
Of course, from Karen to his house,
to here,
his home.
This home here.
Not to home in Kakamega.
Yes. And
the home in Gigiri.
Again, take it again.
He was traveling from Karen. He was supposed to travel from Karen to his home in Gigiri. But now he was found dead on Naivasha, Nairobi Road, traveling from Naivasha towards Nairobi. So we don't know. The only people who can find out is police. If they can check on the cameras, they should be able to tell. Because there are cameras. They should be able to tell how this car traveled all the way to that side and back.
The accident, did he raise any concerns about his life or security?
I think that is.
Hiyo ni mambo kubwa. You are traveling from Karen to Gigiri, and the news break you are dead in Naivasha. Hai. Hata sisi tunataka kuambiwa mingi sana. Mbona hata sisi tusijijibie? Lazima vitu zingine uambiwe. Do we need a forensic standard in that story? Unajua pia sisi Kenya tunajifanyanga tunataka kuambiwa ati let the experts investigate. Is that an expert story? Anyway, inaitwa Kenya. Mtu afanya kazi yake. Hata Ruto anafanya kazi yake. And we cannot comment about it. Shineke. Sawa, mimi sina budi. It was a joy. It was nice to be hosting for you tonight. Ukikuja uone hii show, continue supporting us, support the opposition, and support us with a subscription. You can also thank us. There are so many ways you can also like our video, you can subscribe, you can share with as many people as possible. So hatuna la ziada siku ya leo. Isipokuwa tufunge kituo na niseme mapambano. We have to still continue fighting. We cannot give up whatsoever. We have said occasionally that opposition haikai kama imejipanga. but we cannot give up with them. We do not have another home. Miss Muringa, hiyo nitasema hatuna boma ingine, hatuna boma ingine. Na kwa lugha yangu tunasemanga hivi, hata ukizaa kiwete mtoto ni wako. Huu upinzani hata uwe kiwete ni wetu. The only thing we can do is to see how they can be able to work and produce results, and we can push them to do that. So sababu hatuna wengine, na tukizaa wengine nyinyi akina Miss Muringe, sababu nyinyi ndio mnazaanga. Hata tukiwaambia muende mtuzalie viongozi, by the time wakuwe wakubwa wakuje kukua viongozi wetu, Kasongo ametumaliza sana. This opposition as it is, we have to work with it this way. We have to give them our confidence so that najua leo mtalala na furaha sana nikianzia kusema vitu kama hizo. Ni kama mlikuwa mnaona ni kama siwapendi. No, we have to give the opposition our confidence, whichever the way. Wakuwe hawajui kujipanga, hawajui kuongea, ni viwete, ni bubu, ni vibogoyo. We have to give them our confidence. Naona hata Animbwele, unajua that's how we do. Even when you are disciplining your own, you have also to employ love at some time. So tunawapenda sana. Upinzani wetu tunawapenda sana. Hata kwa hiyo ujinga yenyu yoyote. Najua watu hawaamini. Tunawapenda sana. We love you. Hatuwezi waacha. Sasa tutawaacha tuende kwa Kasongo. We cannot leave you. Imagine huu upinzani, I think ndio mko na hii kiburi yote hivi. Sababu mnajua hakuna pali tunaweza enda. That is why you know, even in your confusion, we are just glued to you. Nyinyi watu wa opposition nyinyi. You know, this is what happens when there are no choices. Due to lack of choices, we are stuck with them. Nyinyi opposition, I will deal with you in 2040. Sahi, I have no option. But in 2040, I will have an option. Maybe your time na nitakuwa kagogo pahali. In 2040, I will be spoiled for options. Nitakuwa nasema, spendi huyu, nataka huyu. Taki huyu, nataka huyu. That time we will have built a very good country. Sasa ni shida yako ni nini? Social engineering is also a cause. I'm not social engineering you. Lazima niwaeke matumaini. There's no in which hii vita tutatoboa if we don't have hope. Na nimesema vizuri sana Ann. Ukizaa kilema unalea. Utupi. So we have to agree this is the best opposition we have. This is the best opposition we have. Na sababu hatuwezi enda kwa Ruto, so we work with what we have. I know Mrs. Muringi anasikia vizuri sana nikisema hivyo. Unajua watu wamenipigia masimu sana, watu wakaniambia Njiro wake huwezi ongea hivyo. Sasa kama wewe ndio unasema opposition hakuna kitu, sasa where else do we go? Mimi hata ukisikia nikiko, you know, I have to tell the opposition the truth, but I'm with them. It is only somebody who does not love you who does not tell you the truth. So the reason why we are telling the opposition awako ni sababu tunawapenda. Kama tungekuwa hatuwapendi, hatungekuwa tunawaambia ukweli. So wana upinzani tunawapenda sana, ndio tunawaambia ukweli. With a smile, by the way. We are sharing truth with you in a smile and with a spirit. Well, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing what your sweetheart said. I'm not doing manufactured consent. No one has approached me to do any consent. I'm not doing any consent. Na please hebu subscribe out of the 26 people. Kama uja subscribe, na kama kuna mtu anataka pia kurusha dola 10 anaweza rusha. Si kuna thank you button hapo. Of late hata hakuna mtu anarusha kitu, mulisota wote. Ati United Girl anasema aje? Ati hawako na wewe, si ni opposition, si yuko. No, I'm just trying to say we love our opposition so much. Our opposition, we love you. Tunawapenda. Kalonzo tunakupenda. Gachagua tunakupenda. Matiang'i tunakupenda. Tunawapenda nyote. Opposition tunawapenda. We give you your kids. Hatuwezi waacha. We love you so much. Upinzani wetu tunawapenda. Anne is calling it manufactured consent. No one called me to make me have that consent. Miss Moringi amini ati nimeanzia kupenda upinzani. I love them. I can't quit them. Nawapenda na nachukia tabia zao. Ati sasa ati Ana anasema ati wale walikupigia simu watume. Thank you. Ndio nacheka. Yeah, of course. Enlightened Girl anasema ati hata wewe unapenda. Of course. We would want to show them love. If we don't show the united opposition love, it's too hot outside there. It's too hot outside there to start. The best thing we can do is support them na kuambia tuko pamoja na nyinyi, lakini muache ujinga. Nikikutana na Gachagua leo nitamwambia tunakupenda, we like you, lakini uache ujinga. Nikikutana na Kalonzo nitamwambia nakupenda, lakini style up, wacha ujinga. Yani nasema I have not changed, and there is difference between, even when you are cautioning. These are some of the things which I've learned in psychology. There is much you can do more in love than in disparage. And I agree that, and I declared it here yesterday. Gachagua is deflated, but we are not quitting him. We will work with our deflated Gachagua, and we will show them love. And if they want to, na kama wanataka kurusha hiyo upendo yetu kwa maumbo na huko nje, is okay. Yeah, so the united opposition, style up. Don't take our love for granted. Why not love UDA? Ukitumwa psychology. No, I can't. So Anne, huu upinzani lazima tuupende, lazima tuambie you can do it, you can make it. Upinzani, it is possible. Bwana Matiang'i, it is possible. As long as you are not a mode for Ruto. As long as you are not working for Ruto, my dear upinzani, you can make it. The ground is fertile for change. So mimi napenda upinzani sana. Napenda upinzani sana. That is the only thing I love. So tunapenda upinzani wetu sana. Because if we don't love our opposition, we will not be able to win this war. The beginning of any war, when people are in a battalion fighting, you begin by love. Otherwise, you start killing each other. If we are 5 soldiers and we have to go and fight the same battle, we have to love each other to the extent that ukiona the opponent. That's why when they face different direction. The reason why soldiers face different direction in a battle and they trust each other is that I have some face in the north, others face in the east, others face even wengine wanaangalia juu. It is because they trust each other. I trust you to face in the south, and I don't need to face in the south. And you trust me to face in the north, and I don't want you to face in the north. Because any danger from the north, I will handle. And for you, any danger from the south, you will handle. And our friend, any danger from the east, he will handle. And our other friend, any danger from the west, he will handle. That is how people win. That is what it means. So, Anembwire, we have continuing telling them they have to invest on strategists, but I hope they listen. So please, all my subscribers, I'm waiting for those 2 subscribers. Siwezi funga hii kituo kama hao subscribers hawajaweka. Amwezi kuwa, hata kama amwezi nichangia, amwezi ninyima subscribers yawa. Surely. Muninyime pesa na muninyime subscribers. You have to, itabidi muachilie one of it. So it is either money or subscribers, because mumekataa na zote mbili. So I'm waiting for, so please, out of that 2 people, tafadhali, nataka 2 subscribers wawili leo. Msikuange watu wa kuniangusha. It takes a lot of energy to be here, to plan what we are going to talk today. It is part of encouraging our united opposition. Don't think like these shows which we do here, they are not important. If we lose hope like many other Kenyans, we are giving Bwana Kasongo a through pass. So please, nipeni hiyo subscription mbili tafadhali. Nisitoke hapa hiyo. Hata mmoja tafadhali. Naomba 31 people, one subscriber. Yeah. Njiro, politics is so dynamic. You might be talking ill of opposition today. Tomorrow you lack something to accuse. Where? Hapana, mimi napenda upinzani. I'm a very fidelious person. Mimi ni mtu ambaye anapenda vizuri. So mimi napenda upinzani kabisa. And I would not like to use the signs which are red flag are not enough. It's all right. So hata ukinichukulia nikiwa mtu wa red flag ni sawa. Hakuna shida. I will not be the only sellout. Si hata Alice Ng'ang'a ambaye amesema Kenya iuzwe, mumemufanyia kitu. So if you think I'm a sellout, is okay. Alice Ng'ang'a want your country to be sold, and you are not rioting. And when Alice Ng'ang'a is saying that your country be sold, anasema hata kule wewe unakaa ani kuuzwe. Miss Muringe, this woman is saying hata kwenyu nyumbani kuuzwe when she is talking about that. Haya, nyinyi muendelee tu. Ni baraka. Lakini viongozi wa Kikuyu mustaila, hatuwezi kuwa na viongozi waovu hivyo. Ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu. Ni baraka. We andari usikuja tuimbia hiyo wimbo. At least we need also to start praying for our nation to get revolution. To get Mungu atuingie kwa roho zetu, tukue sisi sio watu ambao we can consume lies. At individual levels it's very difficult to consume lies, but this idea where we are consuming lies as a group ni vibaya sana. Na tuombee Mulima, sababu Mulima umetumika sana katika taifa letu kupotosha wengi. And I will say that again. Mulima umetumika sana kupotosha wengi. For me, I think if there is a road to hell in Kenya, it's through Mount Kenya. If there is a road to hell in Kenya, it is through Mount Kenya. Hawa watu wetu wa Mulima wanaweza kuwa washa negotiate na shetani kitambo. Kuna uwezekano hawa watu wetu wa Mulima and I'm saying it to the out of kindness. Kuna uwezekano hawa watu wetu wa Mulima washa gonga deal na shetani. Sisi tunangojea tu kulushwa tu kwa the lake of fire. Pengine hawa watu wetu wa Mulima walishakula kwa shetani kitambo. Sisi tu tunasema tu let's focus on going to heaven. let's focus on going to heaven. Kumbe tikiti yetu ya kupelekwa jehanamu ilishakulwa kitambo. Hawa watu wetu wa mlima siwaonangi vizuri. They can do anything. They can do anything. So enlightened. Hawa watu wetu wa mlimani wanaweza kuwa alishaongea na shetani kitambo. Sisi tuko hapa tu tumerelax. Wako on the other side, shetani tulia bana. Tushakutengenezea sasa. Ngojea hata Waluya tunakuletea. Najua kuna mtu hapati hiyo, lakini ni sawa, utapata kesho. Shetani ni quotes. Haya, hata the real devil kuna uwezekano. Hawa watu wetu wa mlima siwaonangi vizuri. Hawa watu wetu wa mlima hawa wanaweza kuwa hata walishakula ya shetani kitambo na wakaambia shetani usijali. Ni Kenya unataka? Hii tutakuletea, hii tutakufungia hii. Unataka lini? Wewe shetani na wewe ni nini bana? Ongeza 500 bana, ongeza 500 nilete saa hii. Ongeza 500 ongeza 500 nilete saa hii. My dear people from mlima. Money, please. Musikue kama Esau. Pesa ilifanya auze uzao wake. Musikue kama Judas the Iscariot. I'm talking about the power of money. So let's reduce the use of money. Hiyo pesa ya Kasongo tukatae sasa. Hata hiyo pesa mulikula mbele imewasaidia. I'm waiting for those 2 subscriptions, please. 33 people. Amwezi tafadhali kosa watu wawili. At least munitoe kwa kituo na furaha. Imagine leo sijapata hata subscription hata moja. We grow this channel. Wacha tusikue hivyo. Na ni kama muna miss huyu mama, niwaekee tena. Muna miss huyu mama. Huyu mama muna miss. Muna miss huyu mama. Wacha tu niwaekee. At least hakuna haja ya kumiss huyu mama. You know, this is what Kenya can offer. Unajua ni vizuri kujivunia Kenya. Haka ni ketu kakujizalia. Ama namna gani? Tujivunie ketu. Haka ni ketu kakujizalia.
Subaru is proud to be the largest automotive donor to Meals on Wheels America, helping seniors.
Ututengeneze expressway biashara Moi Ruto wana mama Simba oye! Wana mama Simba oye! Leo ni leo, msema kesho. Leo ni leo, msema kesho. Your Excellency, siku ya leo tuko hapa, siku ya leo kwa mwariko. Unajua asanteni sana. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, mimi ni wa hii kanisa. Najua ukiniona kwa siasa unaona mama Simba kama ana kanisa, lakini hii ndio kanisa langu. Nikiwa hapa niko nyumbani. Neno la pili, Your Excellency, mama yangu ametoka hapa Mang'u, kwa hivyo nikiwa huku niko nyumbani. Your Excellency, mimi ni wale wanasema ya kwamba watu wanasema ati tusiuze assets. Mimi nakuambia Your Excellency, kama mjumbe wa Thika mama Simba, uza zote tutengeneze mabarabara. Hata ukiwa kwa nyumba, uko na shida, mtu huwa anashika ile ako nayo, anasaidia nyumba yake. Wewe kama rais wa Kenya, ukisikia Safaricom tuuze, tunauza. Ukisema pipeline tuuze, tunauza. Ndio sisi watu wa kutoka Thika, watu wa Ruiru, watu wa Juja, watu wa Gatondo North, ututengeneze expressway, biashara zetu zifunguke. Biashara zetu zifunguke. Your Excellency, tunajua kuna ile barabara ambayo inatoka Ruaka ambayo itakuwa inafika pale Kamakis. Tunasema ya kwamba asanti sana na tunakupatia kongore kwa kazi mzuri ambayo unafanyia hapa kwetu Kiambu County. Your Excellency, wacha niongee, siku hizi mimi natembea kila pahari Kiambu mzima. Nataka kukuambia ya kwamba pahari ambapo panaitwa Juja constituency, kuna barabara inaitwa Matangine, itengenezwe iwekwe rami. Kule ambapo kunaitwa Githongori, kuna barabara inaitwa Karia, iwekwe rami. Your Excellency, hapa kwetu Gatondo North, tafadhali barabara yetu ya kutoka Thika mpaka Magumu, wacha iwekwe rami. Tena Your Excellency, kuna barabara ambayo imetoka Rari, ambayo imepitia Gatondo South, alafu itakuwa inakuja huku kwetu Gatondo North, inaitwa Mau Mau Road. Tafadhali twakuomba Your Excellency, wacha hiyo barabara ya Mau Mau Road, pia contractor arudi.
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9 to 5? Actually, yes. We're Fora, the modern travel agency, and we are empowering anyone with a passion for travel.
Haya, wanakiambu, hamjambu. Asanteni wanakiambu, asante. Roho ndio hiyo. Roho ndio hiyo. Kazi ndio hiyo. Asante sana. Asanteni, tutulie kidogo basi. Haya. Your Eminence Archbishop wetu, wachungaji wote ambao tuko nao hapa siku ya leo, Rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Daktari William Samoei Ruto, viongozi wote ambao tuko nao hapa siku ya leo, tukiongozwa hapa leo na wabunge ambao wamechaguliwa Kiambu na ambao wametutembelea, pamoja na waheshimiwa wetu wa County Assembly tukiongozwa na Majority Leader. Alafu pia tuko na Deputy Governor wetu wa hapa County ya Kiambu. Raisi, tunataka tuseme karibu sana na nyinyi wana Kiambu. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Asifiwe tena. Asanteni. Rais wetu mahubiri tumeyasikia leo. Kabla sijasema moja mbili ya kukukaribisha, Your Excellency, niruhusu nimuulize Deputy Governor wetu aweze kusimama akuje hapa kwa vile ndio tuweze kumtambua. Haya, asante Deputy Governor, ndio huyu. Unaweza tu salamu peke yake alafu uketi.
Bishops na clergy, tafadhali tutulie.
Haya, tutulie kidogo kwanza. Tutulie kidogo tusalimiwe na Deputy Governor. Haya, asante. Tutulie kidogo tusalimiwe na Deputy Governor. Asante.
Asanteni kwa kutulia. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, waheshimiwa wote and all the protocols observed. Your Excellency, mimi ni naibu gavana wa Kiambu County.
lakini pia mimi ni mzaliwa wa hapa Gatodo North. Kwetu nyumbani ni hapa tu karibu, na kwa hivyo nikiwa hapa niko nyumbani. Asante, ningetaka kukushukuru sana mtukufu Rais kwa kugundua ya kwamba eneo hili la Gatodo North ni eneo muhimu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Wakazi wa Gatodo North ni wafanyikazi wa bidii, ni wafugaji kuku na hata ng'ombe, na wanachangia pakubwa sana katika ujenzi wa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Watu wa hapa wanasema wako na jambo moja tu. They only have one agenda, na ni agenda ya development. Asante sana kwa sababu wewe ni transformational leader. Thank you.
Shukrani.
Thank you.
Haya, rais wetu, tuketi tafadhali. Haya, asante, tunashukuru. Tukae kwanza. Asante. Rais wetu, siku ya leo tunakukaribisha hapa Kiambu. Nasema Your Excellency, kwa hayo yote ambaye yametajwa hapa siku ya leo, sisi wana Kiambu ndio beneficiaries wa kwanza. Nataka Your Excellency ni kushukuru kwa vile hizo soko zote zimetajwa hapa. Hizo soko zimejengwa hapa Kiambu. Na Your Excellency, mimi ndio nilikuwa wa kwanza kukuja pale kwako kwa ofisi wakati tulichaguliwa, na nikakuja nikakuomba tutengeneze soko za hapa, na kaunti ya Kiambu saa hizi, Your Excellency, tuko na soko moja, soko 20 ambazo saa hizi zinaendelea na kujengwa kwenye municipality zetu zote. Kwenye municipality zetu zote, Your Excellency, hakuna hata moja ambaye haina soko ambaye inajengwa, na zingine ziko na hata 3. Na kwa vile sisi kama wana Kiambu tunajulikana kama wanabiashara, nataka nikushukuru kwa niaba ya watu wa Kiambu kwa vile hizo soko zikimalizika, watu wetu biashara zao pamoja na wakulima zitaendelea. Ya pili, Your Excellency, hizo barabara zote ambazo pia kubwa zimetajwa, ambaye haswa yenye ulitangaza wakati wa sherekeo yetu kule Nyayo Stadium, hiyo barabara ndiyo moja ambayo itasaidia hii kaunti ya Kiambu, kwa vile sisi wote wanabiashara wa hii area itatufungulia barabara, Your Excellency. Ya pili,
I have a problem. I can read in English, but when people speak, I don't understand.
Wakati huyu Korori alikuwa anaongea, Your Excellency, hizo barabara zote amesema ni kweli ni zetu za hapa zinaendelea. Kuna barabara moja iko hapa nyuma inaitwa kutoka mahali kunaitwa Marige kwenda Kandakomu. Hiyo barabara pia kwa hiyo orodha, Your Excellency, tutakuomba tuiongeze pale. Kwa mambo yetu ambaye ni ya mahospitali, Your Excellency, mahospitali tumeendelea nayo, Your Excellency. Rafiki yangu Kororia hapa kwa ward yetu ya Mangu tuishafanya public participation ya level 3 hospital ambaye tutaianza within the next 2 months, tutakuwa tumeianza. Your Excellency, kama serikali tumewajibika kwa vile kwa mambo ya pombe, zile pombe ambazo rafiki yetu wa Muradha ameongea juu yake tena, Your Excellency, hizo pombe zinauzwa na wale wanauza pombe ambayo sio halali, lakini sio ambayo wamepewa leseni na kaunti. Na kwa hivyo ile kitu tutafanya ni kuulizana na washirikiana wetu ambaye ni DCCs, County Commissioner, tuhakikisha kwamba na chiefs tumemaliza hiyo mambo ya hiyo pombe. Ya mwisho, Your Excellency, ya mwisho, wacha niseme ya kwamba hapa, Your Excellency, ile kazi ambayo tunashirikiana na wewe, mambo yetu ya CHPs, saa hizi CHPs wetu tuko na 3,400 ambao wana benefit kutoka kwako. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, upande wetu ile stipend yenye tunapeana na wewe ndio upeane yetu tuko current. Your Excellency, for the record, Kiambu County sasa registration ya SHA tuko at 1.6 million. Hivyo ni kusema tunaendelea, Your Excellency. Na kwa hivyo, Your Excellency, ile tu ombi mbili ningeomba hawa CHPs wetu, kwa vile tunashirikiana pamoja na tunaendelea vizuri na wako hapa, zile simu uliwapatia ilizeeka. Your Excellency, wengine wako nafuliza kwa hiyo kasimu na zile bidhaa zingine zimepungua, zimeharibika. Wakati unaongea tukumbuke hawa CHPs wetu wanatufanyia kazi nzuri, Your Excellency. Na kwa hivyo nikitamatisha, Your Excellency, nikukaribishe niseme sisi wana Kiambu tulisema mambo ya siasa, wakati huu hatutapiga siasa. Wacha tufanyie watu wetu kazi. Tukifanya kazi, siasa inakuja mwaka wa 2027 na tutakuwa tayari, Your Excellency. Saa zingine unajua simba akitulia anaonekana kama ni paka vile walivyosema, Your Excellency. Lakini sisi tuko sawa, Your Excellency. Na hii kazi tutaendelea naye, Your Excellency. 2027 siasa itajipanga na tutakuwa humo na Kororia. Mimi ndio sitting governor wa kaunti ya Kiambu. Mimi ndio governor to be wa Kiambu. Don't be in doubt in your mind. Wana Kiambu hoye! Wana Kiambu hoye! Wangapi wako na Wamatangi hoye! Tuone kwa mikono wenye wako na Wamatangi. Haya basi, kama uko na taswishi ujue governor ambaye yako na anakuja ni mgani. Asanteni.
Watu watulie sasa, tumalizie. Tumemaliza. Mheshimiwa Rais, umesikia vile kuko hapa, ndio kunaitwa Kiambu. Asante sana. So ndio tumalize sasa. Nataka kumuita gavana sawa sawa. Haya, sawa sawa, ndivyo tumemaliza. Nataka kuita gavana wa kwanza, anaitwa gavana wa kwanza wa Kiambu.
This event is going to teach you how you can get started investing in real estate for as little as a few $100s using something called tax lien investing. Tax lien investing.
Anaitwa gavana wa kwanza wa Kiambu ambaye pia ni waziri wa ICT, Gavana William Kabogo. Wapi makofi ya William Kabogo?
Nataka musikie hizo video za viongozi wa Kikuyu ili muone how low the Kikuyu community has fallen or has sunk. Sawa, ani nitakuchezea hiyo Chris Kucha, lakini wacha kwanza tuone Kabogo. Nataka muone how low the Kikuyu community has sunk. They have become substitutes and stooges for the Kalenjin mafia, as we called it yesterday. The Kikuyu community has become substitutes, stooges. Najua saa zingine you are not understanding hiyo word nimetumia. Kabogo. Yeah. our substitute.
Adokabu Murega. Dokabu Murega. Your Eminence, Archbishop, kanisa ya Independent, na wakaaji wa jimbo la Kiambu, hamjambo tena. Mheshimiwa Rais, hawa watu wa Kiambu mimi nawaelewa. Watu wanaweza kumuramura wewe na wakuumagalie. Wakumuramure na wakuumagalie. Yangu mimi sitasema mengi. Mimi ni mfanyikazi wa serikali. Na nashukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kunitambua ukanipatia kazi ya waziri wa mitandao. Uniruhusu Mheshimiwa Rais niseme mawili kwa lugha ya Kilatini. Ekaide mwere andu aito. Eneturaiguana. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Rĩrĩa twĩna mũgeni ũhoro wa kuganĩrĩria ndũngĩteithia mũndũ ona ũmwe. Niĩ kũnjugĩrĩria gũtimũteithia. Gĩtĩo kĩa mũthamaki kwanyu, gĩtĩo kĩu nĩkĩagĩrĩire kũheanwo. Mũkamenya atĩ mũthamaki ena ithuĩ haha, na okĩte gũtũcerera nĩ gũtwenda, na twĩ kanitha thĩiniĩ, koguo twĩtue ta andũ maramenya twĩ kanitha. Maũndũ marĩa mothe
Muthamaki. Yamuna.
Moigwa makĩrwo haha. Hiyo kazi haifanyiki hapa Gatundu North peke yake. Kazi ya kujenga taifa inafanyika katika taifa la Kenya kila kona, na huyu mtendakazi Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo mimi niwaambie kama mmoja wenu, tuwe watulivu na tuwe na subra. Mimi nimefanya kazi nikiwa mbunge hapa Juja, nikafanya kazi nikiwa gavana hapa Kiambu, nimefanya na Mheshimiwa Rais Kibaki, nimefanya na Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, lakini kamwe hakuna mwingine amefanya kazi imefanywa na huyu bwana katika miaka yake mitatu. Joka de mwere odoge muthuri oigaga na moigage ke ngoro-inĩ. Muthuri oigaga tiga nĩ kura cianyu gũkũ mlima ndangĩatuĩkire president ũguo aikarĩte harĩa. Koguo tũmũcokerie ngatho nĩ kũririkanaga, na kũririkana kũu nĩ gũtũrehera maendeleo. Mũthee Uhuru Kenyatta athondekire expressway kuma Nairobi nginya Jomo Kenyatta. Oyo arenda gwĩkĩra expressway kuma Nairobi gũka nginya Thika nĩguo barewe nyitane nginya Nyeri. Na gũkũ no Central Kenya. Na mũtingĩmũhũrĩra rũhĩ. Hiyo siasa ndogo haiwezi kusaidia sisi katika Wakenya. Na uchaguzi hauko hapa kesho. Sisi tunaelewa uchaguzi. Mimi Mheshimiwa Rais nimefanya 6. Na ningali akili yangu iko sawa. Mimi nataka niombe utusamehe kwa tabia hiyo unaona hapa. Kwa sababu sisi saa ingine upenda siasa sana watu ya Kiambu. Na kanisa mtusamehe. Yangu mimi nasema wale wanatuambia ati tungoje miaka miwili ati watakuja kutuonyesha barabara na hawana mpango, wanasema watakuja kutueleza. Na ni mwahe mfano nĩ Njoroge kũrũria ati ng'ombe ĩgaithĩtie nĩ gũitera ita iria handũ ha gũkama mũramĩroria nja. Hii siasa ya leo itaisha hapa, lakini mambo ya maendeleo itaendelea kufanyika katika jimbo hili na katika majimbo yote 47. Kwa hivyo mambo ya siasa duni haiwezi kutusaidia. Mimi sijasema nataka nini, mimi nimeajiriwa. na nashukuru kuajiriwa, na tutasonga na William Ruto.
Imagine Kafogo anasema ati anashukuru kuajiriwa. I need to repeat that ili Mama Nyakairo usikie, alafu nitoe uongee hapo.
Siasa duni haiwezi kutusaidia. Mimi sijasema nataka nini, mimi nimeajiriwa na nashukuru kuajiriwa.
Nashukuru kuajiriwa. Yamune. Mama Nyakairo, pick up.
Asante Njiro na kusalimia. Niko na homa kidogo, sitaongea sana nisije kukohoa kwa forum. Otherwise niko sawa. Ni vile tu naumia kidogo, lakini tajikaza. Saa ingine Njiro unaumizaga roho yangu, ninashinda nikiwa na maumivu kali ya mafikira. Hawa si watu ambao tunatakiwa kusikiza wakiongea, because what they are talking is rubbish. Mtu anaongea tu kwa sababu ameshiba. So honestly speaking, do they think that what we are listening to them is what is going to build the country? Wanajua ni watu ngapi ambao wanalala njaa wakati huu wanaongea hivyo matope, na wanasema ati siasa nduni. Ni nani wanafanya siasa nduni? Si ni wao. I remember hapo mbeleni saile nilikuwa nimeingia, Joseph alikuwa anasema habari ya mabishop vile wamekuwa ni watu wa mali, ni watu wa kupewa pesa nini. Hawa wako kazi. Hawako kazi ya Mungu, wako kazi yao. Na tumeambiwa kuna mama mwingine hapa anaongea vizuri sana habari ya hawa mabishop. Amesema hao wako kazi. Hawako na nia nzuri ati kuhusu binadamu. Wao wako kazi, ni mshahara wanapata. Because they are the only beneficiaries. Hao wafuasi ni watu wa kuleta kuongezea kwa hiyo chondo ijae kabisa. So there is nothing that we are focusing on these bishops. Joseph alisema Catholic, they are the only people, and it is true, very true. Wamekataa hizo pesa, wamesema wakae na nia yao, na kwa hivyo ni wakweli ambao watu wanatakiwa kufuata. Pesa imepeleka watu pahali pabaya, imeumiza watu vibaya sana. Hii mambo ambayo mnaambilio ya Singapore. Nani huyo anaweza jenga Singapore ukimaliza watu nguvu? Unawajengea Singapore wakiwa wapi? Watu wakikufa wote, Singapore ni ya nini? In fact, let's live our life of how we can maneuver our means. Bila kuambiliwa habari ya Singapore. And furthermore, we should have seen the start of Singapore since the word go, when this guy came in and started talking about how mama mboga, boda. We would have seen that Singapore is starting to rise up. But look at how he is trying to treat us like fools. Na Uhuru alisema, unaongelesha watu ukisema wajinga waliisha, lakini unatuongelesha kama wajinga. Unatuongelesha kabisa sisi kama wajinga. So, Kenyans, we ought to be listening to this guy. Yele anasema kama ndio alikuwa anakuja kufanya, afanye bila hata kutuambia atafanya. In fact, hiyo mambo ya kuambiliwa mtajengewa barabara. What is he there for? He should initiate. Tuone mabarabara inaendelea, tunamuona hapo amesimama, anaenda anafungua hiyo, ana launch hiyo barabara, anamalizana nayo, anaenda ingine. Tuone hivyo bila kutuambia. And you see now, anatuambia kwa sababu kuna vile atawahada. Ndio aseme hizo pesa ambazo tulitoa hapa ama tuliitisha nyinyi ndizo zinafanya hiyo kazi ya barabara. We don't want to hear that. Kenya can stand for itself. Na hii mambo yote ya loan kuchukua kutoka nchi zingine, hiyo imekuwa ni mtindo wake. And it is not going to work for our country. It is going just to work for him. Mmeona ile gari alikuwa ameenda nayo huko Jamhuri. He is a fashionable guy. He don't care. Mtu wa kufashion, mtu wa kila kitu ambacho yeye anapenda kufanya ni hiyo. Kuonekana yeye maridadi, ndege ya kifahari ndio anaenda na kondesha 200 million. Yani huyu mtu na Singapore yake ni yake peke yake. Wananchi tafadhali, wacheni kudanganywa. And I don't know why people fall for this. Yani mnaambiwa hivyo, mnaona imejengeka. Hakuna kitu kama hicho kitafanyika. Now you are being ni kuwachunga na wachunga, msipotee, muendelee kumsikiza, ndio siku yake sasa ikifika hiyo election ambayo hata sitarajii hata kidogo. I don't see any election in Kenya. What I'm seeing is doom. Alisema anataka kuishi hapo 30 years. Na mnasema hati mnaenda election ya nini? Hakuna. There is no need. People stand for your grounds. Simamia kazi yako, simamia shamba lako, simamia mambo ile inayokuhusu. Wachana na huyu mtu ni kuenda naenda. Kwa sababu you cannot be talking rubbish to people who have got guts. Wakusikize mara mbili mara tatu. Ya ine hawataki mambo yako. And that is where we are right now, Kenya. Kenyans, if you are really serious about your country, this is not the person to listen. Not even the person to work with. Not even a person should promise you anything. Na kwanza hizo promise, wachaneni nazo. Kama akona shida na sisi, ajenge hizo vitu bila kutuambia. Hiyo ndio ile shida tuko nayo. Ajenge bila kutuambia. Tuone hiyo barabara imejengwa. Don't come standing on top of the car telling us ati utajenga hiyo barabara. Ya nini? If you build that barabara na watu wamekufa kwa sababu ya njaa, what for? What is it for? Is it only for the president to be passing there? Surely. Hiyo ndio maswali ile Wakenya wanatakiwa kujiuliza. Anatuambia Singapore anajengea nani? Watu wote wamekufa na njaa na maradhi, watu hawajasoma. Singapore ni ya nini? What benefit do you get from Singapore? Singapore will never rise in Kenya with this kind of regime, with this kind of people who don't have guts. Mafikira yao wanafikiri tu vile watatufanya wajinga na kutufanya fukara. So hatutaendelea hivyo. Wakenya msimame, mseme no. Hizo promise ni zake peke yake na watoto wake na kila mtu ambaye anamhusu, lakini sio sisi. Wakenya sisi hatumhusu haja even one time. Hajanilea mimi, hajanipea chakula, hajanipea kalamu ya kwenda shule, hajanipea anything that has raised me to what I am. Si Ruto. And now he's coming with all these big plans ambayo Kenya haiwezi kujisimamia kwa sababu ya ile shida iko Kenya. Hebu jiulize, mnaambiwa Singapore anatoa wapi hizo pesa? Nchi ambayo imeisha, nchi ambayo haina mali, nchi ambayo inakopa from morning to evening. Surely you need to understand that these guys are just there to eat us life. Watu wache tukitembea na magoti. Asante Jiro, niyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Naingia kazini, tafadhali mniwie radhi. Asante. Thank you.
Wow. Mama Nyakairo, sure for that presentation. Asking for my member, there are no CCTV along highway buildings, etc. Kiambu residents will be the first to be misplaced by land tax. Waendelee tu. Unajua nasikia kuna story nasikianga all the time, the access kept on voting. No, I think the trees kept on voting for what? Because it was part of them. Ati trees keeps on voting for access because the handle was made from the okay. Mwishowe walijionea. So leo sijui Alexa kwa na sijui kama Mama Nyakairo, you are aware that Cyrus Jirongo alituacha jana through a very serious accident. Are you aware of that? Mama Nyakairo, uko na habari Jirongo alituacha jana? Juzi, I mean. Let's see a Prague TV.
How do you give your book the best chance to succeed in 2026? If you've written a book and you're thinking...
Everyone has a past. However, Cyrus Jirongo carried a convoy of it.
I have my phone here, Jeff. There is a message I would love you to read. Then I'll explain that message. This message was sent to my daughter, Sally, on the 2nd of June.
Wewe ujichunge sana hiyo mdomo yako, na ukishindwa tutakuonyesha kuizima.
And even hours after his death, that past refused to stay buried.
Mimi nimebeba msalaba mkubwa sana tangu mwaka wa 92.
Jirongo's political identity was forged in the finance of youth for KANU 92, also known as YK92, the infamous outfit built to deliver Daniel Arap Moi a second term during Kenya's first multi-party election.
When the elections are called, I urge all contestants to ensure that they conduct their campaign in a mature and peaceful manner.
As chairman, Jirongo presided over a campaign machine that ran on raw cash and audacity. Money moved voters, moved loyalties, and moved fear. Supporters were ferried across the country. Rallies glittered with excess, and handouts became policy.
Vijana wanaenda huko scrambling for money, but hiyo scrambling for money walitumia kama ati sasa vijana tuko na sisi, sasa kura tumepata mingi. It was also a rigging strategy.
So dominant was the spending that the newly introduced 500 shilling note acquired the nickname Jirongo.
Because pesa zilikuwa zinatengenezwa kiholela. Hiyo ndio wakati tulikuwa na Jirongo. Ile note inaitwa 500 ambayo Jirongo alikuwa anaenda anatengeneza, anakuja anagawa pesa.
The currency became shorthand for an election reduced to transactions. Democracy, critics said, was auctioned off in broad daylight.
In the past, should not distract us from confronting the enormous challenges ahead.
Among the foot soldiers was a young William Ruto, widely described as Jirongo's right-hand man, learning the mechanics of power at close range. The extravagance rattled even KANU's inner circle, and by 1993, Moi pulled the plug on YK92.
We made sure that our strongholds, we weakened them by all means.
Then came the money trail. For years, the source of YK92's billions was heard as political rumor. Jirongo later confirmed what many suspected. It came from Goldenberg. In interviews, including a public podcast conversation with Edwin Sifuna, he said more than 11 billion Kenyan shillings came from the Goldenberg scandal, and it funded KANU's 1992 campaign through YK92.
Are you saying the money that I received was Goldenberg money?
Obviously, it was Goldenberg money.
You are not printing money.
Now, if the only people who can print money is the government.
Because now, Moi and the government, Moi was the government. And that money was coming from a KANU office. It was not from a bank.
Remember this, Yeah. Even a bank existed called Exchange Bank. Purposely put up, right?
Yeah.
To under pretense that we are looking for dollars. And the money is being given by central bank to these people and adding them 33%, the import compensation, all that. That is the money that was being distributed.
Okay.
And that is part of the why I had.
So why did they attach your name personally, your name to the 500 shilling note?
Thank God I'm alive. I can still talk.
Yes.
He rejected claims of masterminding the fraud, but accepted that the cash passed through his operation.
Mimi nimebeba msalaba mkubwa sana tangu mwaka wa 92. Nilifanya siasa na baba ya Gideon, nikiongoza vijana katika taifa la Kenya. Wakati nikiongoza vijana katika taifa la Kenya, mimi nilikuwa mfanyabiashara na sikutaka mambo yote ya siasa katika biashara yangu. Lakini kwa sababu ya ile heshima nilikuwa na mzee Moi, nikasema nitaingia siasa nifanye na huyu mzee. Wakati tulifanya hiyo siasa, uchumi wa taifa hili ulidhoroteka mpaka mwisho.
At the Golden Back inquiry, Kamlesh Patni testified that he financed YK92. The scandal devastated the economy, driving inflation and public debt.
Hili nilikuwa ndio nimemaliza tu shule na kukawa na kitu ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa YK92.
Last week, I deposited $400,000 from my life insurance policy into my checking account, and I'm very much alive.
Ni kundi ambalo lilikuja kumaliza uchumi wa Kenya. Nakumbuka wakati huo uchumi wa Kenya ulikuja ukaanguka.
Jirongo maintained he never printed money as claimed, only spent what came from the Golden Back scandal. The difference did little to soften his image as a central beneficiary of state-enabled corruption.
They really tried hard to look for scapegoat. That scapegoat was meant to be YK92, a team that Jirongo led. They tried and tried and tried, including elimination, so that they can find where to put the blame. All through, we have gone through cases of Golden Back.
The post-1992 years brought no quiet retreat. Jirongo's business empire soon mirrored the chaos of his politics. Sololo Outlets, one of his firms, was linked to massive non-performing loans at Post Bank Credit, reportedly swallowing 7.4 billion Kenyan shillings. Investigation flagged check-kitting, questionable land deals tied to NSSF funds, and pressure on public institutions to bankroll political interests. Parliamentary debates turned his name into a symbol of 1990s crony capitalism. By the 2010s, the image of untouchable wealth collapsed. The man once paraded as a billionaire watched courts dismantle his empire into pieces. In 2017, he was declared bankrupt.
From 300 million, I was asked to pay 1.6 billion. I'm in the process right now of settling 1 billion shillings. A billion? Yes, most of it has been paid. It is there, lying on an escrow account.
Jirongo never softened with age. In 2016, at Jacob Jouma's Requiem service, he publicly demanded that police question then Deputy President William Ruto over Jouma's death, pointing to the slain businessman's tweets.
I think time has come when we should call a spade a spade. It is saddening ukisikia the IG, Inspector General, calling upon leaders to write a statement. The IG knows exactly who killed Juma, and he should not try to harass leaders when it is clear those that killed Meshach Yebei also killed Juma. He has the information.
At the moment, severed any remaining ties from their YK92 days, and recast Jirongo as a political brawler willing to confront former proteges in public. In death, Cyrus Jirongo leaves behind no neat closing paragraph. His story remains stitched together by cash, controversy, ambition, and defiance. Kenyans remember him not quietly, but loudly, exactly the way he lived.
This year, what if you could give someone a moment to dream?
I was talking to one of the analysts I really respect yesterday when it suddenly hit me. And it hit me so hard that I had to stop to catch my breath. Oh yes, it is something that is very serious and affects anybody who is following our politics in a very serious way. Actually, it is a major crisis that nobody seems to be seeing or even paying attention to. But I can assure you, it is real and it is here with us. And of course, it is very consistent with what is happening all around us and indeed all around the world. Of course, most of us are aware which season we are in, okay? And those who have followed this channel for a long time will also know that this season of exposure also comes with something called deception. We are in a period of world history of great major deception. Now, I don't want to keep you in suspense any longer, and so let us get on with it. And I assure you, at the end of my show today, your reaction will be, what? Hai! Karibuni sana. Twende kazi. For all of us to fully understand what was going down here and what hit me, I need to tell you the whole story from the beginning. I was discussing with this analyst when they told me something that blew my mind and led me into that moment of shock. He said, during the recently concluded by-elections, he was following very closely the results in Malava as they were streaming in. And so he decided to use AI, artificial intelligence. And he asked the simple question, who is winning the Malava seat, parliamentary seat? Please be just a little patient and you too are going to be shocked. Okay? Now the answer that came back surprised him because he was told that UDA are leading and they're going to win the Malava seat. Okay? Now, it surprised him because he and I were closely following the results from the polling stations. And we knew exactly what was happening. A man called Nyako, the opposition, was leading. In fact, he had very comfortable leads in virtually all polling stations. So where did AI get that answer? And so my fellow analyst, who was more than a little upset, told AI that this information is not correct. Guess what happened next? It looked like AI was apologizing. And then he got a brand new answer, showing candidate Anyako's lead in virtually all the polling stations. Now, my old friend could not put it all together, because he's old school dumb. And he does not fully understand how these things work, okay? But when I explained to him what I'm about to explain here, he was shocked. In a nutshell, somebody within the UDA outfit, somebody in State House, somebody linked to this government, had manipulated the AI results. How do you do that? One needs very deep knowledge on how search engines work, and more specifically, how artificial intelligence works to give you an answer to questions that you ask. Specifically, which sources AI usually goes too fast to get an answer. And then all they did was to make sure that they fed a lot of fake news into these sources that are important to artificial intelligence. And pop, it was done. Please allow me to remind us that during those by-elections, we had fake results posted online, which did not reflect the results coming in from polling stations. Actually, those fake results predicted the results that were announced by the IEBC, which contradicted what was coming in from polling stations. Beyond simple. It blew my mind because of what we had been discussing immediately before this issue of AI came in. We were discussing Sonko's new political party. And the view of this seasoned analyst is that Sonko has been paid by Ruto and Ruto allies to mess up the votes, mainly in Nairobi and Mombasa, to divide opposition votes, and therefore give Ruto a bigger chance of winning the next presidential elections. Actually, this analyst, who I really respect, was merely repeating propaganda, carefully planted by government bloggers. He had swallowed it hook, line, and sinker, and believed it without even stopping to think about it. Now, remember, this is not just an ordinary Mwananchi, being fooled by this propaganda. No. So imagine what it does to the rest of us who may not be so experienced in politics. The truth is, had he stopped to think this through, just for less than a minute, he would have known immediately that information cannot be correct. Can never be correct. Okay? Why? We are being told that Sonko was paid. Hold on a minute. Mike Sonko was paid money by somebody. Mike Sonko was motivated. That's the important part. Mike Sonko was motivated to do something for money. Hey, Sonko is a very generous man. And of course, it's not perfect. There are very, very many things about Sonko that I don't like. However, please, let's stick to the truth without emotions. And the truth is, Sonko does not have any money problems. Motivating Sonko with money is not impossible, but it is hard to imagine. It is hard to believe. It is very hard to believe that that is the truth. Now, let us look at this from a different angle. Okay? Who would benefit from the public believing paid by UDA to mess up the opposition votes? Which side of the political divide would most benefit from people believing that story is true? It's obvious. It's UDA. What actually this does is that it clips the wings of Sonko's party. It really slows down any political headway Sonko may have had. I am sure you're following. Which means, without any other evidence, and I have other evidence, but without any other evidence, it means that it would appear that this was propaganda planted by UDA people to slow down Mike Sonko's new political party and his political initiative going forward. Because the mood on the ground is that nobody wants to hear anything about anybody who has any association with UDA or Ruto. Nobody wants to hear that. And we saw that very clearly in the by-elections. Supporters of Ruto were innocently appearing to cast their votes, like Alfred Ruto in Machakos. And the voters were angrily chasing them away. I mean, these people have not even come to make a speech. They have just come innocently to cast their vote. And the reaction of the public, it was clear for all of us to see. Bottom line, a vast majority of us are manipulated. Yeah. We are fed narratives that we swallow hook, line, and sinker, which we see online. And yet we already know that the government bloggers online doing exactly that. And yet we still get fooled. Let me give another example. Regarding Gachagua, right now if you go online, the attacks on regarding Gachagua are massive and consistent. And one of the narratives that government bloggers have managed to sell to the public is that Rigathi Gachagua is a tribalist. Okay? I'm not defending Rigathi Gachagua, but let's just look at the facts. Let us even assume that indeed Gachagua is a tribalist. Okay? For argument's sake, so that we don't miss the point here, because the point here is very important. Okay? So Gachagua is a tribalist. Now, what effect does that have on a united opposition? It has a massive effect. Nobody's going to follow Gachagua. If this regime was not so hated, I believe that there's some voters who would have preferred Ruto to a tribalist. Now, hold on a minute. If you do a quick check of the number of PSs in government who all hail from one community in Kenya, this research cannot take you a long time. Yeah, just a few minutes, and you'll discover all of them hail from one community, and that community is the same community as President Ruto's community. So I need to ask a simple question: who is the bigger tribalist here? Is it the person whose bloggers are accusing Gachagua of being a tribalist, or is it Gachagua? Please answer that question for yourself. I think you want to hear the main propaganda, the strategy that government bloggers have had against Kumekucha Chris. Okay, it's very simple, but also it is very effective for people who are new on this channel. Okay, and it is Kumekucha Chris. Your predictions are always wrong. 100% of the times they are wrong. Now, somebody who's new to this channel has no reason not to swallow that one hook, line, and sinker. That's just an example, and I can give many, many more examples. But the huge problem here is as follows. We normally call out these government bloggers. We catch them red-handed. We quickly identify the false narrative they're trying to spread many, many times. And we assume that we've gotten it 100% correct. And there are no other false narratives that we're falling for. Actually, there's plenty of other information, because there's a full-time job for these guys. Kutoka asubuhi mpaka usiku wa manane, they do nothing else. There are so many other pieces of propaganda, lying narratives that get through to us and influence the way we think, influence the way we feel about our politics, and will ultimately influence the way we vote in the next general elections. Yeah. Now, let me also give you another piece of information, which I've already given on this channel in the past. In case you did not know, a prominent government blogger purchased over 100,000 fake Twitter accounts from India.
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9 to 5? Actually, yes. We're 4 of the modern travel agents.
Sometime back. But what is the impact of that? I'll explain. It means that this person and his allies are able to make any topic of their choice trend on Twitter. Now, you know what it means when you trend on Twitter. It gets massive views. It is seen by millions of Kenyans. And therefore, millions of Kenyans are influenced by the truth that has been twisted into a lie very cleverly. And they have no idea what is happening. And by the way, don't get me wrong. This has nothing to do with how intelligent people are or how not intelligent they are. No! It has to do with science. You know, there is a huge difference between reading a book. Reading a book improves your brain, exercises your brain, while reading something online is actually harmful to you. It actually makes you stop thinking and analyzing. You just take in information, and without thinking, you absorb it as the gospel truth. And I don't think that is an accident. I believe that is very deliberate for this time we live in. I'm sure some of us understand what I'm talking about. And if you don't, maybe referring to the graphics on your screens right now may greatly assist you to understand this very damaging thing that is happening right before our eyes. Yeah. And it is my hope and prayer that producing this video will help most of us stop and think as we consume information online. Because, for example, the song or story, if somebody stops just for a minute and asks a very simple question, can Sonko be motivated by money? What are the chances of Sonko being motivated by money from somebody else to do something? The answer to that question would immediately tell somebody to slow down and look at something a little more deeply. Now, I'm not a Sonko supporter, and so I beg you to leave the emotions out of this and look at the bigger picture here. Okay, that is just an example. But I can assure you, it is happening all around us, all the time. I am afraid dunia haina huruma. There is no pity. There is no empathy you should expect from anybody. Many of you faithful followers of this channel did not get an opportunity. Yeah, over the offer we have, we don't miss the point here, because the point is very important. Okay, so Gachagua is a tribalist. Now, what effect does that have on the united opposition? It has a massive effect. Nobody's going to follow Gachagua. If this regime was not so hated, I believe that there's some voters who would have preferred Ruto to a tribalist. Now, hold on a minute. If you do a quick check of the number of PSs in government who all hail from one community in Kenya, this research cannot take you a long time. Yeah, just a few minutes, and you'll discover all of them hail from one community. And that community is the same community as President Ruto's community. So I need to ask a simple question. Who is the bigger tribalist here? Is it the person who's We have always maintained on this channel that everything is linked. But then, there's some things which are more linked than others. Okay? And in the case of the passing on of former Lugari legislator and a very famous man because of the YK92 youth movement, which was formed to support Moi and Moi's re-election. The passing on of this man is very linked to the top leadership of this country. And in my humble opinion, this is going to have devastating, explosive consequences on the current leadership of Kenya going forward. You see, in Kenya we worship the dead instead of the one and only living, most high God. And what this means is that some of the things that the late Cyrus Njoroge was saying, some of the things that he was emphasizing on so much, may very stubbornly come into the national limelight and cause a lot of political upheaval and maybe even chaos. All because we worship the dead and are very keen to do something for them when they're gone. That is just Kenya. Okay? Cyrus Njoroge was a polygamist. he had at least, wait for this one, 10 active wives. Well, polygamy in Western Kenya, especially amongst the Luhya community, is not a big deal. It is normal. That's the truth. But for those of us who take history very, very seriously, and biography even more seriously, yeah, because we always want to learn life lessons, this is a key point, because it directly points to one of the major weaknesses of the departed Bwana Jirongo, which was women. You see, other people's lives are supposed to caution us. Even their departing is supposed to be a reminder that we are mortal and that each and every one of us must make efforts to prepare themselves for the next life. Okay, I hear you. You're telling me, Chris, get out of here. They're very prominent Kenyans who are doing okay, and they're very filthy rich, and they made their money in the same way Jirongo made his money once upon a time when he was doing so well. And some of those people are in the top leadership of Kenya, and they also have the same problem, and it does not seem to have stopped them, affected them. Okay, we are all different. In fact, every individual is unique. But history instructs us that usually it ends up being a problem, being a hindrance, slowing down somebody. Some of the following: Cyrus Jirongo once paid the college fees
When someone fails to pay their property taxes, the government actually creates certificates on that debt. You can buy that.
Let's stay away from any speculation and stick to the cold, hard facts only. Okay? We're told this accident occurred at 3 a.m. in the morning. And so the first question is, where was Mr. Jirongo going? Now, this is where it gets very mysterious. Initial reports tell us that he was going to his shags in Lugari. And that would have meant that he left his Nairobi home at around 2 a.m. A very strange time to start your journey to shags. And that is not all. The passenger bus that crashed head-on with Bwana Jirongo was headed to Western Kenya. Yeah, Lugari is in Western Kenya, which is conclusive evidence that Bwana Jirongo was going in the opposite direction towards Nairobi. Again, the time of the accident does not make any sense. What time did he leave his Lugari home? Do people normally leave shags at that time of the night? Of course, if you have your own personal vehicle, you can decide to leave at any time. But usually, it is for extraordinary reasons. I would now like us to listen to a brief audio clip of the late Cyrus Njirongo, talking about some sensitive issues. I'll be back.
Because surely it seems like the issue of assassination is creeping back into Kenya to silence those of different political opinion or those that are releasing information that might make certain individuals culpable of economic crimes. Now, thereafter, that explanation comes up, it doesn't make sense. Then, or somebody is killed, you hear certain criminals were gunned down, you are told a gun was recovered, and the casings that we had found at the scene of crime tally with the gun that should have been used in that murder. And then somehow the media is manipulated and the people forget about it. In the case of Jacob Juma had even named on 10th of December 2015, a Tuesday, where he said a meeting had been held and his assassination had been discussed. Jacob Juma happens to be somebody I've known for a very long time. He couldn't have been lying. And he names an individual. Then, sure enough, he dies. It did happen. So they had a history of some bad blood. And a man dying from your community, live alone, knowing him. Normally, where we come from, the seriousness with which we take such a matter, it meant that I must lodge a claim. So I lodged a claim on behalf of the community for the death of Juma.
What? Well, it is worth noting that the late Njirongo was very consistent in saying some of these things over many, many years. But let us just wait and see how this develops, and if it will be possible at the end of the day for us to answer some of these burning questions and mysteries. For now, let us dive into the political consequences. My apologies if I've left many of you in suspense, but please be patient. These things will come to light. We'll get more information, more revelations, more pieces of information that will no doubt help us to crack some of these mysteries. Okay? Now, as we said earlier in this video, Kenyans worship the dead. When somebody leaves us, suddenly he was a very good man. Suddenly, he was not such a bad man, or she was not such a bad person. That is normal, at least in Kenya. And so, very predictably, Cyrus Njirongo's friends have come out of the woodwork. But the really bad news for this regime is that many of those friends, in quotes, have a bone to pick with this regime, have been looking for something, anything, to throw barbs at this regime and the presidency of Ruto. You know, this morning, I came across a Kenyan, actually he's half Kenyan, half Tanzanian, who told me some very interesting things. An excerpt from that conversation. Huyu jamaa tumempangia. Hakuna kuiba kura. Wazee watapiga kura asubuhi. Alafu wamama watapiga kura saa 6. Alafu baada hiyo vijana ndo wataenda kupiga kura. Na watapiga kura na wachunge hizo kura, wangoje majibu kutoka hiyo polling station. Waipost kwa social media. Alafu tuone vile mtu atajaribu kubadilisha hayo matokeo baadaye. End of that excerpt. Now, my point is this. There are just too many people ambaye wanapangia hii serikali and the bid by President Ruto to be re-elected as President of Kenya in 2027. What? Way too many people. This was a very ordinary Kenyan who obviously loves politics. And it crossed my mind, and I asked myself, just how many more of these enemies of the regime who are able to organize against it in any election, how many of them do we have right across the country? Hey, that means very serious trouble for the Ruto re-election bid, especially for those who are living in denial and have still not seen that the Ruto presidency, kwisha maneno, whichever way you want to look at it. And therefore, back on point, Cyrus Njirongo's friends, in quotes, are coming out of the woodwork, not because they love the late Njirongo, but because they have a mission, they have an objective, and they're going to make full use of this tragedy, to fulfill what they want to do. Okay? The history of Njirongo and William Samoei Ruto is more than fascinating. And I would like to focus on that for a minute or so. On the instructions of the late President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, who had been impressed by several performances by the University of Nairobi Christian Union at State House, and several visits in which one of the most prominent people who emerged was a student called William Ruto. Moi instructed his favorite son, Gideon Moi, to give the young man some odd jobs which he'd get involved with when he's away from campus. And so Ruto started out as an errand boy for Gideon Moi. But after a very short while, there was a problem. And I suspect the problem came from the fact that this young man was in a terrible hurry to get to the top. And so Ruto made a strategic move. He ended up as a driver to a man called Cyrus Njirongo. Of course, Njirongo saw this as a huge advantage, because with all the tribalism that has always been in Kenyan politics, having somebody from the royal tribe at that time, the Kalenjin, and not only that, somebody who had supposedly been close to Gideon Moi would give him an advantage of sorts, as he sought huge tenders in government and favors, of course. And so when the time came to form the Youth for Kanu organization, Ruto was in an excellent position to make his next moves. Now, in recent days, I have seen online, and even with AI, artificial intelligence, somebody trying to rewrite history and claiming that Ruto was the treasurer of the Youth for Kanu 92. Hey, rewriting history is dangerous, and history tells us it normally does not work in the end. The truth of this matter is that Ruto started out as the person who had the keys to the office, the person who used to open and close the office, and of course keep it clean. And of course later, he ended up with a title, which was almost meaningless, according to my opinion. But the long and short of all this is that there would have been no Ruto without Njirongo, if you follow that story closely. Friends, history is more than super fascinating, especially in politics. I hope to do other videos on this developing story in the days to come, so you can look forward to more inside information, unique information on this very, very shortly. But I believe today we have made a good start, at least a good start. By the way, it is the season of the friends of Kumekucha and supporters of this channel. Na wale mashabik sugu, for those who understand Kiswahili. And this time round, I have decided to give something back, with a very, very crazy offer that is now coming to an end. Therefore you must move with speed. You can see the details on your screens right now. Because to qualify for this crazy offer, which is my small way of giving back at least something small, to you faithful supporters who are sticking with me even during these very hard economic times. Okay? To qualify is very easy. All you have to do is that after your latest gifting, just drop me an email and I will give you a permanent golden key, which gives you free access to everything, kumekucha, past, present, and future, without you ever having to pay anything ever again. It is a permanent golden key. You just have to make sure that your gift, your donation, is not less than Kenya shillings 1,900. So please rush. This is coming to an end at any time. Please rush and take full advantage of it. Until next time, this is Chris Kumekucha.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster, easier.
They were a blessing to President Moi because they were now courageous, brave to say Kanuju.
Jirongo, in terms of leadership, in terms of making snap decisions, that was the guy.
There was nothing peculiar about Sam Nyamwe. It is only that he was a shrewd person.
Ruto was a very straight person, very background person, until maybe towards the end of YK that he started coming up.
More than 2 decades later, YK92 remains a thrilling topic, especially for Kenyans old enough to remember the once famous political initials.
Tena mbili nilikuwa ndio nimemaliza tu shule na kukawa na kitu ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa YK92.
Ni kundi ambalo lilikuja kumaliza uchumi wa Kenya. Nakumbuka wakati huo uchumi wa Kenya ulikuja ukaanguka.
Because pesa zilikuwa zinatengenezwa kiholela. Hiyo ndio wakati tulikuwa na Jirongo. Ile note inaitwa 500 ambayo Jirongo alikuwa anaenda anatengeneza, anakuja anagawa pesa.
Vijana wanaenda huko scrambling for money. But hiyo scrambling for money walitumia kama ati sasa vijana tuko na sisi, sasa kura tumepata mingi. It was also a rigging strategy.
Ni kampeni ambayo ilitumia vijana kwa njia mbaya.
So it is a study case that people should pay attention to, but not to replicate.
1992 was a consequential year for Kenya. An economy in turmoil, runaway corruption, and a poisoned political climate characterized by assassinations and regular public protests. A resurgent opposition bolstered by brave clergymen and a militant civil society had just managed to push for the reintroduction of multi-party democracy. The ruling party KANU and its leader, the then President Daniel Arap Moi, was besieged with the prospect of losing the general election looking real by the day. It was against this backdrop that a group of youthful associates met over a drink and an idea was born. It was on the 5th of January 1992 that 5 friends met at Nairobi's Boulevard Hotel for a drink. In attendance, Fred Kiptanui, Sami Kogo, Victor Kebenei, Joe Mangale and Joachim Kung, a close confidant of President Moi's son, Gideon Moi. The drink would later turn out the political equivalent of a life-saving drip. On December 3rd, 1991, a month to this meeting, President Moi had transformed the political scene by consenting to a repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution, opening the space for creation of alternative political parties.
Kitu mimi nauliza nyinyi leo, ili tuone hawa walio katika siasa, wale walio watumishi wa serikali, sisi tuseme kwamba tufungue, tuondoe ile section ya katiba ya Kenya ya 2A.
Multi-party was back, and for the first time since independence, KANU was facing a real battle for survival.
His was also under just one vote. He needed all the votes, which now were open to taking by other parties. So now the remaining party, which was still in power, had to pull itself together and brave for the coming competition.
Siasa ni mashindano. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa mashindano kiasi kukubalia iingie.
The first opposition party, the Forum for Restoration of Democracy, FORD, was riding high on the wave of change. President Moi's trusted friends started to forsake him. One by one, they left. But it was the resignation of Mwai Kibaki, the then Minister for Health, on Christmas Day in 1991 that sent shockwaves across the country.
I have resigned from the government and that a detailed statement will be issued tomorrow.
He was to be joined by then powerful politicians, mainly from the central Kenya region, to form the Democratic Party, DP.
Now forward!
But it was FORD that provided the real challenge. It attracted hundreds of thousands of supporters, and for a while, it looked set to wrest power from Moi. These emerging developments dominated discussions among the five friends. KANU was staring at defeat, and the position of these five young men, most of them sons of political figures in the society, was at stake. They agreed to an idea, a youth league that will champion KANU's re-election, a replica of UK's Labour Party youth movement. They named the movement KANU National Youth Congress.
You know, they knew of one party, one government, one nation. For them, the president was their president. The party was their government.
That afternoon, 32-year-old Cyrus Jirongo, who was a mutual friend, was proposed to lead the new movement.
The lobby group I led in 92 was just 23 young men, business people. One thing is for you to qualify, you must have your own money. It was not a begging team. There are people who are in business. We were not a huge team as people would want to imagine. There were only 23 of us.
KANU was in problems and the opposition was getting stronger. And, they needed an organization of young people like us to make sure that we help the party.
Word about the new outfit spread quickly. And in the meeting that followed, sons of top political leaders were in attendance. They included President Moi's children, Gideon, Jonathan, and June, as well as Kiprono Kitoni, their cousin and son of then Maendeleo ya Wanawake chair lady Zipporah Kitoni. It was at this meeting that YK92 was born.
As young people and persons from families that were in Kanu, what they used to call traditionally Kanu communities, said, no, we can't let Mzee be embarrassed like this.
I joined YK92 by virtue of I was a personal assistant to Peward. And when we heard that there was meetings here and there, then I requested that maybe I can join them. And that is when I approached Jirongo, and he told me, come and they put for me a position.
At the time, I was teaching. I was a lecturer at Umtalii College. And I was given a call by a friend who was at the secretariat. He told me, Patrick, it is important that you come and meet, and there is a movement that we are coming up with. So I went to the office at KNCC, and I found a guy called Olympia Luceno, who works in Sudan, in Dubai currently. And there was another young man called William Ruto, who happens to be a deputy president today. They welcomed me, and they told me they are aware that I was a lecturer in Umtalii, and they told me they had set up structures to group support. So I was identified as someone who could be that team to consolidate support from tertiary institutions.
At this time, the fabric that held the opposition together had started to tear. Apart from DP eating into the opposition bloc, Ford, the once indomitable party that shook the nation, split into two. Ford Kenya, led by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and Ford Asili, led by Kenneth Matiba. Franklin Bate was the Deputy State House Controller and Moi's speechwriter at the time YK92 was conceptualized.
President Moi didn't take chances. So he led his think tanks into a state of thinking, serious analyzing of situations, assessing situations. And immediately he asked, where are the young people? And then they became so handy. The Honorable Jirongo and his team came by. And they were told what was the wish of the president, and the president himself is the one who was telling them. They went back, and they came back with a modus operandi. And the modus operandi yielded YK92.
I would loosely say we also had a kitchen cabinet. Even amongst the national officials, there are some members who are more national in terms of access than the others, yet they are on the same team. But I'll give credit to His Excellency's children. There was particularly the girl June. June was a main person with our team. Of course, there was Jonathan in the background. And what we realized, whatever we decide, the sentiments will be passed over to Cyrus Jirongo, and he had quite a good rapport with them. Within hours, he would guarantee us that I'm giving you an answer from Mzee. That was initially. But with the time, it became him. He's the one who now had the direct access to His Excellency then.
They were a structured team. And they had a team, I now don't remember the number of the Central Committee, which was headed by Jirongo. That is a group that was meeting with President Moi on regular basis to brief him on the goings on in the countryside. In that structured manner, the key man was Cyrus Jirongo. That was the key man. That was the man who Moi could call even alone and tell him A, B, C, D about what to do with his team.
Late 1991, June Moi organized the initial meeting between the group and President Moi. The meeting took place at his home in Cabinet Gardens, Nairobi. YK92 was later officially launched on March 4th, 1992 at the Nyayo National Stadium. This movement introduced new dynamics to the 1992 election campaigns by mobilizing the youth vote.
We had a very short-term plan, and that plan was KANU win.
At this time, if I may say, and I dare say so, not many of KANU politicians were had the courage to stand for KANU. Not one of them. So it was only Moi talking KANU. When these young people now came in, they were a blessing to President Moi, because they were now courageous, brave to say KANU juu, jogoo.
Nafikiri walikuwa wanataka kufufua chama kabisa tena iwe na nguvu, na kwa kiasi walifanya.
Gemini, will this ham feed 6 adults?
That ham appears to be 8 pounds, which should feed 8 to 10 adults.
Bring on the leftovers.
Holiday smarter. Save on the Google Pixel 10 Pro at Best Buy.
YK92 carried out their purpose by heckling and intimidating the opposition during the political gatherings and vote buying. They warned opposition chiefs against campaigning in the rural areas of Kenya, or what they called KANU zones.
When you are having a competitor, you try all means to outwing the other. So I could say, as much as they had liberty to campaign everywhere, we made sure that our strongholds, we weakened them by all means. Yes, and we strategically put our supporters on the ground so that it is coming from the ground. But the ideas were really from our head office, which is the YK92 head office. So we send people, and then they assemble people, and we tell them, this is what you are going to do.
So they will disrupt?
Yeah, that is normal.
They were working for a boss. And that boss belonged to a party known as KANU. And they were bought into the idea of KANU retaining power. Naturally, therefore, they were standing up against any other person who would want to interfere with that wish, with that arrangement.
Mwai Kibaki, a former vice president to Daniel Arap Moi, was seeking to unseat his now former boss. But when the DP leader ventured into KANU's heartlands, he encountered organized harassment. An important rally in Kapsabet, scheduled for September 3rd, was cancelled at short notice by the district commissioner. Early September, after a successful tour of Uasin Gishu, Kibaki had been stopped from entering Moi's Bridge by pro-KANU youth armed with machetes and arrows. But the most serious incident occurred on Sunday, 13th September. The DP leader was ambushed at Sotik in Kericho district, where he had stopped to greet local residents. A crowd of youth had attacked, overturning one car and smashing two others, forcing Kibaki's security men to form a ring around the former VP with stones raining down on the vehicles. The invective flowed fast and furious when Kibaki encountered a mob in Limuru. He had come to welcome the recruitment of the immediate former MP. Kibaki charged that this was an orchestration of the YK92, which was instilling a culture of violence. In 1992, KANU employed a youth group called YK92. What do you remember about this group?
I remember
when really the YK92 came into the fore, having meetings, let's say in Kamukunji, became a big problem. Initially, you could call a meeting in Kamukunji, your only problem was the police. But come YK92, you had also to mobilize yourself in preparation for violence coming from, the leadership or organized with the leadership of YK92.
Well, I can never forget that name, YK92, because they were the ones used by the regime, the government of the day, led by Moi, to suppress freedom of expression, freedom of whatever. And YK92 is but one of the instruments that Moi used to suppress what we were fighting for.
Ours was to campaign for Moi, and that's it. Okay. And that's what we did.
Intimidation, the part of intimidation.
What capacity would a businessman have to intimidate? Those who intimidate have other capacities other than being purely a businessman. I know for sure there are some statements that would be released, and we are not aware of those statements. There is one statement that was released insulting the then Electoral Commission chair, Zacchaeus Chesoni. We were not aware totally. And when you looked at the facts, because that is it had been faxed to the media stations, it had no address. When we pushed harder, it came out that the statement had been issued by the then Deputy Control of State House, Franklin Bett. So there are many people who acted, did their own mischievous things, and they use the name Youth for Kano 92 as a cover.
We were targeting, first of all, to consolidate Kano areas, because we needed to give them courage that the party still existed and we were going somewhere.
Yes.
So when we went to our strongholds, so that we can then now move out and see if we can get 1 or 2 votes from there, these overzealous politicians now started using Youth for Kano 92, printing their own T-shirts, offering their own small supporters in the villages, and creating chaos.
My friend, what is underhand deals in politics? Even as you're asking me those questions today, what is going on in America, in the United States, between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump? What's going on? Underhand deals. So what am I saying? It cannot be blamed on Kanu alone that they propagated propaganda. Propaganda is part of politics. It is part and parcel of it. That I can confirm. Without propaganda, you may not win an election. Anywhere in the world, anywhere, name it, anywhere in the world.
So the YK did it very well?
Yes, they did very well.
And propaganda was played hard.
We approached also the stalwarts, particularly the senior Odinga, and that was actually the pecan of the opposition, or the father of the opposition. So we managed to convince him, and at one point even we arranged for a one-on-one meeting with the president. And of course, when we discussed with him, he accepted that he will want to meet the president, but in secrecy. So we arranged when the president was in Eldoret. Then we were supposed to we hired an helicopter from Wilson Airport. So while we were arranging now to airlift him, I think the word leaked, and somebody leaked it to the press that Odinga was going to meet the president. So when that word leaked, then he resynced the invitation, and of course it worked, because at one point now, the opposition, when they were sitting, they were accusing one another. So you wanted to go and eat ugali and what have you.
Kigen says they even managed to put some of the opposition leaders on their payroll.
The only person we didn't manage to get was Raila Odinga. But the rest of the people, Shukugu, Wamalwa, and quite a number of others who are not very senior, to be part of our agents inside there, because we were handling and we were supporting them. And in fact, even Wamalwa, we were paying his house. And we moved him to a very good place, and we told him to be settled so that now when he's talking, he's fitting us in the evening, whatever it is going on. At that point also, we were using the same information we are getting that they were planning to now come out into the air.
Why did you fail to get Raila Odinga?
He was a little bit cunning.
More than 20 years after the 1992 elections, the story of YK92 is still material, as one of its members, William Samoei Arap Ruto, is Kenya's deputy president. Having campaigned and won the presidency alongside President Uhuru Kenyatta on a Jubilee coalition ticket in 2013. Today, the DP and Jirongo are political foes and have been engaged in a political spat occasioned by the assassination of businessman Jacob Juma.
Najua my brother Jirongo saa zingine anakasirika na mimi kwa sababu zamani nilikuwa mti yake ya mkono. Sasa anakasirika na mimi sasa, anaona huyu ambaye alikuwa mti yake ya mkono alifikia wapi hapa mpaka aka. Lakini unajua my friend ni kujipanga na nilikwambia. Mimi sikatai, nilikuwa mtu yako ya mkono, lakini sasa unanikasirikia ya nini? Na sasa hii ni maneno ya Mungu.
Would you be jealous for William Ruto to yourself? Would you want to go to Hague, go through the problems he's gone through? My thinking about leadership is totally different. His thinking is totally different. And leadership is about honor. You work hard to get honor.
Aged 25, Ruto was fresh from the university when he was drafted into the YK team.
When Ruto was just a young man I think he had not even finished the university. And I think along the way he cleared within the year. So he went to Kano office where Julia was, and he managed to stick around there. And then all of a sudden, he was now, once in a while, he was joining the meetings of Kano, youth for Kano, and so on. But he was just somebody. Yeah, he had no job, he had nothing. He was just a student who was looking for a job.
They were the University of Nairobi sub-branch. At that time we had university sub-branches, and they were brought to Kano headquarters by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mbithi at that time, and we had a very good working relationship with university sub-branches, and he was part of that sub-branch, and he came to our office to also do what you say today, internship.
And a very good organizer. He was in the secretariat. He did most of the paperwork. Most of the YK people preferred to be out there in the field. Before we established his eloquence in addressing national rallies or any rally outside, he was a very focused office person. In the initial stages, because we are running out of time, we split. We had so many rallies to address at any one time in the whole country. I remember there was a group that went to Eldama Ravine, and that group was given His Excellency Deputy President as a principal speaker And some people were even skeptical about whether he could manage. He was a very quiet, polished, soft man. But when he got the microphone in Laville, I mean, we were all surprised about his prowess, his oratory skills, and his capacity to captivate the crowds, both in his local language and also in Kiswahili. You rarely find people from his region who talk in that kind of Kiswahili. He has a mastery of that. And then his English was perfect, thanks to his academic background and exposure. We realized this man must always be in the rallies, and particularly when you're in that territory where the dialect, local dialect, was key.
What if you could give someone a moment to dream? And what if you could do that with a single gift? Give the gift of what if with holiday scratch-offs.
The group is alleged to have played role of a conduit by the Moi regime to siphon public money. Kano devised multiple strategies to win the election. One was to print money to buy voters.
Issues of corruption and issues of governance, they were very much part of the political discussion at that time. And we were trying to mobilize the country around those issues and to ensure that the imperial rule under the KANU as a national party and the only party at the time was brought to an end. And then comes YK92, and the thing that they were selling was money. They had loads of cash, mobilized young people on the basis of what they were offering at any one meeting, or trying to buy, leaders, sometimes not even youth leaders, but even other people in the leadership. But the
Yeah, kuna watu wananiuliza kama niko live. I'm live. I'm just analyzing how Moi was able to go through the opposition at a very deep time. And the same, in this life, there's no new things under the sun. So hiyo script ya Moi ndio Ruto atatumia. So we need to understand hii script ya Moi, so that now we can know how we can stop Ruto from using it. Because there are no new things Ruto is going to discover. Na unajua Ruto is a very predictable man. Ni kama wale watu wajuani. Ruto ni wale watu ambao anakuoneshanga mapema his intentions. And that is why Ruto is the easiest person to fight. Anakuoneshanga his intention. Asha kuonesha nitakuibia kura. You are not fighting it. Ruto asha kuonesha I will do this. Na anakuoneshanga mapema by the way. Afichangi. So Ruto is very predictable. Ruto is not even like Donald Trump. Wale watu wanasemanga he is unpredictable. So there is those, unajua kuna watu wanasemanga siku hizi nataja mzee wangu sana hadi watu waamini, my guy. Yeah, the man who has changed America. Fuel is now $2 and something. Wacha niwasomee kitu hapa sababu mumekuwa mkifua. Wacha niwaoneshe kitu hapa. Si ati nawatoa kwa siasa ya nini ya Kenya. Nataka kuwaonesha you need people like this. Hii tunawawekea for loves. Nataka kuwaonesha the art of psychophancy. Hii lazima nawawekea tu for love. So na musinichukulia kwa vibaya. Like you need these guys everywhere. So si ati ya wako. So Wanjeri, hii nawawekea tu for love. Yani kuwafurahisha mcheke. Na msikiliza hii kizungu na sijui kama nani huko. Nataka tu kuwekea tu Stephen Miller. Nataka
Let me just say, Mr. President,
art of psychophancy. he might be speaking the truth. So si ati nasema, but nataka kuonesha there's no any government which can survive without sycophants. So this is Stephen Miller. He is speaking the truth, but it is sycophancy in steroid. Nataka musikilize.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels were running entire communities. Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you stepped forward originally in 2016, you started the movement to make America great again. And that means make America. Let me just say, Mr. President.
Yeah, nataka musikilize Stephen Miller. And I'm not saying what he is saying is not true. And get my word. But kuna kitu nataka mujue, the art of sycophancy in politics. Bila watu utoboi. Lazima ukuwe kuna watu tu wako pahali wanasema mkubwa kama sio wewe. I'm not saying what Stephen Miller is saying is not correct. But you need this. This is what we call royalty at the core. Bila watu utoboi. Nataka tu kuwekea. I want you to learn something here. Stephen, and that's why I like Stephen Miller. Unaona tu mzai venye anasikiliza hapo. I'm not saying what you're saying is not correct. But there is something I want you to listen to the selection of words.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels were running entire communities. Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you stepped forward originally in 2016, you started the movement to make America great again. And that means make America great again in every way. And that means safety and prosperity and peace and freedom from cartels and crime and gangs. And your vision and your leadership in declaring war on the drug cartels is the single most successful public safety initiative in American history. And I need the media to understand what President Trump has done. People have been talking about drug cartels for longer than I've been alive. And everyone has just taken for granted that they can't be touched or stopped. They're too big, they're too powerful, they're too evil, they're too murderous. They can operate with impunity. And in just 9 months, President Trump is the only American leader, not just in our lifetimes, but ever, to actually take the fight to the drug cartels, to actually seek their eradication. And it is happening. And so while the Democrats are shutting the government down and fighting for free health care for illegal aliens, look at what President Trump has assembled here. He's assembled a team under his vision, direction, and leadership that is saving hundreds of thousands of lives. And only President Trump could have done this. And I will say one last thing, which is that his courage has been an inspiration to everyone else in this room. There are people in this room, looking at, for example, at Todd Lyons, who have been relentlessly doxxed and harassed and threatened. But when they see President Trump's courage, what he's been through for 10 years to save America, when they came after his family, his businesses, his safety, his freedom, everyone at this table knows we can give whatever it takes to get the mission done. So President Trump, thank you for your leadership, your boldness, your courage, and your vision. We're honored to serve underneath you.
Information. Truth.
Anyway, that one was just for laughs. Without you, this country was going to die. So, and hata hii channel mwanzie kuichukulia kwa maana. Without this channel, you could have died with depression. Sasa mwanzie kukua masycophant wa hii channel yetu pia. You people, you have to start kuilimbikiza. Hadi kuna kitu nataka msome hapo. There is no any regime which survives without, there is no any regime which can survive without sycophants. Hata moja. There is no any regime which can survive without sycophants. So you need sycophants to survive. Wacha niwaekee mwingine musikilize speech. So sycophants is not an art of Kenya alone. And I'm not saying that a sycophant is wrong, but huwezi survive bila hawa. Wacha nikuwekee mwingine.
And you'll see those results very soon. Anybody else want to say a few words? Oh, Ted, I can't believe it.
I'm easy to miss.
It's very rare that I would miss it. Go ahead, Ted.
Well, Mr. President, I want to congratulate you on behalf of everyone here for the leadership that you're showing. And this is a victory today for consumers. This is a victory for affordability. Your critics like to say the word affordability. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, they put mandate after mandate after mandate on cars and trucks, and they drove the price up thousands and thousands of dollars. And with the actions you're taking today, and you put on top of that the one big beautiful bill, you know, most of the senators here on the Senate Commerce Committee, and on the Commerce Committee, we worked together to zero out the CAFE standards. We wrote that into the law that the CAFE standards went to zero. What does that mean? It means you can now, as a consumer, buy the car you want. It also means people's lives will be safer, because what these regulations did is they forced cars to be more expensive and made of plastic instead of steel, because you had to make them lighter to comply with these standards. So you'd get in a wreck and people would die. The result of what you're doing, you're literally saving people's lives, and you're making it where families can afford to get a new car. These actions will drop the cost of cars and trucks thousands of dollars. That makes a real difference.
That is a statement I wanted.
You'd get in a wreck and
that is a statement I wanted to hear. Anataka usikilize hapo. You are literally saving people's lives. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but in the politics, as they come out, oh boy. These are the people who charge you.
Is they forced cars to be more expensive and made of plastic instead of steel, because you had to make them lighter to comply with these standards. So you'd get in a wreck and people would die. The result of what you're doing, you're literally saving people's lives, and you're making it where families can afford to get a new car. These actions will drop the cost of cars and trucks thousands of dollars. That makes a real difference. And I'll make one final point. You know, about half the members here are car dealers. And I will say my good friend Roger Williams out in the lobby, he tried to sell me a car, which didn't surprise me. But I just want to give props to Mike Kelly. He showed he was savvier because he tried to sell you a car, and you can afford a much nicer car than I can. So well done, Mike Roger. You just went to the wrong customer.
I was $100 cheaper.
The thing that Ted just said, it's true, plastic instead of steel. Think of that. And people died because of that. The plastic was plastic in an auto accident, then it broke up and people were
Anyway, hata mimi siingii kwa siasa kama sijapata masycophant wangu wa kutosha. I need people who will be praising me on everything I do. Mr. Njiru, kama sio wewe, hii mambo atungetoboa. Anawacha kuuliza maswali mingi. That is the heart of politics. Without such guys, your regime cannot survive. There are some people who have to see things in an angle. Sahi kuna jamaa akianzia kusifu Ruto, utaanzia utashanga. No, I needed that was just for love. They are my guys. I like them. I'm not saying that what they are saying is wrong, but you need sycophants. So I'm just trying to say you need sycophants in every. Hata Gachagua ako na psychophants wake. A psychophant is a person who does not think. Yeye tu hata akisikia kuna vitu napigana nazo, yeye anakuja tu kupiga tu, anakuja. A psychophant is beyond your wife. Sababu saa zingine hata bibi yako anaweza kuuliza mbona unafanya hivi. Psychophant does not question. Psychophant akisikia tu, psychophant ni yule mtu kama sasa akisikia Donald Trump is deporting people, yeye ndiye ako kwanza kuanzia kuingiza hao watu kwa magari. Kusema tuko na wengine hapa, we need to chase them away. So psychophants, that is how they are. yeah you need. So lakini nyinyi sijaona mkisupport hii show yangu in that zeal, and I always come here all the time because of you. And I'm saving your mental emotion. Na amwezi kuwa psychophant. Mnaona kama huyo Kabogo ni mmoja. Wakiambiwa ongee. Even Gachagua, when he was a shareholder, he used to talk that way. So don't worry. Life ukua hivyo. So I'm not saying it is wrong. So that was just for love. I'm not criticizing them. Bila hiyo utoboi. Lazima ukue na praise and worship. Lazima ukue na praise and worship mzuri. Yeah, sasa na amwezi anzia sasa kusifu hii show bwana. Amwezi anzia kusema wewe bwana Njiru bila wewe. We couldn't be around. I need some few psychophants. Anyway, I'm just trying to say, you need in life without psychophants, utoboy. Yeah. Your wife, your children should be a psychophant. Hawafai kukua akipingana na wewe. Hao ni wale watu ambao wakikutana, they should be talking about you without thinking. Yeah, so anyway, nimeshukuru, our show was long. So Wanjeri, you were asking if the show was live. I'm live. So I don't know why you are bluffing with me. And I don't want a bluff. So sijui kwa nini Wanjeri ulikuwa unauliza kama niko live alafu ndio huyu wewe. Wanjeri, I don't know what happened to my camera. Aitaningi. I hope one day it will do the right thing. So but so Wanjeri, I'm waiting for you. Ama tufunge. Aya, wacha nimwekee ring. So Wanjeri, I'm waiting for you. I need to hear your psychophants. Hata Reginator amefurahia leo. No, I was just trying to show you. So saa zingine hata mkiona ma psychophant Kenya on steroid. Atenjino, never demand for your wife to be a psychophant. It will Hapana bwana. Kuna zile phrases lazima ani support without thinking bwana. Actually, anafaa kukua saa zingine anatokezea anasema without you. Hatujui tungekuwa wapi. Tungekuwa bali hatujielewi. No, lakini CV kama hiyo sio mbaya. So no, lazima Reginate. No, lazima usifiwe kidogo. Tunajitunganisha sana, tunajitungumania sana. So nini ma psychophant? No, I'm saying psychopath. Hata huyu mama wa Thika ni psychopath inamsumbua, sio kupenda. Na lazima nikikaakaa kidogo, because unajua Alice Ng'ang'a amevunja rekodi Kenya, lazima nikikaakaa na waekea ili at least lazima tunawaekea huyu mama ili munajua viongozi wenyu. Yeah. Unajua lazima nikikaakaa na waonesha, unajua Yumira huyu choose, lazima nikikaakaa na waekea mama. So cheering squad. Na huyu mama anakaanga Mukorino. Lazima nikikaakaa na waonesha watu wa mlima mastaili deadly zenyu zile ambazo wale watu mnachagua. Lakini Wakikuyu mlijiangusha sana. Huyu hakuna comeback. And you'll be shocked that huyu mama amekuwa bunge kama miaka 10. You can be shocked. Yeah.
If you have tried multiple oral antidepressants and detonated,
unajua kuna uwezekano huyu mama ako na miaka 10 mbunge. No, sijasema ukuwe serious hivyo. No, I was just trying to show you psychopaths wako Kenya peke yake. So hata hawa akina Waome msiwa accuse sana. Sio Waome, Ng'ang'a. So saa zingine hata ukisikia Kabogo anasema mimi nimeajiriwa, msimu accuse sana. A psychopath has to behave that way to survive. Yeah. Unajua uzuri psychopath anajuanga kiti yake. So acha niwaambie.
Political fast on Sunday, instantly dragging Kenya's sensitive debate on state asset sales, economic pain, and 2027 succession politics into the open. Ng'ang'a was speaking during President William Ruto's visit to a church fundraising service in Gatundu, North Kiambu County. What was meant to be a routine harambee quickly turned into a political theater, raw, unfiltered, and deeply revealing.
Sababu mimi hivi karibuni nitakuwa mdosi wa hapa Kiambu.
Standing before the congregation, Ng'ang'a went further. She framed unquestioned loyalty to the president as economic patriotism, insisting that no one should dare oppose Ruto if he chooses to sell national assets. According to her, selling assets will help the country develop. Opposition, in her framing, was not leadership, it was obstruction.
Your Excellency, mimi ni wale wanasema ya kwamba watu wanasema ati tusiuze assets. Mimi nakuambia Your Excellency, kama mjumbe wa Thika Mama Simba, uza zote tutengeneze mabarabara.
Then came
na niulize ni Mama Simba gani? Hii ni ile Simba imenyeshewa ama hii ni ile Simba imekufa? Ni Mama Simba.
The personal declaration.
Hapa wananiita mama. Mama Simba oe. Mama Simba oe. Mama Simba.
In that moment, the event stopped being about church fundraising. It became a campaign rally 3 years too early. The reaction was immediate. Sections of the congregation heckled, others shifted uncomfortably, and across Kenya, outrage spread fast. For many, Kenyans already struggling under high taxes, rising cost of living, and fears of privatization, the idea of casually selling strategic national assets, especially Safaricom, struck a nerve. To critics, Ng'ang'a's remarks sounded less like economic policy and more like blind political loyalty. To supporters, it was bold alignment with the president. To the public, it reopened an old wound. Who really benefits when national assets are sold? But inside Kiambu, the fire was even hotter because Ng'ang'a's remarks were not just about economics, they were about power. Right there in Gatundu North, an open supremacy battle unfolded between Kiambu Governor Kimani Wamatangi and a rival political faction led by Gatundu North Member of Parliament Njoroge Kururia and Alice Ng'ang'a herself.
Hivi karibuni nitakuwa mdosi wa hapa Kiambu.
Kururia poured petrol on the fire. He openly referred to Ng'ang'a as the incoming governor and Wamatangi as the outgoing governor. No euphemisms, no political courtesy, just a direct challenge in front of the president in a church.
Ati Kiambu, kwa hivyo mnamaanisha yeye ni incoming governor? Basi wacha niwaitie outgoing governor Kimani Wamatangi, wachi governor kuja uongee na watu.
Governor Wamatangi did not flinch. Taking the microphone, he projected calm confidence, brushing off the attacks as empty news from leaders without development records.
Tuseme sisi wana Kiambu tulisema mambo ya siasa, wakati huu hatutapiga siasa. Wacha tufanyie watu wetu kazi. Tukifanya kazi, siasa inakuja mwaka wa 2027 na tutakuwa tayari, Your Excellency. Saa zingine unajua simba akitulia anaonekana kama ni paka vile walivyosema, Your Excellency. Lakini sisi tuko sawa, Your Excellency. Na hii kazi tutaendelea naye, Your Excellency. 2027 siasa itajipanga na tutakuwa humo na Kururia. Mimi ndio sitting governor wa kaunti ya Kiambu. Mimi ndio governor to be wa Kiambu. Don't be in doubt in your mind.
Then came the warning.
Wana Kiambu hoye! Wana Kiambu hoye! Wangapi wako na Wamatangi hoye! Tuone kwa mikono yenye wako na Wamatangi. Haya basi, kama uko na taswishi, ujua governor ambaye yako na anakuja ni mgani.
The lines were drawn clearly. On one side, Wamatangi defending incumbency and record. On the other, Ng'ang'a and Kururia signaling early succession and loyalty to the president. But the event was spiraling, and President William Ruto could not see it. What began as a church fundraiser had turned into an early 2027 battlefield, loud, chaotic, and dangerously premature. The president stepped in.
Lakini mi naona kuna mahali, wacha niwasaidie kidogo, si ndio? Kuna uchaguzi imetangazwa ya Januari, na mi naona pengine imewachanganya kidogo. Uchaguzi ya Januari si ya governor, ni ya chama ya UDA. So tulizeni boli kidogo, bado ya governor itakuja baadaye. Ama na magari jameni.
If your life insurance only works when you die, it's outdated. Modern life insurance pays while you are.
Tuko pamoja. So mjipange na uchaguzi wa UDA kwanza, alafu hiyo ingine kila mtu achaguliwe kulingana na ile kazi amefanya.
Then the reality check.
Hakuna mtu atachaguliwa hivi hivi. Hakuna mtu atachaguliwa kwa sababu yeye ni hodari na matusi. Hakuna mtu atachaguliwa kwa sababu yeye anajua sana ati kupiganisha watu. Hapana. Tunataka tuunganishe wananchi wa taifa letu la Kenya.
The message
Lakini ile kitu najua kama kutakuwa na voter rigging, na unajua Ruto anapenda wanawake sana na kama sisi hatutakuwa na strategy mzuri during the election, si Ruto ataingiza huyu mama tu ndani vile tu aliingiza akina Karinda Embo. Kiambu tu mujitayarishe, gavana wenyu ni huyu mama. Hakuna otherwise. Matiangi hapo uweze to nini? Wa Matangi hapo uweze to boa. I can tell you. Gavana ni huyo mama. Si atawekwa kwa system, equations, kila kitu. Gavana ni huyo mama. Si ni rumudhirifinja inafanya kazi. Kwani ni story gani? Utoboi. Kama Ruto huyo ndiye ameziro ini naye. Acha tuache mambo mingi yenu. Muache kuniambia unajua nime-encourage alafu sasa sitaki kuwapoteza matumaini. See, I just encouraged you few hours ago. Hebu mkae na hiyo encouragement. Mimi sitaki maneno mingi. I can see huyu mama ni kiherehere na kimbelembele atawakalia chapati Kiambu. Huyo mama ndiye gavana wa Kiambu. So mkae mkijua hivyo. As long as upinzani na Jenny tumeniambia ati Jenny, you have told me opposition is very strong. Can you explain to me how? Opposition is strong as long as ile kura tutapiga watailinda na itahesabiwa vile imepigwa. And they prevent ballot stuffing and ballot. Hiyo vitu yote. If opposition has no concept ya kulinda kura, hata wasikuje kutuongelesha. And na Janet nilisema hapa, in the history of the world, watu hawajaibiwa kura kwa stronghold yao. So that was very careless. Na nitakwambia hii in a very friendly way. Inataka maybe huku nisikiliza jana Janet Mwangi na umeniambia utafinya thank you. I'm waiting for that thank you very soon. Hata Ana aliniambia atafinya thank you. Na wale watu wanataka kufinya thank you, mufinye. Mwache kuniweka tu hivi tu hapa. So yes, so that's why Janet, I'm trying to advise you what is supposed to be done. Mr. Gachagua mishandled Mbere election, and there is no a place to hide on the Mbere election, and there's no reason any justification kusema sisi ni kura tulibiwa na watu wetu walipigwa. There is no such justification. There is no way in which, and I'm telling you this from a very advanced political analysis, there's no way in which you can lose votes through mischievous actions in your stronghold. It has never been proven. It is impossible. It is impossible. I use that word. Janet, I'm addressing you. You react. It is impossible to lose votes in your stronghold. You must be extremely careless, or it is not your stronghold. I know Mbere is our stronghold. So the former applies, carelessness. We were careless in Mbere. Hatukuwa tunajua ikikuwa mingi na ikikuwa ndogo. Ini Kiembu tunasemanga tutia menyaro kivwa na rogesora. We were just there, stooges. And that's why I'm trying to tell you, opposition caved. And they did very bad things for us not to convert. Na ndio unaona hii momentum yote umeona Ruto akona. Let me tell you, if you want to know how disastrous Mbere situation was, if we won Mbere, Ruto angekuwa ameenda Mount Kenya. Sahi, hiyo ujinga yote unaona sasa, hata kuenda kwa kanisa wamama kuwekwa vitambaa, malaya wanatafutwa wanafunga vitambaa, because those are, and I'm sorry to use that word, those are prostitutes. Walitafutwa pale wakapewa vitambaa. I'm not saying prostitutes sio watu, but hakuna wamama wa kanisa kama hao. Hiyo nimekata. So anyway, bad word. I know somebody will start telling me, Kayuni unasema yeye na nini? Anyway, hii momentum yote ni sababu ya ujinga ya mbele. Janet, we have to call it as it is. Hii momentum yote Ruto amekuwa nayo sasa. Ruto ameanzia kuja kutukanyanga. If tungekalia Ruto mbele, he could be hiding, but sasa hivi venye alituibia kura, tumempea momentum mbaya sana. Atakuwa na shida huko kwetu because we have nothing to prove. So that's why I'm trying to tell you, Gachagua ametukosea sana. Njiru, tupatie time, tuko kwa ups and downs za siku. You still do it when the right time comes without force. No. Janet, I cannot believe in that. We have to get organized. So Gachagua has to come out and he has to take responsibility. I've even called him and his people, nimewambia, they have to take responsibility of what happened in Mbeere. Sio kuruka. Lazima watokezea kwa media. Wacha niwaambie. If I get hold of Gachagua, this is what I'm telling him. Mr. Gachagua, this one should be your messaging. Tokezea kwa watu. Ambia watu, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really humbled before you. I'm so much worried of what we did in Mbeere. First of all, I ask for your forgiveness. And I hope nyinyi ni watu wazuri, you are good people. You always listen to people. I have come to you with a lot of humility, and I hope you can listen to me. I'm really sorry for what happened in Mbeere. Sorry for betraying your quest for giving us power. Sorry because of we couldn't be able to protect your votes at the time you needed our impact. I'm really apologetic. We will evaluate it, and next time, such things will not come out. We are analyzing what went wrong, and we want to assure you, and you rest assured that there is no any election which will be stolen in Kenya under our watch. And we will come up with corrective measures to make sure that your election is not stolen again. Thank you, important. That is what Gachagua is supposed to tell people. But does he have courage to do that? Si anaenda tu kucelebrate tu vitu zake za UDCP huko UMCA. Let me tell you, yes, Janet ni makosa ya Gachagua. Ni makosa yake as the team leader, ni makosa ya Gachagua. Na hiyo usiruke. Gachagua alitukosea sana. We were supposed to convert Mbeere seat in whatever mechanism. Mbeere seat was life and death. Mbeere seat was more important than Malava. Malava hata wangeachilia, Malava hata ikiibiwa haina shida. But we were not supposed to lose Mbeere. Nimekuambia vizuri Janet, because I'm talking of very advanced politics here. Na nataka usikilize. If Mbeere is our stronghold, this is what a stronghold mean. Unajua nataka kuelezea hapa. This is what ngoja kidogo, relax, forget about door to door. You can work very hard and you don't make it in life. Hata maskini anashindanga kwa, hata maskini kuna mtu ana kitu na anashida na jasho. So working hard doesn't mean you will have. So Janet, there is difference between working and producing. Those two things are not related psychologically. Working and producing. Hard work and producing, they are not related. So this is a mistake of Gachagua. Gachagua needed to know that in Mbeere, we had to produce results. We had to produce results. And what was results? Results is to make sure that Mbeere candidate wa upinzani ameshinda kura. It was a matter of life and death. But they did concentrate. And they allowed our votes to be stolen. And now they came now to start crying. They have lost all the momentum. Now wamepoteza hata Wakenya wote. I'm telling you, nimesikiliza hata ground. People are not happy. And Gachagua is not taking responsibility of not, and that is disrespect to Kenyans. Unajua Jenny saa zingine amusikilizangi. That is disrespecting Kenyans, allowing Kenyans votes to be stolen. na wanaachilia tu Kasongo tu aende hivi, and the only thing they are telling people ni ati musijali 2007 Kasongo will be very busy, he will even be fighting for his survival. Hawezi iba. That is not how you talk when you wrong people. No, that's not how you talk when you wrong people. No, forget about that. Janet, that one is not important. That one is not important. It is not important. That one is not important. Hata Museveni in his stronghold hajawahi ibiwa uchaguzi. You announce it mapema. So what Gachagua was supposed to do, he was supposed to say, he was supposed to reject that election mapema. Immediately they were attacked. They were supposed to have a conference. Na waseme, we reject Mbere votes. Na iwezi hesabiwa. Did they even do that? Did they do? No, forget. So what did they do to sensitize the opinion shapers? What has happened? Unajua Janet, tuache. Let's stop theories. Let's stop theory. Hii yote unaelezea hapa ni theory. Be practical, be pragmatic. This is not how you handle people. This is not how you handle people. Tunajaribu kusaidia Gachagua lakini wewe huwezi sikiliza. Nimekuwa nikionyeshana masycophant hapa. Hebu wacha niwekee Janet masycophant hapa ili anielewe. You know, hata mimi nakuanga sycophant saa zingine, but it is very difficult to speak to a sycophant. It is very difficult to speak to, I understand. So wacha niwekee Janet Stephen Miller ili atanielewa. There's a reason why ndio nilikuwa natafuta hata nikuweka hii video. Wewe ndio nilikuwa natafuta, ni vile umekuja umechelewa. So wacha.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll hand this off.
Wacha nikuwekee Stephen Miller hapa. This one will shape your, na nikuwekee volume vizuri ili usikie. Wacha nikuwekee Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller hata umwambie nini, huyu hawezi sikia. Huyu tu unaachana na yeye.
To Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, the leader of this task force.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels are running entire communities. Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you stepped forward originally in 2016, you started the movement to make America great again. And that means make America great again in every way. And that means safety and prosperity and peace and freedom from cartels and crime and gangs. And your vision and your leadership in declaring war on the drug cartels is the single most successful public safety initiative in American history. And I need the media to understand what President Trump has done. People have been talking about drug cartels for longer than I've been alive. And everyone has just taken for granted that they can't be touched or stopped. They're too big, they're too powerful, they're too evil, they're too murderous. They can operate with impunity. In just 9 months, President Trump is the only American leader, not just in our lifetimes, but ever, to actually take the fight to the drug cartels, to actually seek their eradication. And it is happening. And so while the Democrats are shutting the government down and fighting for free health care for illegal aliens, look at what President Trump has assembled here. He's assembled a team under his vision, direction, and leadership that is saving hundreds of thousands of lives. Hundreds of thousands of lives. And only President Trump could have done this. And I will say one last thing, which is that his courage has been an inspiration to everyone else in this room. There are people in this room, looking at, for example, at Todd Lyons, who have been relentlessly doxxed and harassed and threatened. But when they see President Trump's courage, what he's been through for 10 years to save America, when they came after his family, his businesses, his safety, his freedom, everyone at this table knows we can give whatever it takes to get the mission done. So President Trump, thank you for your leadership, your boldness, your courage, and your vision. We're honored to serve underneath you.
Well, I want to thank you, Stephen.
Janet, such people cannot be advised. Sasa jamaa kama huyo hata umwambie nini, huyo hawezi sikia. Huyo tu unamwambia tu mkubwa kanyangia hapo. Unaongea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll hand this off to Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, the leader of this task force.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were.
Mr. President, this country was going to die without you. No, Jay, I understand. That's what I'm saying. You need such people to support your regime. Do you understand? So I'm not saying that Stephen Miller is wrong. Jay, I'm not saying Stephen Miller is wrong. But I'm just very happy. I disagree with your statement. This was a reality. Ni sawa, haina shida. I'm being comical. Yeah, this was reality for the last 4 years. You know very well the border was. Unajua shida yako na wewe Jay, you are so serious. You are so serious. You don't know. No, it's okay. A psychopath who speaks the truth is okay. Ni sawa. Jay, nimeacha. Let me stop being comical. Hii video ingeingia hapa aje? Hebu tusikilize Mira vile anasema. People who love their nation, how they speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll hand this off to Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller, the leader of this task force.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels were running entire communities. Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you stepped forward originally in 2016, you started the movement to make America great again. And that means make America great again in every way. And that means safety and prosperity and peace and freedom from cartels and crime and gangs. And your vision and your leadership in declaring war on the drug cartels is the single most successful public safety initiative in American history. And I need the media to understand what President Trump has done. People have been talking about drug cartels for longer than I've been alive. And everyone has just taken for granted that they can't be touched or stopped. They're too big, they're too powerful, they're too evil, they're too murderous. They can operate with impunity. And in just 9 months, President Trump is the only American leader, not just in our lifetimes, but ever, to actually take the fight to the drug cartels, to actually seek their eradication. And it is happening. And so while the Democrats are shutting the government down and fighting for free health care for illegal aliens, look at what President Trump has assembled here. He's assembled a team under his vision, direction, and leadership that is saving hundreds of thousands of lives. And only President Trump could have done this. And I will say one last thing, which is that his courage has been an inspiration to everyone else in this room. There are people in this room, I'm looking at, for example, at Todd Lyons, who have been relentlessly doxxed and harassed and threatened. But when they see President Trump's courage, what he's been through for 10 years to save America, when they came after his family, his businesses, his safety, his freedom, everyone at this table knows we can give whatever it takes to get the mission done. So President Trump, thank you for your leadership, your boldness, your courage, and your vision. We're honored to serve underneath you.
Well, I want to thank you, Stephen.
This event is going to teach you.
Yeah, there is something I want to correct. I think, Janet, it is unfair to use the word monster. I wanted to speak something about that health data. People are accusing the American government because of our health data. Kenya had an opportunity to reject. They had an opportunity. America did not have that deal with Kenya at a gunpoint. In any case, there are some necessary health programs America has been doing with Kenya or with Africa, the ones which we used to do with the USA na watu wengine. So it is Kenya which went begging. It is Kenya which suggested. Donald Trump and America they did not propose to be given the stuff. So nataka kuambia, so Janet, even when you are accusing the American government, just know that the American government did not propose to Kenya. It is Kenya which said, we have this, we can sell to you. And America cannot reject the offer. Sasa wewe Janet, ukiniambia kuna ng'ombe wako amezaa na unataka kuniuzia ndama na niko na pesa, nisinunue? The reason why nimecheza hizi videos, they were very measured. Nimecheza hizi videos because I wanted to talk about patriotism. Do we have people who love their nation? Sijui kama mumeona huyu mzee wangu, sijui kama mumemuona leo kwa military in game. I know there are people who don't like, because people have been brainwashed. Na nitawekea hiyo video muone ati hata kuna watu wanaenda, I think I have shared in a group, ati watu wanaenda ati hospitali ati being treated because ati they cannot handle huyu mzee. Anyway, wacha niwaoneshe a man who loves his nation. So anyway, hata tumemaliza story ya Kenya, so there's even no need of even focus. Anyway, this is patriotism at he is with military. Anyway, I don't know. This guy is not what people think. So, but again, 20 years of telling you lies, I understand what it na hiyo sio kelele ya chuki, hiyo ni kelele ya patriots supporting their fellow patriot who is saving their country. Yes, I've never, even our guy from Kenya, he didn't receive this, truth be told.
Come on, you're gonna watch all these people fall through the sky.
Whole stadium. I think a big group of Americans has understood this guy, and I think they have understood his mission. They have understood the clarion call. So the other narrative which people try to say, buffoonery, racism, I think there are people who are not able, they have not been able to analyze well. And I always am giving people a chance. You might have absorbed a lot of propaganda, but absorb, let me tell you, this man alone Sasa nianzie kuongea kama Steven Miller. This I need to speak like Steven Miller. This man alone rescued America. Let me not use the word saved because mtaanzia kuniambia kwani ni Mungu. This man alone rescued America. Even in Kenya, if we are determined na tuache ujinga, we can do it. Lakini ujinga yetu ni mingi. Tuko na sijui hata akina Gachagua, kuleni pesa, kuleni stupidity. Ate jogo ndizi kagona migugo yayo. What type of language is that? And you know very well money is an altar. Money, you know, even the Bible says very well, money is part of slavery. Mtu anakupea, yule anakupea is your master. Sasa siasa yetu jogo ndizi kagona migugo yayo. Dwaito, jogo de kazi. What type of politics is that? Tuache mambo kama hiyo sasa. Let's talk of sanity. In fact, I am very embarrassed with such language. What type of language is that? Instead of, we are supposed to be talking about sanity, morality. Ruto anakuja na pesa yake hapo, watu wanarudi nyumbani. I said the day when we say that watu wakule pesa ni yao, that is the day when we go. Haufai kukula pesa ya mwanasiasa, but again watu wataniambia hata tusipokula siaende nayo. Do we care? Until the siku Mkenya atasema. Let me tell you, I'm very proud. I've met pesa ya siasa ikiwa watu wamepanga wakule na sikupanga laini. People try to tell me tupanga laini tukule pesa banani yetu, nikwambia I don't do that. I don't eat political campaign money na sitawahi ikula. Na Mungu aniadhibu nikijikuta na kula pesa ya campaign. I don't want it. So nyinyi ambao mnaenekarijiwa na Gachagua, kuleni pesa. Hiyo pesa ndio mlikula, you couldn't even identify beef na mbichi even in Mbere. Simply because that type of nonsense has to end. Let's talk of consciousness, awakeness. There's no in which, let me tell you, before God, there's no big sin and small sin. There's no in which you are talking of when you are being bribed and Ruto is stealing. There's no difference between you and Ruto. So we are just talking of there's no morality there. So you jinga ya encourage Ruto. No, Janet, forget about that. Janet, forget about that. Wacha hiyo. Hiyo usiniambie. The moment unasema jogo ndizi kagona migongo yayo, you are justifying criminality. You are justifying criminality. Hiyo ni language mimi mwenyewe have never supported it. Ni ile tu nilisema ni sawa tu, wacha wafanye hivyo. I knew it would backfire. Vibaya sana. Na kama opposition tunataka ku lose kabisa and we lose everything. Endeleni na hiyo narrative. It is the worst rhetoric you can practice, because what you are trying to tell people is that you are not moral conscious. Hata wewe unafanana na hawa. Sisi tutakuwa tunaongelesha wanakuja kuharibu. Mimi nilikuwa nasikiliza vitu zingine hadi na shido hii upinzani. Are we crazy? We are encouraging buffoonery tactics. And that is what Ruto want. Yani mnaambia Ruto leta pesa. And you know money is a manipulator. Hata sisi vichwa zetu hazipigi. Ati jogo ndezi kagona ati tuzizike ndovu na miguo. You know. I know hii hawezi sikia hii. Hii najua hii muwezi sikia hii. Mutasema huyu tu ni mjinga. Okay, ni sawa. Allow me to be an idiot momentarily. Hiyo najua hiyo muwezi sikia. No, it's not about that, Janet. That in any case, we are not worried of that. Hata watu wakiamua kwenda kwa Ruto ni sawa. We are not worried of that. But ile kitu tunajaribu kusema ni hii. we have to be ambassadors of good morals. Gachagua hata lazima sasa anzie kulearn. We need rigid people. Yes, kama ametoka kwa Ruto sababu Ruto is a bad man, he has to now become a moral compass of the authority. Sio sasa zile vitu Ruto anafanya hata anataka kutufanyia, because hatutajua the good one. And no, Jenny, tuachana na story ya people are hungry. Wachana na hiyo. You cannot be angry and you are eating poison. It will kill you. And let me tell you, as long as we are encouraging Ruto money to be brought into our communities, hatutoboi. Hiyo nimesema with capital letters, hatutoboi. Na mimi hata and I will not pitch for them. If Gachagua had united opposition, they continue saying that Njogu Ndithikagwa na migongo yayo, I'm alone. Wacha nifuate grupu zingine. Hiyo siasa nayo hiyo mimi sifuati. Hiyo sifuati. Sasa walimwaga pesa mbele. Hiyo pesa walimwaga mbele wanakula mpaka sasa. Njaa iliwaisha. Janet, njaa imeisha. Sababu umekula pesa ya kampeni ya siku moja ama siku tatu, njaa imeisha. Sababu walilipwa ngiri ama whatever the money they were paid. Waingize wa Muthende. Hiyo njaa imeisha. Let's not transact on tumbo. Even the Bible says very well, Esau aliuza ulikizaji wake tumbo. Let me tell you, and I'm saying this one even in a family setup, let me tell you, kuna wamama tunaitanga gold digger. And I want to talk the issues of money. I'm now still, unajua lazima, I have now to start talking, lazima nianzie kusema vitu hapa sasa. Na je usiende, you need to be here. I have to start speaking things here. Let me tell you, hata bibi yako akipenda pesa sana, huyo sio bibi yako. I'm trying to say here, if not bibi alone, if your spouse loves money, huyo sio, he is no longer your spouse. I'm speaking the truth. If your spouse loves money beyond reproach, that is not your spouse. And I don't want to take it beyond that. Ati haina shida. That means, because there would always be somebody with more money than you. Hello, sijui kama mnanisikia hiyo spike. Kuna mtu akona pesa kukuliko. Kama bibi yangu anapenda pesa kuniliko, inamaanisha kukitokezea jamaa akona pesa kuniliko, I have lost her. There is a woman with more money who can attract me using her money. No, I'm just trying to say, like, hata kama wanapenda pesa, bwana Omuya, hata kama wamama wanapenda pesa, they don't put money on top of everything. That is why anakupenda hata kama una kitu. Na anaforsake hata wale wako na vitu mingi, wale wako na Mercedes, wale wako na kila kitu. They forsake them because of you. But kuna wengine sasa, they will not forsake you because of that. They will still reason with that materialistic attitude. And that materialistic attitude actually even make them even to destroy the matrimonial values of their homes. Sababu ya kupenda pesa. I'm trying to talk about the evils of money, which we are encouraging our people. Today, Kasongo was able to mount that show, Arimount, because of money. Hiyo mambo yote unasikia, even that huyo mama anasema ukitaka kuuza zote, hiyo ni pesa inaongea. Huyo mama ni pesa alipewa, and she has been promised hell and heaven, and that's why she can speak that way. Don't think that huyo mama anaongea hivyo sababu ya pesa, ama maybe pengine room 350, I don't know, but there must be an injector something somewhere, kitu imetendeka. So wacha nisikie vile watu wanasema, because that is a narrative I needed kuileta na imekuja vizuri. Video mzee bado nitamaliza, sijaenda. Najua sasa watu hawezi kuja sababu najua nikiweka mzee hiyo, najua hiyo ni knock and it's okay, but the reason why nilikuwa nimeweka mzee hapo, if people are able to understand how strong this man is character wise, You know that if we raise such a man, we can make it in Kenya. I'm telling you. If Gachagua was 50% Donald Trump, we could have won this war. I don't want Gachagua to be like Donald Trump because hawezi. But tunasema if Gachagua was 50% Donald Trump, we could have won this war. Eh? A man who could not even bribe the court process. Alienda hizo court process zote. Eh? A man who could not use his presidential influence of before. Sababu anamwekelea makesi. Jamaa alienda mpaka akagongwa mugshot. Na mnasema the guy is evil. Are you aware huyu jamaa aligongwa mpaka mugshot? A former president. Why could he not use his former influence asigongwe mugshot? This man is very principled. Lakini unajua short-sighted people cannot see it. They only consume propaganda. Let me tell you, to understand this man, you have to be a very enabled man. Tawekea vitu hapa mshangae. Muone the way people are. Nataka kuwekea daktari hapa ameongea vitu mshangae. Sijui kama huyo daktari. Nitawekea hapa daktari, a psychologist. Muone how media has destroyed people. Nawekea hapa saa hii. Leo nataka muende mutoroke. Leo lazima mutoroke. Today I want to have a sudden end of this show. Sijui kama mnajua kitu inaitwa sudden end. Hii show ya leo nataka ikuwe na sudden end. Leo nataka mkasirike kabisa. Ili kesho mniambia Njiro hata usifungue kesho. Umeanzia kutubo. Don't open tomorrow. We cannot start talking of politics and we don't have morality. Ya kukula pesa was a big hot mess. Okay, sasa people have started agreeing. Do you know I'm feeling like, okay, Janet, if you feel joining Ruto, you have won. Well and good. It doesn't matter for being broken, and most of my friends are driving Range Rovers. Don't worry. Even the Bible says, don't be worried when the people who are serving the devil, they are in glory and merry. For soon, they are going to break like you are a reader of the Bible. Usifurahie waovu wakati wana. You cannot be. Wezi sema tunataka kukua muovu sababu it doesn't matter. Hata mimi, Harun Cheriot was my classmate. And I cannot wish to be who he is. He is my friend. I have his number here. I don't know. Occasionally, they knew I was a good student at school. Occasionally, they wanted me. But I can't serve with them. Maybe Janet kama ujui. I was a good student at a university. Usinione hivyo. Sikuwa mbaya sana. So they know my capacity. They have severally wanted me. So wacha nisiende beyond that. They are my friends, all those, but hao watu wote wako na Ruto, they are my friends. But I'm standing strong. I don't want their money. Wacha nikae hivyo. Kiria kinini Ngai ahete nikijiganite. Kiria kinini Ngai ahete nikijiganite. Whatever God has given me is enough for me. I don't want much which is stolen. So, I don't know. Somebody might say I'm a fool. I'm supposed to organize with those people. Hata mimi nitafutie watoto ni sawa. Sifikiri nazaa watoto wajinga. Kama watoto wangu hatakuja hata wao wajitafutie, I will not commit crime ili niwatafutie. Hiyo nayo watoto wangu wanisamee tafadhali. Watoto wangu nawaambia if kama mtai kuja muonane na hii video tafadhali. I decided I will not commit crime until niwaache mkuwa na maisha mazuri. Please, my kids, forgive me. Those are things which I could not be able to do. Please, my kids, forgive me. And my generations, forgive me. I cannot do bad things until niwaache poa. I think if I do the right thing, you'll be able actually to stand on your own. So, Janet, wacha, stop coveting and overthinking and admiring thieves. Please, don't do it. Don't admire thieves. Don't admire thieves. You'll not enjoy it. Bibi lazima apende pesa yawa. Huyo ni Omuya Omuki amesema. Njiro, why are you not talking about a compromised electorate, even as you blame the opposition? No, I'm not agreeing, But what I'm trying to say, I don't talk about the people we cannot change. We cannot change the government for now. The only, you know, we have, naturally, you have a fixed point and you have a moving point. I will not waste my time talking of a fixed point, things which we cannot change. But opposition can change. We can change our locus, we can change our mentality, we can change our thinking, we can change our approach. But I have no time to speak on Ruto and the system. I don't want to talk on the things we cannot change. I don't want to talk of but opposition, we can guide ourselves. We can look for mechanisms and systems to handle what Ruto is doing. And for me, so I will not talk about compromise. So the issue of talking about what Ruto is doing, that one, I will not talk about it because he will continue doing it. That's a fixed point. But opposition can have an approach of seeing how do you do this. It is the same approach which even Americans and Republicans did. They never focused on what Democrats are doing. They focused on what can we do better. Najua JP hiyo na leo unanigonga, wacha kunigonga sana. I thought you are my sycophant. In a light. Yeah, I thought you are my sycophant. What's up? I think, do you know where that narrative started? It is when Moi burned up millions. No, that one, forget. Very few people will take the money and vote the other way. We have differentiated greed and love of money. Wacha tu nisome tu comment, hawawezi hata 1%. We seriously need to address voters who are compromised. Yes. Yani Kasongo ameanza kupenya through church again because of greed with the clergy. And it is because even as opposition we are not doing enough. Kama saa hii wakati if Gachagua was a smart person, they were supposed to have a press conference na wangeaddress raia mapema. Wangewaambia Wakenya tunawatahadharisha. We warn you, please, don't get out of that meeting. That's what you do. You have sensitization meeting. Anyway, wacha nisishinda nikiongea hizi vitu hapa. Just tell Gachagua to call us. We can advise him effectively. But sasa, again, he knows like these are people just wasting their time here. So wacha tu waste time yetu tu tuone tu Kasongo tu akiwanyorosha na Kasongo is not even like Donald Trump. Nasikianga media wakiogopa Donald Trump because Donald Trump is very unpredictable. Kasongo is extremely predictable. Unajua Kasongo atakuibia kura na ataiba hivi, and you cannot handle him. Kasongo is the easiest man to defeat. Anyway, but wacha tu tunyamaze. Njiro, people are not stupid. They can eat their money. Okay. Janet, nimesikia. Pesa ni madhabahu. Money. Please read the Bible. I know there are people here who do not believe in the Bible, but I will come here and I give you incidences in the Bible which are connecting money with bad decision. I will come here. Unajua nilikuanga mchungaji sometime, ni vile I did not graduate to that level. I will just come here, I connect for you money and decision. And in many situations where money has been involved, the decision has been wrong. Especially where money has been involved, has been used the wrong way. If you use money the wrong way, the decision is always wrong. Money can be there, and if you make a good decision with that money, the decision will be right. Pesa ndio inatumika kuua Njirongo. So there is a bad decision because that money has been used the wrong way. So if you use the money the wrong way, the decision will be wrong. Na kulipa pesa na kuambia hii pesa ni ya wewe jua vile mambo ya Jirongo itaisha. So sasa sisi tulikuwa tumeketi hapa tunasikia Jirongo alikuwa Karen, and suddenly Jirongo is driving from Naivasha to Karen again, and he was supposed to have a meeting that morning kwa nyumba ya Philip Kisia, I think the former. Please, I beseech you before the masses of God, you cannot combine wrong use of money and morality. Yule maraya ako pale Koinange, ni pesa inatumika akuye hapo. Leo unajua sasa kuongea vitu, mimi sitaki kukasirisha raia. If money is not taken to Koinange, if that money which is being taken to Koinange can be used to feed people who do not have food, we can give glory to God. But there is a man somewhere, there is an idiot somewhere who takes his money to Koinange. So first of all, there is a wrong intention of that money. Then once the money has been given the wrong intention, it now commits a sin. So once you tell Ruto you can use your money wrongly, then the next phase is for that money to commit a vice. Hiyo ni information itakuja kuonesha hapa biblical teachings about money. Na msiseme mimi hiyo sitakuja kuwafunza hapa kama nganga, ni ile tu kuwaonesha the reason why na jaribu kuambia money is very temptuous and no one can escape money. Hata hawa akina Gachagua akiweka mikono yake hivi like he want to listen to, and but this thing starts with listening, and that's why I started saying here, the moment you start listening to an idiot, umeisha. So acha nisikie, give them suckers and give them suckers and brand and they will not revolt. Tell me Gashagua's role in all this as Janet atatuambia. Unajua Janet ni sycophant wa Gachagua. Unaona Janet hata amesikia tunaingililia Gachagua mpaka anasema ataenda kwa Ruto sasa. Hata yeye apate Range Rover. Janet believes that the only way in which she can get Range Rover ni akiwa kwa Ruto. Wow. Mambo ni mengi. Mambo ni mengi. Wacha mzee aendelee na mili. Hiyo ni kupendwa. Hapo arushiwi mayai. Hiyo ni kupendwa. Hebu sema kupendwa. Can you say love? Can you say love? Hey, today I'm nagging you. Hey, today I'm really nagging. Injili I swear, wamenija. Janet suende. Hii pesa ya Ruto wacha kuacha. Just go. Just go. You don't need to hold. Just go. Morality is expensive, my dear. Morality is expensive. So, ati, I swear, wamenijaribu na hizo pesa, nikakataa on Facebook. On Facebook. I cannot sell my people for money. That I swear. Janet jaribu. The next thing utajikuta, room 3 finje. Utajikuta room 3 finje. Utajikuta huko wewe. Utajikuta wewe ndiye chiarende huko. There are some people you cannot bribe, like me and Gachagua. Janet, please speak for yourself. Please speak for yourself. I disagree. Tafadhali, speak for yourself. Speak for yourself, please. Please. We are not sure. Gachagua has not been tested. Gachagua morality will have to be tested. So Gachagua moral consciousness will have to be tested. And him election itatuambia. Hata Karonzo, his moral consciousness will be tested. Kama wezi chukua pesa nitakubali. All is not lost. If 1% ya population decides to revote, it can succeed. Point in the case June 25, 2024. we come from real blood of Mau Mau. It is not possible kununuliwa. The same Mau Mau has produced Aris Nganga. The same Mau Mau has produced Kororia. The same Mau Mau has produced Kawanjiko. The same Mau Mau has produced Nimazege, Amunamuitaji. The same Mau Mau has produced Cicely Mbarire. The same Mau Mau has produced Roko. The same Mau Mau has produced Kindiki. The same Mau Mau has produced Simunipe Majina. Simunipe Majina Aris Wahome. The same Mau Mau. Mimi siongeangi, tutawajua kwa matunda yao. Lazima Gachagua hazalishe matunda. Mimi hakuna tunda ya Gachagua nimeona. Hakuna tunda ya Gachagua nimeona. We will know them by their fruits. Haya, wacha niwaekee mapenzi hapa. Kupendwa. Can you say kupendwa?
I gotta get the color guard. Get the color guard.
Brothers strong to say, that was one people, rooted in many traditions that united by our common resolve. As these cadets in the ship take the field, we honor the Polynesian air, fierce competitors today, yet lifelong teammates, service to our homeland and the Constitution we have sworn to defend. Forging them and all of those they represent, unwavering integrity, unyielding grit, and steadfast courage in the face of adversity. In reference today that the values they embody inspire us, a watching nation, to follow their example of answering the deep call to serve something greater than ourselves, and to let that purpose propel us to shape a future worthy of the generations yet to come. Bless the parents who supported them, the mentors who guide them, and everyone who stands watch the defense of freedom around the world. Amen.
Most Christian men think ministry and business don't mix. But what if your business could be your ministry?
Just for comparisons, not much. Na ujinga ya pesa bwana. Naye history ya crowd mobilization nayo hii mzee nayo hii tumpei. I don't think there is any other American who will reach close to that. Crowd mobilization, crowd changing, hiyo nayo ako sawa. Hiyo bwana, hapana. That one is beyond apprentice. Hiyo iko beyond apprentice hiyo. Hiyo hapana. Hiyo itabidi atufunze bwana. Hiyo itabidi atufunze. Hiyo mzee lazima atufunze. He is so lucky. He cannot be that lucky. Hiyo itabidi mzee atufunze. Yeah, Stone PK, I'm here. You can enter. Nimeacha ujinga. Hiyo ilikuwa queenin kidogo. Unajua lazima nipeane ka queenin pia. Queenin was banned. Hiyo ni malaria queen. You know, lazima pia nikikakaa pia na serve some malaria queen. Kwa watu kama akina Janet. Janet, please, can you stand huyo mzee vizuri? Nyamu ameanza. Nyamu, can we say your name in English? Naomba tu nauliza kwa heshima. Can I mention your name in English? Ama niache? Niache ujinga. Nyamu, can I say your name in English? I really feel to say your name in English. Nimepewa hiyo ruhusa. Nyamu, can I say your name in English? Hata unijibu. Wewe tu muongee tu na Janet. Anyway, Janet, even as we were deeply rooted with Gachagua, lakini tumeretreat. Bana. Hatuwezi ibiwa kura mbele alafu tuna relax tu hapa. Moral consciousness. Nyamuke sometimes I wonder why Gachagua should be in front. No, it's not about being in front. Kama anapenda nchi yake, he has to be in front. Patriotism is not bargainable. It is you either love your country or not. So Janet, wachana na hii story. If you are not patriotic, go and join the thieves. Inakuanga hivyo. So if Gachagua is patriotic, he has to fight. There's no two ways about.
And the patriotic people even fight even when it is scary, deadly for them. Patrice Lumumba. And akawekwa kwa tindikali. Let me show you what patriotism means. Unajua, leo nataka kuwasavu ile yenyewe sasa. Sitaki kesho mkuje. Leo najua nitawasinya, kesho hakuna mtu atakuja na ni sawa. Na nitapona. I want to show you what patriotism means. Nataka kukuonesha what patriotism means. Patriotism means hata meno yako inawekwa kwa sulfuric acid.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth in the
of the country, Patrice Lumumba. He was not only killed, but his body was quickly destroyed in the most inhuman way. It was soaked in sulfuric acid. Several years after, the world still remembers this dastardly act. In this edition of Back in History, we bring to you the story of his arrest, his detention, torture, assassination, his burial in a shallow grave, the eventual exhumation of his body from the shallow grave, and the destruction of same in sulfuric acid. We also bring to you the confession that was made 38 years after by a retired police commissioner in Belgium who was involved in the assassination of Lumumba and in the destruction of his body. Welcome to this edition of Back in History. The country now known as the Democratic Republic of Congo was first taken over as a conquered territory and personal estate by King Leopold II of Belgium. For more than 23 years, King Leopold took absolute charge of the Congo and harnessed its natural resources non-stop. He had zero tolerance to opposition. Any native Congolese who made any attempts to oppose the exploitation of the resources of the country was brutally dealt with. Some were killed, and some had their vital body parts, such as hands and legs, severed. The subjugation of the native people of the Congo, owners of the rich natural resources of the country, was total and unrelenting. There were serious human rights concerns in the process, and the international community later came hard on the brutal domination of a whole country by one man. Eventually, King Leopold was compelled to abdicate his rulership of the Congo. Rather than leave the scene completely, he handed over the country to Belgium. This is how Belgium came in to become the colonial administrators of the Congo. Belgium then ruled Congo for several more years. Later in their history, some courageous native people of the Congo began to agitate for independence. One of the leading voices for the grant of independence to the Congo was Patrice Lumumba. Lumumba suffered arrest and detention for daring to call for independence, but he forged on, and eventually Congo was granted independence and Patrice Lumumba became its first prime minister. There was joy, there was jubilation, there was hope in the horizon, and everything looked bright for the new independent country of Congo. But in no time, Patrice Lumumba's government came under serious opposition from within the country and from outside the country. Some of the disturbances within the country were sponsored from outside. Patrice did his best to calm the situation, but the more he tried, the more the opposition and civil disturbances increased. In no time, a coup was staged by his chief of army staff, Colonel Mobutu Sese Seko, and Lumumba was first placed under house arrest and later arrested and taken to the secessionist section of Congo, the Katanga region, where he was tortured, tied to the tree, shot, and killed. He was killed on 17th January 1961. At this time, Lumumba was only 35 years old. By this action, a dark cloud had encircled around the Congo. Nature was not happy. Several humans were not happy. There were protests everywhere in the Congo and across the world. A man who sacrificed so much for the independence of his country had just been killed in the most brutal manner. It was horrific. It was sad. It was inexplicable. Patrice was hurriedly buried in a shallow grave, and the executioners departed and went to their base. It is reported, however, that the following morning, the then Commissioner of Police, afraid of the creation of a burial site and place of pilgrimage for the lovers of Lumumba, ordered that the body of Lumumba be exhumed and dismembered. The body was exhumed and dismembered as commanded. The dismembered body was then soaked in sulfuric acid and dissolved beyond recognition and forever. This was the most barbaric part of the ending of the earthly life of Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. By this action, the family members of the murdered Prime Minister did not see the body of their father to give a befitting burial. Everything had been dissolved in acid and poured to the ground. Nothing could be traced. Nothing could be taken home. The deed was so neatly and perfectly covered. For several years, there was no closure for family members. There was also no closure for the ardent lovers of the gentle and meek, yet firm Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. What was done to Lumumba was in fact unimaginable, and the family had no option than to live with it and bear their pain with equanimity for the rest of their lives. Exactly 38 years after, precisely in 1999, a retired Belgian police commissioner who had worked in the Congo by name Gerard Soet granted an interview to a TV station in Belgium, and on live TV, he made a confession. He told the world that the execution, exhumation, and dissolution of Lumumba's body in acid was supervised by him. Gerard went further and displayed 2 teeth that he claimed he had saved from Lumumba's body.
This adorable AI companion puppy is quickly becoming the most popular Christmas gift of 2025. It provides.
Analysts have said that the teeth could either have been violently removed from his jugular, or the teeth were such that could not be dissolved by the acid. This revelation by Soet was shocking to the world. It reminded the world of the gruesome manner in which Patrice Lumumba was eliminated. At this time, Gerard was an old man and nearing his grave, and may have taken the decision to make a confession and expose his well-kept secret before his death. Indeed, he gave the world a clue about what happened to Patrice Lumumba. In 2016, Belgian forces recovered one of the teeth from Gerard's daughter. At that time, her father Gerard, who had preserved the teeth for decades, had passed on. The revelations and the media reportage caused even more pain to the family of Patrice Lumumba. They were reminded of the things they have tried to forget for many years. It was agonizing, painful, and cruel, and something needed to be done. In June 2020, Lumumba's daughter, Julian Lumumba, wrote a letter to Philippe, King of the Belgians, and appealed for, quote, the return of the relics of Patrice Emery Lumumba to the ground of his ancestors. End of quote. She described her father in the said letter as, quote, a hero without a grave. She queried further, quote, why, after his terrible murder, his father remains condemned to remain a wandering soul without a grave to shelter his eternal rest. End of quote. The matter had to be tabled before the court for judicial orders. And on 10th September of the said year 2020, a Belgian judge ruled that Lumumba's remains, which then consisted of his tooth, must be returned to his family. In May 2021, the Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi announced that plans have been concluded with Belgium for the repatriation of the last remains of his country's first Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba. In June 2022, the remains of Patrice Lumumba was officially handed over to his children during a ceremony at Egmont Palace in Brussels, Belgium, by the country's federal prosecutor. At the ceremony, the Prime Minister of Belgium, De Croo, apologized on behalf of the Belgian government for the country's role in the assassination of Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. He stated thus, unquote, for my part, I would like to apologize here in the presence of his family for the way in which the Belgian government influenced the decision to end the life of the country's first Prime Minister. End of quote. Lumumba's only remaining tooth was then put in a full-sized casket, draped in the Congolese national flag for the African diaspora of Belgium to pay their last respect to Lumumba. Lumumba was then flown back in a private jet to his country of birth, Congo, where his remains were interred in Kinshasa, the capital of the country, on Thursday, 23rd June 2022. This brought to an end the long-expected interment of the only remaining body part of Congo's first Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba. At least for once, the family had the satisfaction, albeit painful, that their father, mentor, and hero has a grave to his name. The memory of Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba, his brutal assassination, the destruction of his body in sulfuric acid, the removal of his teeth, the preservation of the teeth in Belgium for many decades, and the eventual return of his only remaining body part for funeral in the Congo, the anguish for family members, and the theatrics that characterized the entire Lumumba story shall remain in the hearts of many in Congo and across.
Stone PK karibu. The reason why nimecheza hiyo video, I was talking about patriotism. You cannot be patriotic to your country and you are fearing to suffer. Patriotism and suffering, they are two things which are related. So, Madam Janet, if you are telling me that Shagwell loves his country so much, he has to be prepared to suffer. I'm not saying that it's a must he dies, but there must be suffering which comes with the fight. And maybe Stone PK, as you enter, sijui kama umekuwa ukifuata show yetu leo kumekuwa na ujinga mingi sana, including like Ruto ameanzia kurudi Mlima Kenya tena, and we were trying to criticize some of the things which very bad rhetoric ya kina Gachagua amekuwa akisema sijui Njogu Ndeti kakuwa na migongo yake, which we are saying is a very bad rhetoric if we have to sustain our rhetoric. So can the united opposition, as they call themselves, are they ready for that patriotic act of saving their country, including even getting tortured by Ruto, because Ruto is determined even to do the worst to anyone? Are they prepared with that patriotic call? That is my ask tonight. Stone PK. Umeingia ukatoka. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Maranjiro.
Yeah, and that's why nimecheza hiyo video so that people can see what patriotism means. Sijacheza hiyo video ya Lumumba is to see the extremity of patriotism. When you are differing with the enemies who are trying to destroy your country, it can only remain one truth. It can only remain, even as the Belgians were apologizing about this. But in the time of doing this suffering, they couldn't remember that. Go ahead, Stone PK.
Yeah, so your big question is whether the opposition is really in and ready for whatever it takes to salvage this country from the jaws and claws of Ruto, isn't it? I think they are. And if not all, but I think all of them.
Yeah. My ask is that, like, are they ready for that sacrificial moment of life whereby it's not a must you die, but this war, you might lose a lot. I don't think fighting Ruto will just come will come on a silver platter, or will just come whereby tunaenda tunatoa Ruto. Some people will lose. You know that.
I think we already have done the bigger length of that in terms of people losing their lives for resisting and for insisting that Ruto must go. The sacrifices have already been done, and I don't think we really would actually think that we've not done as much. In fact, we have even done maybe more than or equally to what people did during the other very bad era, which was Moi's era. I tend to think people have sacrificed, really sacrificed. People have really gone to the extreme end. We've had massive deaths. I mean, unless, of course, I know Kenya, there is this habit of quickly, shelving things, which is a very bad characteristic that we all have. We've quickly forgotten the massacres in Kodele, massacres in Nyanza especially, massacres in some areas in Nairobi since let's say 2020, since Ruto came in. We've also quickly forgotten the massacre during the Gen Z. We've forgotten the massacre in Githurai. We've forgotten the continued torture and disappearance of people who are continuing to agitate and insist that Ruto must go. So when it comes to sacrifice, I think we are there. And I do not see a retreat on the same. We may say that, for example, when you have 8, those who are in the forefront, 8 of them or 9 of them or 6 of them, we might feel like they may not be doing a lot as it is required, because there is what the public expect or what some people expect. And they are not seeing that. But again, we have to bear in mind the constraint of being a constitutional country, which people keep on insisting. And of course, that has always been very, very limiting. It's like when you are in a church and then some people are coming with rungus in the church and they want to cause mayhem in the church. And then you have the believers calling Jesus, calling God, saying Shetani ashindwe. And yet the thugs are coming with the swords or with whatever it is, killing people. And then you have some people still raising the Bible and saying Shetani ashindwe. Yes, Jesus has come, help us, and that. And then you continue having death. It is the same situation we are in, that we want faith to fight for us. Now, when we are replacing that faith, or we are adding or supplementing, rather complementing that faith with the Constitution, and we sit and expect that the Constitution shall be, ndio itakuwa ngao yetu na ndio itatuondolea Ruto. Unfortunately, I can say this with almost finality because I've experienced. There's no way the Constitution will take Ruto out of where he is. So, as much as people have sacrificed and whatever, I tend to think what we should be asking for is it's another gear. And then, as we ask for that other gear, we should embrace the what do you call it? The limitation. Because we are being told to be constitutional. That is the rallying call. Okay?
Stony PK, yeah? Nataka kukuambia Genzu ashapeana code what need to be done. Hebu sikiliza hii and then you react. Genzu ashasema.
I've heard all of us saying about that you have an issue that Gen Z has failed us in registering voters. The reason why Gen Z are not registering to vote because they don't believe in the system, and it's very evident. Last year, over 1 million Gen Zs demonstrated that the power lies on the street. And I want to say to my friend there that we will not remove you through the ballot. We will remove you through the streets. And we will, people like you will go to jail. We will have no mercy for our oppressors. Thank you, thank you. And the money you have stolen, we will take it back. And we will hang you.
That's a Gen Z.
Yeah, I watched that live. It was in the town hall. I saw that Gen Z doing what he was doing, and then they tried to shut him down very quickly because that is our character in Kenya. And that's why I tend to think whatever that will salvage this country will have to come by surprise, just like what they did in 2024. It's not anything that will come through discussions, a boardroom, or whatever. I've been very consistent on that. I've been saying it will have to come from some place. And as much as people say, and as you do leaderless or that, it has to come that way. Whatever that gentleman is saying, that for me has always been the alternative. Because now in my presentation, I was trying to explain that we are constrained by being called upon, oh, please, you have to go constitution. You are going constitution way when whoever you are fighting or whoever you want to remove or whoever you want to replace is other conventional, a different way, totally nothing to do with the constitution. And people have also again forgotten that the sitting president never supported this constitution. And when he never supported this constitution, what does that tell you? The character of this man. This man, or whoever, this man does not believe in all what people have been talking about. All right. He has his own way of autocratic kind of administration. Yeah. And he doesn't really give even an iota of caring of the constitution. So it is a very, very difficult situation where somebody is being constitution against another one who doesn't care about the constitution. And no wonder. There is also another clip where we had some Gen Zs, they were on a press conference. Unfortunately, I cannot find it. And they issued a press conference and they almost actually uttered what that gentleman has whatever. They are very bitter with the people who are saying that they are not voting, they are not registering, they are not doing this kind of a thing. Because again, Kenyans, majority of, I don't know, I would want to say the political class, they were very unhappy with the Gen Z, the rich people, the what do we call these guys? All those who are in power, they felt very threatened. And they've never, even when you hear them in press conferences, in interviews, they demean the 24th revolution, although it never succeeded. They rubbish it as if it was a child play. They ridicule the Gen Z movement, saying, "Oh, it cannot be leaderless, ladderless." They joke. They mock it. This is very annoying. Knowing that it actually means that the Gen Z were rising against the dynasties, against the haves who have continued to oppress this country. So quickly to conclude my thought is, yes, the people who want to or purport to want to remove Ruto to a very bigger extent are in the same league with Ruto. Okay, they are in the same league with the Ruto. So maybe a few of them may really be very absolute about kind of changing the status quo. But the unifying factor is that you should know that they are the legacy politicians. So basically they're in the same uniform, ndio wenye mali, ndio wanataka kuongoza, ndio wenye that and that, especially when you even look at some of them who claim to be like the leaders and all that. And you can see is like they're in that same category. Maybe some of them on this other side are complaining just because it's not them that have the cake on their side. All right, so it's on the other side. That's why they are motivated motivated to do and talk what they are talking about. So now here you are left with the common man. The common man is the one that is left far away in the sun and is the one that is burning, helpless. And it's the common man that will always suffer. Okay, it's the common man that will be killed when you come out in the street. It's the common man who will be tear gassed. It's the common man who will be whatever, the downtrodden. And now the Gen Zs are the common people. Okay, they are on this other side. Unfortunately, in our case, this here in Kenya or in East Africa, it looks like we have been weakened thoroughly by being called civilized in quotes, because when we talk of West Africa is referred to as very backward. Ni mafala. All right, I hear even some of us here discussing and saying these guys they are doing coup after the coup after another. What's wrong with them? We tend to think we are more superior than West Africans. Even when you hear general talks, people pretend that East Africa is kombele, that we to call democratic and all that. Under this sickness, this word democracy, for me, by the way, personally, I don't believe in it. I actually don't know what it is, because after studying it, I realized it was a mirage. Yeah, it's nothing. I mean, it's not there. Okay, it is an opium that watu wamekuwa wakinukishwa. Because if it was there, you would not hear people talking of American democracy. Why does it have so many shades? What is it? Yeah. So and that's why it is hard to exist. And those who have now realized are more clever than us. They are the ones who come and tell us, hey, come on, if you are here and you are BSing us, we remove you by night. Even if it's by the gun, whatever it is, we remove you, because simple, if you are oppressing people, you're oppressing people. We could elect you, yes, democratically, but after 24 hours, you turn out to be the hyena. So do we still say this hyena imalize watu tukingojea democratically kama tumesema ni 4 years? You keep on eating people, killing people at tunangoja the same thing. No. That's why you find West Africans combining the two. We can elect you, yes, but we could be electing you without knowing that wewe ni Nyang'au. So when we realize you are Nyang'au, we get rid of you. And for me, I've never found anything very strange with that. Because kama jino, unaweza kuwa jino linakaa ni nzuri leo, lakini kesho linaanza kuuma, what do you do? Okay. So yes, what we are lacking is that, rather, what is weakening and will continue to weaken our system, our so-called opposition, it's that limitation by the so-called constitution. So Wananjiru, you may want and expect so much, like the Patrice and all that, but in Kenya there's no, that space is not there, so long as you want to maintain, number one, democracy, you want to maintain something called order. So that is the big problem. I'll pause there a little bit.
Sawa Stone PK. Naona unajua ukionanga Joe Njagi ameandika na Joe Njagi, are you from Embu? Ama ni mimi najiambia hivyo because unajua I can see you possess both names from Embu. Joe Njagi. Njagi ni Kamunyama. Wacha nikuchongoe kidogo. Unajua kuna watu wajui, kuna Kamunyama kanaitwa Gasage. Njagi Mukuru. Kuna Kamunyama tulikuwa tunaita Njagi. Naona unasema no one can sacrifice his life for Kenyans. Not necessarily you are sacrificing your life for Kenyans. I'm even talking about even sacrificing your lifestyle, like because like if you start standing for Kenyans, kuna vitu mingi sana it will happen to you. If you didn't fight for Kenyans, najua Kasongo hawezi kuacha. Kasongo ataanzia kukufuata kabisa. Are people ready to pay the price? Let me call it paying the price of being part of helping Kenya. Okay. Ndio nataka kuwekea vitu because we have to start decoding some of the things which are happening. Sasa kuwekea hapa Joe Njagi Mbati Boni Town. Okay, sawa. So you are supporting one of your brother. You are very tribal.
This year, what if you could give someone a moment to dream?
Conditions were stipulated before parties entered into the agreement. People knew their do's, people knew their don'ts. And I can assure you, gentlemen, let us not take it for granted. Breach of contract is a very serious problem.
We have sunk in Kotek as a company in this exploration works so much money of our company resources. We will not let this threat of revocation be affected.
The war for control of Kenya's precious mineral resources appears to be shaping up as a battle of titans. It's a battle pitting the Mining Cabinet Secretary Najib Balala against Kotek Mining Kenya Limited, which grabbed headlines last month ostensibly for hitting a jackpot in Kwale's Mrima Hills.
On our find, this find you've been hearing us talking about $100 billion, which is roughly 8.5 trillion Kenyan shillings. It's genuine, it's confirmed. We have expert verification.
Maneno ya magold na ilianza kitambo. By the time they are killing this guy of Kotek. So nataka tusikilize hii and then we decode the art of killing. in Kenya. Unajua Kenya sisi ni watu wengine, sisi ni ovyo. People continue to die and we move on to the next. No forensic anything, nothing. Na tunajua tu watu Kenya is a bad country. Kenya ni nchi ingine mbaya sana na inanisinya sana. People just continue to die and there are no questions. We are an evil country.
Education.
It was this announcement that threw a spanner in the works, with the Ministry of Mining calling a news conference Monday this week to set the record straight.
We are revoking all licenses from the 15th of January to date.
Today, though, Kotek introduced a new twist into the unfolding saga, whose price is trillions of shillings.
The Minister of Mining was demanding Kenya shillings 80 million from Kotek Mining Company Limited, and that if the company did not honor the payment, the minister has threatened to cancel the licenses issued.
We need to talk about Jacob Juma, and in this episode, we shed light into his controversial and sleazy entrepreneur days, his turning point when he became an anti-corruption crusader, exposing the corruption within the Ruto government, and his assassination, which was evidently orchestrated by Kenya's top politicians, who he exposed for their corrupt dealing. Welcome to Silent Shadows. As always, if you appreciate our true crime storytelling, support our work by liking and subscribing. Together we uncover compelling tales of crimes and mysteries in Kenya and beyond, presenting well-balanced narratives that respect the victims and their loved ones. Jacob Juma was born in 1971 in Mugore village, Bungoma County. He came from a very humble background, but despite his parents having limited financial means, they tried their best to ensure he received a good education. Juma attended Mugore Primary School before joining Bungoma Boys High School in 1986. After completing his high school education, he joined Kenya Polytechnic in Nairobi. This is where the tides of good fortune turned for Juma when in 1992, he was introduced to the wealthy Western Kenya politician Chris Okemo and Cyrus Jirongo. When Juma met Cyrus Jirongo, Jirongo was a entrepreneur and the head of the infamous Youth for KANU, also known as YK92, whose purpose was to help President Moi win the hotly contested 1992 elections. One thing to know about the Youth for KANU leaders is their proximity to power made them rich at a very young age. Of course, this money came in the form of cash, bankrolled by the Central Bank of Kenya to fund the 1992 general election under Moi's instructions, but also through kickbacks for their loyalty to Moi. Some of the kickbacks Jirongo received included big government tenders awarded to his two companies, Cypher Projects International and Sololo Outlets Limited. One of the biggest tenders he ever secured, worth 1.2 billion Kenyan shillings, was to build Hazina Estate in Nairobi for the National Social Security Fund, NSSF. At this time, Juma was essentially Jirongo's errand boy and mentee, and Jirongo would help Juma out financially by even paying for his school fees at the Kenya Polytechnic. 3 years after meeting Jirongo and learning the ropes of being a entrepreneur, at the age of 24 in 1995, Juma registered a company called Juma Construction Limited. Shortly thereafter, he secured his first tender to build a dining hall at the Cooperative College in Karen, Nairobi. This was a small project worth about 1.5 million Kenyan shillings. In an interview with Nairobi Business Monthly in September 2013, Juma claimed to have made 500,000 Kenyan shillings in profit from this project. Part of these profits, along with a bank loan, funded his next big construction project, which he won a tender for, of course. The project involved building the Lugulu-Maxela Road and the Naisibo-Naituri Road at a cost of 52 million Kenyan shillings. From these projects, he pocketed 10 million Kenyan shillings in profit. Next, he worked on the Mungati-Bunyofu Road in his hometown of Bungoma County for 156 million Kenyan shillings, followed by the Kithimani Makutano Road in Machakos County, and these are just but a few of the projects Juma worked on. He completed all these projects between 1997 and 2000, which made him a multi-millionaire when he was still in his 20s. The thing about being a tenderpreneur is that having one company is never enough. You need multiple companies as part of the game. Therefore, in the late 90s, Jacob Juma registered another company, which he named Casjo Construction. A man named Charles Malenya was his co-director, but he exited the company.
Yeah, nataka tuelewe hii story ya Jacob Juma sababu every government has its own actors. Huyu unaona sasa wameshikana na Jirongo. So, although incidentally he died before Jirongo, but you can see the connection. So Jirongo alijenga Hazina Towers, 1.2 billion. During my time, I think that was a lot of money. And I think hapo ndio walianzia urafiki. You know, once you start doing business with somebody, kuna vile, you grow money. And once you start growing money together, hiyo urafiki ina grow. Okay, tuendelee. Itu ni for optics purposes. Itu ni ya urafiki ubeshte. Sababu kesho sikuji.
Not long
Si nimesema leo nimewakasirisha kesho sikuji.
after it was formed.
Tutafungua kwa Stone PK kesho.
After Charles left, his position was taken by Jacob Juma's wife, Miriam Werimo Wambugo. Through this company, Jacob Juma continued to win government tenders to build roads. However, he did not fulfill some of his contracts. For example, he secured a tender to tarmac the Musikoma Buyofu Road in Ambale constituency, Busia County, but he took the money and failed to complete the project. There was also a case where he failed to pay his construction workers for 8 months, prompting Kandui MP, at the time Lawrence Sifuna, to seek government intervention. Eventually, things went south for Juma and his construction companies collapsed in 2001. One allegation for why his construction companies failed was that he was blacklisted by the government for simply not delivering, but Juma disputed this, stating that the president at the time, Daniel Moi, played him in a land deal, and this led to the collapse of his construction companies. In the 2013 interview mentioned earlier with Nairobi Business Monthly, Juma claimed that when Nairobi was downgraded from a Class B to a Class C city in the UN security classification, he approached President Moi and presented him with a proposal on how to revitalize the Kenyan capital and help it regain its Class B status. Juma's proposal involved relocating the residents of Kibera slum to Ruai on a 1,200-acre parcel of land he owned, in exchange for the 800-acre government-owned land Kibera currently occupies. Juma intended to redevelop and upgrade this land, given its prime location. According to Juma, Moi seemed receptive to his idea, and the Commission of Land
na saa zingine Kenya hata kama ukijana he was a corrupt man, I want you to listen to the visions. A man in his 30s now, I think now, no, a guy who he was born 1971 and he is talking with Moi. I think he is still in his 20s. Na sijui appetite ya Moi kudeal nao vijana ilikuwa, because even Kamlesh Patin was also in his 20s. Huyu Jacob Juma is in his 20s. Na unasikia anaambia Moi tunaweza hamisha Kibera. So that time sasa sijui Raila ako wapi. Sijui kama Raila ako na habari a boy in the age 20 is discussing with Moi kuhamisha Kibera. Hii nimewaletea tu for optics mujazike. I want to show you Kenya kuna kuanga na majamaa wako na akili. A boy in his 20s anaambia Moi tutahamisha Kibera. Listen there again. Hii ni yako.
by the government for simply not delivering, but Juma disputed this, stating that the president at the time, Daniel Moi, played him in a land deal, and this led to the collapse of his construction companies. In the 2013 interview mentioned earlier with Nairobi Business Monthly, Juma claimed that when Nairobi was downgraded from a Class B to a Class C city in the UN security classification, he approached President Moi and presented him with a proposal on how to revitalize the Kenyan capital and help it regain its Class B status. Juma's proposal involved relocating the residents of Kibera slum to Ruai on a 1,200-acre parcel of land he owned, in exchange for the 800-acre government-owned land Kibera currently occupies. Juma intended to redevelop and upgrade this land, given its prime location. According to Juma, Moi seemed receptive to his idea, and the Commissioner of Land requested Juma's title deed for the Roi land to verify ownership before Juma finalized the deal with Moi. However, Juma alleges that after submitting the title deed, the Commissioner of Land disputed his ownership of the land, and together with other politicians, including Moi, the Commissioner of Land created a new title deed for the Roi land, and they sold it. Subsequently, this led to the collapse of his construction companies, since he was no longer getting government tenders, and the one deal that he had banked on had fallen through. After his construction businesses went under, Juma joined Nairobi University. This was in 2002. He enrolled to study finance and accounting, and he graduated in 2005. Going back to school to get his degree in 2002 was not the only thing Jacob Juma did after the collapse of his construction companies. He founded another company. This time, he named it Erad Supplies and General Contracts Limited. The directors of the company included Sirisia MP John Waluke Koi and Grace Wahungu. It is worth mentioning that Grace Wahungu is particularly well connected. She is the former general manager of Kenya Insurance and the sister of Kenya's former Vice President Mudia Awori. You may also know her daughter, Professor Judy Wahongo, who served as the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Regional Development during Uhuru's presidency, before being appointed as Kenya's ambassador to France, Portugal, Serbia, and Monaco. So through Erad Supplies and General Contracts Limited, the three, Juma, John, and Grace, secured tenders to supply bitumen, oil, and other materials to government institutions. In the early days of the company, Juma expressed his dislike for the uncertainty of this tendering business, as he never knew what he would be supplying next. But his sentiments changed in 2004 when a severe drought struck Kenya, affecting 3 million people. In July of 2004, the Ministry of Agriculture instructed the National Cereals and Produce Board, NCPB, to purchase 2 million bags of maize for famine relief and the Strategic Grain Reserve. Consequently, NCPB floated a tender for the provision of 180,000 tons of white maize. 5 companies won the bid: Hala General Trading Limited, Euroworld Commodities Limited, and Jacob Juma's Erad Limited. Each of these companies was contracted to supply 40,000 tons of maize, while the other 2, Puma Holdings Limited and Freba Investments Limited, were to supply 30,000 tons of maize each. This was an incredibly lucrative deal for Juma, Grace, and John. By supplying 40,000 metric tons of maize, they stood to earn a whopping 778 million Kenyan shillings. Erad Limited signed the contract with NCPB on Thursday, 26 August 2004, and was contractually required to ship the maize from Ethiopia to the port of Mombasa within 4 weeks of signing the contract. But it soon became evident that Juma, John, and Grace had no intention of importing the maize. Instead, it was a well-orchestrated plan to defraud the National Cereals and Produce Board, NCPB. 4 weeks after signing the contract, Erad Limited had not delivered even a single grain of maize, which eventually led NCPB to cancel the contract. Juma, the managing director of Erad Limited, moved to court to challenge this cancellation, arguing that his company was entitled to compensation for the heavy losses incurred in storage costs for the maize they claimed to have ordered from Ethiopia, and for the foregone profit. Interestingly, suing the tender issuing company or government institution for breach of contract while not having done the work was a tenderpreneurship move Jacob Juma learned from his mentor, Cyrus Jirongo. The two often used this tactic, getting rich off tenders they won but had under-delivered on or not delivered at all. The Erad Limited and NCPB maize supply case moved from the courtrooms into arbitration, a process that would prove neither fair nor just, as you shall later see. As the maize supply dispute arbitration continued in the background of Jacob Juma's business life, he decided to try business in another sector, this time mining. How Juma got into mining is interesting. On one hand, Juma claimed that in 2006, he traveled to Tanzania, where he interacted with a businessman engaged in mining. The sector sparked his interest, but he didn't act on it until he traveled to Johannesburg, where one of his friends convinced him that mining was a good avenue for him to make money. You probably know this, there's a but coming. So here we go, but. Okiya Omtata disputes Juma's narrative of how he got into mining. Omtata claims that Jacob Juma would often visit his office to do some work, and on one occasion he found notes on Omtata's desk that detailed rare minerals, including niobium, in the Mrima Hill Forest Reserve and Mrima Hill in Kwale County. You may not know this, but Mrima Hill is a protected nature reserve, and in January of 1992, it was declared a national monument because it was a historic kaya forest, a sacred grove for the Digo community. In 1997, a Gazette notice under the Mining Act prohibited all prospecting and mining in Mrima Hill. Omtata further claims that after Juma stumbled across these notes on his desk, he moved quickly, and in 2007, Jacob Juma registered another company, this time a mining prospecting company called Kotek Mining Limited Kenya. The setup of Juma's mining company is a little bit complicated. 70% of his company was owned by two mining companies registered in the UK, that is Kotek Mining and Sterling Capital Limited. In turn, Kotek Mining UK and Sterling Capital were owned by a Canadian mining company called Pacific Wildcat Resources. Essentially, Pacific Wildcat Resources Canada owned 70% of Juma's company. Remember, Mrima Hill and its forests are protected under Kenya's mining laws, and all prospecting and mining are forbidden there. However, Juma bribed the then mining commissioner Lojomon Biwott allegedly, and in April 2008, Lojomon issued Kotek Mining a prospecting license, granting them full and exclusive rights to prospect and explore all minerals in the Mrima Hill Forest Reserve, including niobium and rare earth minerals. Mining niobium is a very lucrative business, since niobium is a component in high-strength steel, and it's used to manufacture electronics and metal alloys for jet engines. Mining niobium was going to be the biggest deal in Jacob Juma's life. Since the niobium deposit at Mrima Forest Reserve and Mrima Hill was one of the largest in the world and was worth 600 billion USD approximately.
So this website that I'm on right now lets you invest into real estate for as little as a few $100s. It doesn't require me to deal with
After hitting this multi-million-dollar niobium mining jackpot in 2008, the following year, in 2009, Jacob Juma would hit another jackpot, and the dispute between him and the National Cereals and Produce Board was finally settled through arbitration. The arbitrator overseeing the dispute awarded Juma's company, Erad Supplies and General Contractors Limited, a sum of $3,106,000 USD, equivalent to 564 million Kenyan shillings at the time, for loss of profit and maize storage charges incurred by Erad Limited, along with an interest of 12% per annum on delayed payments by NCPB. One thing that shows that this arbitration was a sham and the arbitrator was compromised was the fact that the arbitrator did not question or interrogate the invoice submitted by Erad Limited from Chelsea Limited of South Africa for the cost incurred for the maize storage. NCPB then moved to the High Court to contest the decision, arguing that it reeked of corruption and pure theft of public funds. They even presented damning evidence showing that the arbitration was a sham and that Erad Limited had defrauded NCPB. The evidence tabled by NCPB in the High Court revealed that the company which Erad Limited claimed had supplied them with the maize, namely Ropak CC International, was not even in the agriculture business, but was registered in South Africa as a company offering financial and real estate services. Additionally, the NCPB presented evidence showing that Chelsea Limited, also in South Africa, did not offer services for storing agricultural produce. Therefore, there is no way Erad Limited had incurred such hefty storage fees storing maize with them. Despite of all this evidence showing that Erad Limited had scammed the NCPB, Erad Limited greased the hands of the High Court judge who was handling the case, Justice Leonard Njagi, and he ruled in Erad's favor, dismissing NCPB's case on 28 October 2011. The NCPB was not giving up, and they moved to the Court of Appeal. And whilst the NCPB moved to the Court of Appeal to fight Erad Limited, Jacob Juma went to court with a request for the arbitration decision to be executed, meaning he wanted to recover the 564 million Kenyan shillings his company Erad Limited had been awarded in arbitration. During this time, things were looking up for Jacob Juma financially. In addition to the big award he got from the maize supply dispute arbitration, the Mining Commissioner Lojomon Biwott renewed Kotek Limited's mining prospecting license at Mrima Hill and the Forest Reserve. Remember, these areas were legally protected against mining. Jacob Juma was now flying too close to the sun. As March 2013 came and Kenyans went to the ballot, Uhuru Kenyatta was elected president and William Ruto as his vice president. Uhuru, as the president-elect, issued a decree to all ministry officials under the outgoing Mwai Kibaki's government, instructing them not to issue any new contracts or licenses on behalf of his incoming government. Perhaps Juma thought that securing the license during this period of power transition would mean he wouldn't have to start applying for his mining license from scratch once the Jubilee government took office and appointed new government employees, including those in the mining ministry and commission. 2 days after Kenya's general election in 2013, Jacob Juma planned a meeting between himself, executives from Pacific Wildcat Resources Canada, and key government officials here in Kenya. The meeting was a success, and on 22nd March 2013, the issuance of the mining license to Juma's Kotek Mining Limited was gazetted. 4 days later, on 26th March 2013, Jacob Juma received an exclusive 21-year mining license. A few weeks after securing the license, which had taken them almost 5 years to obtain, the executives of Pacific Wildcat Resources Canada, who own 70% of Juma's company, visited Kenya, and together with Juma, they met with the newly elected president, Uhuru Kenyatta, to discuss growing the country's mining sector. However, things took a drastic turn in May of the same year when Najib Balala was appointed as the cabinet secretary for mining. Balala began advocating for the nationalization of Kenya's mining sector, claiming that the country was not benefiting enough from its mineral resources, as much of the mining was being done by individuals and international companies. Of course, knowing our politicians, they did not have Kenya's best interests at heart. They just wanted a slice of the huge profits that Jacob Juma's company was about to make by mining niobium at Mrima Hills. When Jacob Juma sensed that Balala's rhetoric would translate into action and that he was about to target him and his mining activities at Mrima Hill and its forest reserve, Juma met with Balala at his house in July of 2013. Jacob Juma alleged that Najib Balala demanded 80 million Kenyan shillings from him during this meeting, or else he would cancel his mining license. Following this demand by Najib Balala, Jacob Juma moved to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of Kenya EACC on 29 July 2013 and reported Balala for bribe solicitation. Nonetheless, Najib Balala cancelled Kotek's mining license on 5th August 2013. Kotek's license was not the only one cancelled. The licenses of 42 other mining companies were also cancelled by Balala. After Najib Balala cancelled Kotek's mining license, Jacob Juma would call for a press conference accusing Balala of corruption. And of course, Balala also called for his own press conference to counter these claims.
Mining Cabinet Secretary had to suspend his Eid al-Fitr celebrations for a while to respond to the allegations soon after he left the mosque.
My track record is very clear on issues of corruption. And if it's money, I don't need money. Thank God, I am hardworking, and I will not need what he wants to offer.
To back up his claims, Juma placed a call to, according to him, the suspended Commissioner of Mining, Moses Masibo, who was apparently present as Balala demanded for the 80 million shilling bribe.
How much was it?
80 million.
80 million. That you will revoke our licenses.
What we were doing as a government, we knew people will hit back, so we were ready. Being legal, we will go legal. Being allegations like this, which are unfounded, we will know how to deal with them.
The reason why the other companies have suffered the fate of cancellation is not that the Commission of Mines did not follow the law. It's because of extortion bribery claim from Kotek that was declined by ourselves.
We are reviewing not only Kotak as one company, we are reviewing 43 licenses. And I've made it very clear that if you think and you believe strongly and the task force clears you, then definitely you deserve to get a license.
The cabinet secretary insists that Kotek's license should be scrutinized because he suspects it was issued unprocedurally.
What I feel, and it is suspicious, when all of us were at Bomas, waiting for the results and the announcement of who is the winner, and then you are in an office somewhere, issued a license on the 7th of March, then there must be something serious.
As and when the government gives us the license, it is not our prerogative, remind. Belongs to Kotek Mining Limited for the coming 21 years, effective 7th of March 2030.
We want to review all these licenses from January, when Parliament is dissolved, till the 15th of May. Yeah, review them. Whatever is good, we are going to reinstate them and reissue them. Whatever is bad, we are going to cancel them. As simple as that. Why is Juma panicking to this?
Jacob Juma now says his company, Kotek, plans to take the battle to court, not just in Kenya, but also in London and France.
This has been very expensive for Kotek. And I can assure you that we shall not lose a single penny. That I can assure you.
The country director of Kotek Mining Kenya Limited claims the company will demand a minimum of 10 billion shillings in compensation if its license won't be reinstated.
About a year after the cancellation of the mining license, this is in 2014, one of Kotek's managing directors, David Anderson, alleges that he met with Balala and Deputy President William Ruto to try to resolve the matter. David alleges that, to his shock, Najib Balala and Deputy President William Ruto were demanding that the government accord for a few individuals in power wanted up to half of the profits from the mining in Rima Hill. Keep in mind that when the mining license cancellation debacle was going on, the maize supply case was still ongoing, and Erad Supplies and General Contract Limited applied for a garnishee and attachment orders in February of 2013, instructing banks where NCPB kept its money to surrender the cash to Erad Limited. These orders were granted on Friday, 15 March 2013. Consequently, 297 million Kenyan shillings belonging to NCPB and held at KCB Bank were transferred to Erad Limited. Erad Limited, through auctioneers, also raided NCPB offices and seized vehicles and furniture. However, the money and assets recovered by Erad Limited were nowhere near the 594 million that they had been awarded in arbitration. The one asset NCPB had that could have fully covered the amount was its grain reserves, and there's a very, very high chance that this is what Erad Limited, that is John, Juma, and Grace, were after. Fortunately, NCPB, through the Attorney General, obtained a court order preserving the country's grain reserves, meaning Erad Limited could not acquire them, which would have put the country in a very difficult situation. 2013 would continue to prove to be a very difficult year for Jacob Juma business-wise, as in May the same year, Parliament's newly constituted Public Investment Committee began investigating the contract between NCPB and Erad Supplies and General Contractors. But funny enough, John Waluke, the Sirisia MP, who was involved in the scandal, was one of the 27 members of Parliament who made up the committee. It was as if he was on the committee by design. Needless to say, he did not sit in on this particular inquiry due to a conflict of interest. The committee called 28 people to testify, including Jacob Juma,
The terms and conditions were stipulated before parties entered into the agreement. People knew their do's, people knew their don'ts. And I can assure you, gentlemen, let us not take it for granted. Breach of contract is a very serious problem.
And after hearing from everyone, they detailed their findings in a report dated October 2013. In the report, they highlighted the fraud and irregularities with Erad Limited's contracting. For starters, of the companies that made submissions for the maize supply tender, Erad Limited quoted the highest price per metric ton. They also failed to submit a phytosanitary certificate, which was one of the mandatory requirements of the tender. Additionally, they lacked technical staff to handle the delivery and did not meet the requirement of having been in operation for 3 years, which should have automatically disqualified.
Show your daughter how much you love her with this beautiful gift. It says, "To my daughter, never forget that I love you forever."
Them. So how did Juma, John, and Grace win this tender? This is an easy question to answer. They were well connected.
You talked about this at Kabetes. That was his Twitter handle. The late Jacob Juma, at 12:34 p.m. on the 10th of December 2015, tweeted, and I quote, "The person who is obsessed with plans to kill me is William Ruto. I know that my assassination was discussed on Tuesday. My question to you is, did you have anything to do with that? As the late Jacob Juma claimed, as Jirongo claimed, and why you?"
Well, I think we lost Jacob Juma, that he would be best placed to respond to your question. And maybe you should look for some time, get Jirongo here, so that he can tell the country what he means. But I'm sure as the sun is going to rise tomorrow, that the killers of Jacob Juma will be brought to book.
Maandishi haya si mageni jijini, labda kwa mgeni jijini, ila kwa wenyeji wa jiji ni maandishi tuliyoyazoea.
I am hoping that they will be brought to book and they will be known. I want to tell you and to tell Kenyans and to tell the country that I have nothing to do with anything to do with the life or death of Jacob Juma.
Investigations are going on. Have the police questioned you since Jacob Juma directly?
When the police want a statement from me, I will give it freely. Any day, anytime, anywhere.
But they haven't questioned you yet.
They have not asked me for a statement. I will gladly give my statement.
Okay.
Yeah. I will gladly do that because I'm a law-abiding citizen and I want to help in getting to the bottom of this death of Juma, or indeed any other Kenyan.
In part 1 of the Jacob Juma story, we dropped off at Juma's turning point, when court battles with the Ruto government over huge business deals gone south turned him into a government critic, an anti-corruption crusader, and a whistleblower. In this episode, part 2, we take a look into Juma's online activism and his assassination that remains a mystery to date. Welcome to Silent Shadows. As always, if you appreciate our true crime storytelling, support our work by liking and subscribing. Together we uncover compelling tales of crimes and mysteries in Kenya and beyond, presenting well-balanced narratives that respect the victims and their loved ones. In hindsight, Jacob Juma was ahead of his time because he used his social media accounts, especially on Twitter, now X, to call out and expose the corrupt dealings of the Kenyan government at the time. As expected, he did take to social media to accuse Uhuru, Ruto, and Balala of cancelling his mining license at Mrima Hill and Forest Reserve in Kwale County. As Juma fought the government both online and in court, the government began to fight him. Slowly but surely, overtly and covertly, they also started threatening Juma's life. For example, on Wednesday, 29th July 2015, the former Inspector General of Police, Joseph Boynet, announced that no one in Kenya could own an armored car without a license. This seemed targeted at Juma, who was one of the few Kenyans who owned an armored car. Following this, Juma took to Twitter the same day to say, "This is how low this government has sunk. Now William Ruto is sponsoring laws to get us my armored limousine. Very cheap." Things would continue to go south. And Jacob Juma had a sense his end was near, and he often shared this on his Twitter account. Case in point is, on Thursday, 10th December 2015, when Jacob Juma posted on Twitter saying that William Ruto was after his life. His tweet read, "The person who's obsessed with plans to kill me is William Ruto. I am aware of it. I know that my assassination was discussed on Tuesday." A week later, Juma tweeted again regarding the government's plan to kill him by saying, "Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, I'm not a coward. I have reached the pinnacle of my life, and I'm not scared of death. I will not run away from Kenya, my country." Apart from criticizing the government for cancelling his mining license, calling out key politicians such as William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta for wanting to kill him, Juma also exposed the involvement of key government officials in major corruption scandals, including the NYS scandal, the Euroboard scandal, the grabbing of the Langata primary school land by William Samoei Ruto, and most notably, Ruto's alleged grabbing of land belonging to the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, KCAA, to build the Western Hotel. Juma shared key evidence on his Twitter account showing the ownership of the hotel did indeed belong to the Ruto's family, with the directors listed as Rael, aka Rachel Ruto, William Ruto, and Charlene Ruto. In March of 2015, Juma even filed a petition in court wanting the title deed of the Western Hotel revoked, the hotel demolished, and the land returned to its rightful owner, the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Jacob Juma continued to rattle Ruto government's feathers online. His tweets were often countered by their propaganda machine led by Dennis Itumbi. Yes, the same Itumbi who is currently overseeing William Ruto's propaganda machine, which churns out false information and even goes to the extent of paying bloggers to counter those challenging the government online. This just goes to show that Ruto and his minions have relied on the same tactics for years to subdue Kenyans speaking up against them. In addition to the land-grabbing saga by Ruto's family, Juma was also very vocal about government officials involved in the National Youth Service (NYS) scandal. These government officials that Juma was calling out for their involvement in the NYS scandal were, wait for it, Kipchumba Murkomen and Farouk Kibet, Ruto's PA. Juma claimed the two were at the heart of planning and executing the scheme, where approximately close to 800 million Kenyan shillings, approximately $7.65 million, was stolen from the NYS. One thing about Jacob Juma is he always shared evidence to back his claims, and part of the evidence Juma shared on Twitter, showing how the two were involved in the scheme, was a document showing Murkomen and Farouk Kibet had exchanged numerous calls with a 21-year-old Ben Githi, a businessman who was the mastermind of the scam and was the conduit of the funds from NYS to the pockets of corrupt government officials, including Murkomen and Farouk Kibet. Unlike Guru, who was the devolution and planning cabinet secretary at the time, under whose docket the NYS is placed, would later tell the Public Accounts Committee when she was being grilled about the scandal that these phone calls between Ben and both Murkomen and Farouk happened before and during the transaction of the stolen NYS funds. Juma also revealed with evidence how Farouk Kibet had used some of the stolen money to buy 2 flats at Milimani Executive Apartments and paid 3.5 million Kenyan shillings in cash for one of the apartments. Juma also highlighted how Farouk Kibet was conveniently missing from the list of masterminds of the NYS scandal the Director of Office of Public Prosecutions was after for laundering the 800 million Kenyan shillings stolen from the National Youth Service. Jacob Juma also showed how Farouk Kibet, as Ruto's PA, did his dirty work, including tampering with ICC witnesses. And by saying tampering is putting it lightly because 13 ICC witnesses set to testify against Ruto were murdered. Given how close Farouk Kibet is to William Ruto, and he knows where all the dead bodies are buried, Jacob Juma insinuated that Farouk Kibet is untouchable. Juma did not stop there with his exposés. He also revealed how Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto stole the 2014 Eurobond money. To give you some context about the Eurobond, when the Uhuru Ruto government won the 2013 general elections, just under a year into their tenure, in June of 2014, they issued Kenya's first ever Eurobond worth about 200 billion Kenyan shillings, approximately $2 billion at the time. The money was intended to fund various infrastructure projects expected to spur economic growth. However, as is often the case with such huge sums of money, our politicians said one thing and did another, using the funds to enrich themselves. When this happened, Jacob Juma was among the first whistleblowers to bring to the public's attention how the money was stolen by those in power. According to Juma, the theft involved the Cabinet Secretary of Finance at the time, Mr. Henry Rotich, and his principal secretary, Mr. Duge, who instructed the transfer of the funds to the Commercial Bank of Africa (CBA), owned by Uhuru Kenyatta's family. Juma also alleged that about 200 to 300 million US dollars of the Eurobond money was used to refund campaign debts Uhuru and Ruto owed to various individuals and institutions that bankrolled their 2013 election campaigns. Part of this money, specifically 20 million US dollars, was paid to a Middle Eastern leader. This was according to Jacob Juma. Juma further alleged that some of the money was also transferred directly to the office of the president, from where it was channeled to private pockets, under the guise of fulfilling the duties of Kenya's highest office. Since some top lawyers were heavily involved in moving this money, Juma had promised to publish a complete list of their names. Tragically, he never lived long enough to expose them. By March of 2016, following all the exposés he had done, Jacob Juma felt like the government's annihilation machine was closing in on him, and he actively began looking to relocate from the country. He engaged several real estate companies to help him find a house outside Kenya. Some of the cities he considered buying a house in included New York, London, LA, and Cape Town. The property agents he had contracted to scout for suitable homes abroad shared that Juma was in a hurry to relocate, and he even authorized them to do all they could to convince the owners of properties he was interested in to sell. Sadly, Jacob Juma would not get the chance to flee the country, as his life was taken by hired assassins on Thursday, 5th May 2016, near Lenana School along Gong Road, just 2 months after he had begun considering relocating. In the morning of the said day, Juma left his current home and headed to Nairobi CBD for work. He spent about 1.5 hours at his office, during which he organized a press conference for the following day to update the public on the mining license dispute, since back in Washington, D.C., his company, Kotek Mining and Pacific Wildcat Resources, had filed new evidence in the arbitration case against the Kenyan government at the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, IC.
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
SID. Around noon the same day, Raila Odinga later alleged that Juma called him, appearing worried and requesting to meet. Unfortunately, Raila was unable to meet him due to other commitments. After the call, Juma had lunch with friends at the New Stanley Hotel. Following lunch, he went to his other office near the Hungarian embassy in Lavington, where he spent most of the afternoon. During this time, he also met with his lawyer before heading to Rose's apartments along Brookside Drive, also in Lavington. The guards at Rose's apartments confirmed using the sign-in book at the gate that Juma arrived at the complex at 3:15 p.m. They also noted that Juma often used the apartment as both an office for meetings with prominent individuals and a residential space. Tragically, 6 hours and 15 minutes after his arrival at Rose's apartments, Juma was found brutally murdered near Lenana School along Gong Road, leaving behind more questions than answers about the events leading to his death. So what happened to Jacob Juma between the time he checked into his apartment at Brookside Drive at 3:15 p.m. and 6 hours and 15 minutes later when he was found murdered? To answer these questions, we will share two accounts of events. One by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, and the other by journalist Dennis Onsarigo, who pieced together Jacob Juma's final hours in his investigative piece that aired on KTN on 23 May 2016. According to the DCI, at 7:34 p.m., Juma's car, which had left his flat at Rose's apartments on Brookside Drive, was captured by CCTV cameras along Wayaki Way at the Westlands bus terminus, heading toward Nairobi City Centre. Juma was in the driver's seat with a passenger beside him. 2 minutes later, at 7:36 p.m., the car was seen passing near Villa Rosa Kempinski Hotel, still heading toward the Nairobi City Centre. A simple look at Google Maps shows that the drive from the Westlands bus terminus to Villa Rosa Kempinski Hotel takes about 7 minutes under ideal conditions. Considering it was a rainy evening and during rush hour, it would have taken Juma even longer. The police did not explain how Jacob Juma managed to cover a 7 minutes drive in just 2 minutes. At 7:38 p.m., the DCI further alleged that Juma's car was seen on Uhuru Highway past Utalii House near the Ministry of Tourism, heading toward Mombasa Road. Again, under ideal conditions, the drive from Villa Rosa Kempinski Hotel to Utalii House takes about 3 minutes. Again, considering the traffic and the rain that evening, it would have taken Juma even longer. The police did not provide an explanation for how Juma covered this distance in just 2 minutes. After Juma got to the Utalii House, this is where the DCI's accounts of events becomes even more questionable. They claimed to have lost sight of Juma's car at Utalii House for 15 minutes, despite the road being monitored by multiple CCTV cameras. At 7:53 p.m., the DCI reported that Juma's car reappeared on CCTV cameras, having made a U-turn and now heading back along Uhuru Highway near Central Park. However, the DCI were unable to confirm who was inside the vehicle, if indeed it was Jacob Juma. At 7:55 p.m., the car was seen making another turn on Uhuru Highway towards Nyerere Road near the Children's Traffic Park. For the next 19 minutes, the car was not spotted by any cameras along that road. At 8:14 p.m., Juma's car was now captured by CCTV cameras driving along Owings Kodhek Road near Yaya Center, heading towards Oleodume Road. At 8:27 p.m., the car was seen on Lenana Road, marking the last recorded sighting of the vehicle that night, before Jacob Juma was found murdered an hour later. The DCI also claimed that at around 9 p.m., 2 men approached a police officer guarding a construction site about 1 kilometer from where Juma was killed. The 2 men reported seeing a suspicious car with shattered windows at the Southern Bypass interchange near Lenana School along Gong Road. Consequently, the DCI alleged that police officers from Karen Police Station responded to the scene around 9:30 p.m. and found Jacob Juma's car. According to the said police officers, the back window of Juma's car was shattered and Juma's bullet-riddled body was inside, along with multiple bullets scattered around the vehicle. On the other hand, the timeline put together by journalist Dennis Onsarigo in his investigative piece on Jacob Juma's last hours is way more believable. According to Dennis, 2 hours after Jacob Juma arrived at his flat in Rose's apartments at 3:15 p.m., he made a call at 5:11 p.m. to his cab driver, asking him to pick up a lady named Cheryl at Sarit Center and bring her to his apartment. According to Cheryl, this was the first time she was meeting Juma. How Cheryl and Juma had become acquainted or the nature of their business remains unknown and hugely speculated. At around 6:27 p.m., the cab driver dropped off Cheryl outside Juma's apartment. Juma and Cheryl spent just over an hour and 15 minutes together before they left the apartment complex. According to the records kept by the guards, Juma and Cheryl left the apartments in Juma's Mercedes at 7:45 p.m. This contradicts the DCI's timeline, which claims Juma was seen along Wayaki Way near the Westlands bus terminus at 7:34 p.m. This discrepancy shows that the DCI's timeline was doctored and it's far from the truth. After Juma and Cheryl left the apartment at 7:45 p.m., the only person who lived beyond that day to give a timeline of where they went after leaving Brookside Drive was Cheryl, and her timeline of events is inaccurate. Cheryl claimed that Juma dropped her off at Trattoria restaurant in the Nairobi city center at 7:50 p.m., 5 minutes after they left Juma's apartment. Here's the thing, getting to Trattoria restaurant from Juma's apartment in 5 minutes was impossible. Again, checking on Google Maps shows that traveling from Juma's apartment to Trattoria typically takes about 10 minutes. Again, Nairobi traffic gets crazy during rush hour, and to add to the fact that it was raining that evening, it would have definitely taken Juma more than 15 minutes to get from his apartment to Trattoria restaurant.
Forget everything you knew about war games. The large-scale action game War Thunder will bring you a storm of unforgettable experiences. Fight in the skies, assault enemy.
Well, here's something else that's puzzling. There were 7 cameras near the area where the Trattoria restaurant is that the police could have used to verify Cheryl's story and establish a more accurate timeline of when Juma dropped her off. However, the police failed to review the footage. Cheryl, who lived in South B, further claimed after Juma dropped her off at Trattoria, she took a matatu and headed home, and she was at home by 8:12 p.m. 8 minutes after dropping Cheryl off at Trattoria restaurant, Jacob Juma called his friend at 8:20 p.m. to let him know that he had just spoken to a foreign envoy and was about to send him documents detailing corrupt dealings of key government officials related to one of the cases he was working on. The specifics of the case are not mentioned, but it must have been either the Eurobond or the NYS case, as these were the 2 cases Jacob Juma was heavily involved in and was exposing on his social media channels. Since the police were unable to trace both Cheryl and Juma's movements in Nairobi CBD, the details of what happened between when Jacob Juma made this call at 8:20 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. when he was found murdered near Nenana School along Gong Road remains a mystery. This was clearly by design, part of a well-planned murder intended to leave no witnesses or video evidence. Jacob Juma's movements from the CBD to the area near Nenana School, where he was found murdered, is just one of the many puzzling questions in this case. Another puzzling detail is who reported to the police that Juma's car was abandoned by the road. Remember, the DCI reported that 2 men saw Juma's car on the road with shattered windows, and they drove 1 kilometer along the southern bypass, where they reportedly saw a policeman mumming a construction site and reported the suspicious car they had seen. This report by the DCI, however, is false. This is because the security guards at the construction sites near where Juma was shot told reporters they didn't have any police officers guarding the sites that night. So who called the police? Well, it turns out it was a police officer who called the current police station around 9:30 p.m. to report seeing a car riddled with bullets on the side of the road. The name of this officer and how they came across Juma's car remains unknown. After the unnamed police officer made the call, the police from the current police station arrived at the crime scene just minutes after receiving the call. Upon arrival, witnesses reported that the police immediately assumed Jacob Juma's car had been ambushed by his attackers and shot at while he was driving. One of these witnesses was Joshua, a towing company driver, called to tow Juma's car by the police from the current police station. Joshua told Dennis Onsarigo that when he arrived at the crime scene, a few minutes past 10 p.m. on the night Juma was killed, the police had already secured the area. Joshua further asserted that the police instructed him and other civilians to stand far away from the car as they searched it. Joshua noted that it seemed as though the police were looking for something important in Juma's car, and they indeed were, since Joshua saw them take some documents from the car. When Joshua was finally allowed near Juma's car, he noticed something interesting. That is, despite the numerous bullet holes on the outside and the fact that Jacob Juma had been shot, there was also very neatly blood on the driver's seat. Joshua also observed that while there was blood on the passenger seat, the blood was not splattered, which would have been consistent with a shooting. Instead, the blood seemed to have been smeared on the seat. As someone who had been to many crime scenes to tow away cars, to Joshua, this particular crime scene looked staged. Dennis Onsarigo shared the same sentiments, and family believed that the scene along Gong Road where Juma's car was found was staged, and that Jacob Juma was not killed inside his car by being shot at while he was driving. Instead, Dennis Onsarigo argued that Juma's dead body was placed inside the car by his killers, and the car was rolled to the side of the road to make it appear as though it had veered off the road after Juma was shot at. Dennis's argument, which is also our belief, is based on several pieces of evidence. Firstly, Juma's bullet wounds. Jacob Juma was shot several times, and the bullets to his chest, neck, and right hand indicated he was shot from a very close range. Additionally, the bullet wounds in his right hand suggested he was shot as he raised his hands to defend himself, and this was unlikely to happen when his car was moving along the highway at a speed of approximately 60 kilometers per hour with his windows rolled up. Secondly, there were no bullet cartridges at the scene where the police alleged the shooting happened, not even a single one. Given the bullets sprayed on the car and on Juma, it would have been a difficult and a time-consuming task to collect the bullet cartridges one by one, not to mention it was at night. Thirdly, Juma's body position. Juma was not slumped over the steering wheel, as would be expected if he had been shot at while driving. Instead, he was lying to his left on the passenger seat, which suggested his body had been placed in the car after he was already dead. Furthermore, as previously mentioned, the blood splatter pattern was not consistent with a man who had been shot severally on both sides of his neck, chest, and right hand, hitting his main arteries, since there was minimal blood on the steering wheel, the driver's seat, and the blood on the passenger seat appeared to have been smeared. Another piece of evidence put forward by Dennis was the fact that one would expect to hear multiple gunshots, given numerous bullets sprayed at Juma's car and gunshot wounds Juma sustained. Nearby sites reported not hearing any gunshots. Instead, they described hearing 3 loud noises, which they said resembled the sound of a car hitting bumps. Additionally, Juma's car, which was automatic, had not rammed into any stationary objects, such as the lamppost near the scene, to come to a halt. It merely scraped the lamppost, as evidenced by some of the navy blue car paint from Juma's Mercedes left on the lamppost. This suggests the car had slowly veered from the road and come to a halt. There were also no skid marks on the road. Going by the DCI's theory, if Juma had been ambushed and shot at while driving at approximately 60 kilometers per hour or 80 kilometers per hour, he would have veered off the road, leaving skid marks and possibly hitting the lamppost with high impact. Still on Juma's car, According to Dennis Onserigo, when the police arrived at the scene, Juma's car engine had been switched off, raising the question, who switched off the engine? Given the extent of Juma's injuries, he would not have been able to switch off the engine before he died. Another piece of evidence that showed that the scene that Jacob Juma was found at was staged was the fact that the bullet patterns on the body of his car were inconsistent with the car being shot at while moving. The bullets appeared to have been randomly shot while the car was stationary, making it look like the car was ambushed and shot at. Finally, and most damningly, some of the tweets on Jacob Juma's account were deleted the night he was murdered. And the last seen status on Juma's WhatsApp was 10:05 p.m., the night he died. During this time, remember that Juma was already dead, and the police were processing the scene of the murder. So who had access to Juma's WhatsApp? It could be that the police at the scene were able to access his WhatsApp on his iPhone using his fingerprint. Alternatively, and this is what we're inclined to believe, it could have been his assassins were able to access his WhatsApp and perhaps even gain web access to it on a laptop before killing Jacob Juma. The police's cover-up of Jacob Juma's death would continue when instead of taking Jacob Juma's body straight to the mortuary, his body was transported in a police Land Cruiser to the current police station, and Jacob Juma's body was booked into the city mortuary at 1:57 a.m. by one Corporal Haemba. What the police were doing with Jacob Juma's body at the police station for 3 to 4 hours remains a mystery. 3 days after Jacob Juma was murdered, an autopsy was conducted at Lee Funeral Home, but the questions continued to pile up. His body was presented for the autopsy with a blood-soaked gauze. For context, a gauze is a thin woven fabric used to dress wounds. The gauze covered the bullet wounds on Jacob Juma's neck and on his right hand, just above his elbow. The police could not answer who placed the gauze and why they did it. One thing, however, is clear. Juma did not have the gauze when he was found dead in his car. Whoever placed the gauze did so either at the current police station or the city mortuary where the police took him after he was killed. Our hunch is that the person who placed the gauze on Jacob Juma's body, possibly at the current police station or the city mortuary, did so to prevent post-mortem bleeding after removing the bullets still lodged in Jacob Juma's body with the goal of getting rid of evidence. The evident political assassination of Jacob Juma was met with both international and national uproar, with many blaming the Ruto government for Jacob Juma's death, and spotlighting the numerous extrajudicial killings, including those of ICC witnesses that had been linked to Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy president, William Ruto. Jacob Juma was buried on Saturday, 14th May 2016, in his family home in Mugore village in Bungoma County. The burial was attended by top political leaders, including Cyrus Jirongo, the man who introduced Jacob Juma to the world of government tenders when he was in his 20s. Cyrus Jirongo pointed fingers at William Ruto for Jacob Juma's assassination, and to show what Ruto was capable of, he shared a story of a day when he witnessed Ruto strangle a young man in cold blood.
Wakati kijana mmoja ambaye alikuwa kwa wale ambao walikuwa wametumwa alikuja akachapa mshale kwa gari yangu, George Kapteni alitoka mbio akapata huyo kijana, akamwangukia kwa miguu akashika. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiri tumeshika mtu, lakini huyo kijana rafiki yangu ndio nikaelewa ana damu ya kuua. Alienda akageuza shingo yake akaua huyo kijana. Wale mlikuwa sabani, mnakumbuka yule alikuwa huyo kijana alikuwa deputy president. Lakini mnaelewa, jini mnaelewa, mtu akizoea kuwa watu, ataendelea kuua. Damu yake, damu ya wale ambao wamezikwa haitamwacha ndani. Lazima atembee kila siku auwe.
I deposited $400,000 from my life insurance policy into my checking account, and I'm very much alive. 6 months ago, I got the call no one wanted.
Beyond Jirongo's confession, certain burial rites, as per Jacob Juma's community's traditions, were performed to ensure that his killers would not rest. Juma was buried with a torch and a knife to hunt his killers. As Juma's burial was taking place at his family home in Bungoma County, back in Nairobi, a man who had worked for the Jacob Juma family for years managed to access his bedroom and steal his iPad and 2 phones before disappearing. Those close to Juma, including his family and friends, believe the man must have been paid by those involved in Juma's death to steal the devices. As expected in such a high-profile murder, especially of someone such as Jacob Juma, who was very active and popular on social media, there were a lot of rumors and lies about what happened to him. Most notably, in November of 2016, 5 months after Jacob Juma's death, Boniface Mwangi received an anonymous typed and printed letter. The letter, dated 18th November 2016, entitled Self-Confession, made some bold claims. The person who wrote this letter claimed to have been an assassin and a spy of high-profile politicians, and claimed to have been involved in the planning and execution of Jacob Juma's murder. He alleged that he had been recruited for the job to kill Jacob Juma by Farouk Kibet. In the letter, the said assassin also claimed to have recruited and paid Cheryl to kill Jacob Juma. The assassin was also asking Boniface Mwangi for money to give him the evidence he had against Ruto. Additionally, the assassin told Boniface Mwangi that he was also a target for assassination. The letter is very lengthy and we'll share a link for you to read it in the comments below. By reading the letter, it seemed like a well-written fiction story by someone with a wild imagination. One thing about confession letters, they always mention something that only the killer or killers and maybe the investigating officers would know. But this letter seems like a pottage of online rumors and publicly available information. And yes, the letter turned out to not be from a spy or an assassin, but a man looking for a few minutes of fame and some cash. One Douglas Nyakundi. Nyakundi was arrested and held by police for interrogation, and later arraigned in court on 1st December 2016. And he was charged with trying to extort money from Boniface Mwangi under false pretenses. Nyakundi, in his first sworn affidavit, claimed that his boss, a man by the name Rono, had given him the letter to send to Boniface Mwangi. But later, in a new affidavit, Nyakundi claimed it was Boniface Mwangi who had coached him about what to say. Unfortunately, there isn't any information in the public domain beyond this change of confession by Douglas Nyakundi and how the case moved forward in the courts, if at all. The question still lingers: who killed Jacob Juma? We theorize that it might have been the Special Service Unit, a rogue and exclusive unit trained to kill, formed within the DCI, that politicians used to kill innocent Kenyans. Some of the policemen who are part of this unit are currently being charged with the murder of 2 Indians and a taxi driver. The 2 Indians were part of William Ruto's digital campaign strategy during his 2022 campaigns. The same police unit is also suspected to have killed Chris Msando, and ICC witnesses set to testify against William Ruto. The rogue unit was disbanded by Ruto in October of 2022 after he was elected as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Another lingering question is who gave the orders for Jacob Juma to be killed? Knowing what we know now, that Farouk Kibet, who at the time was Ruto's PA and still is his PA, a man whom Jacob Juma linked to the NYS scandal, is currently under Ruto's presidency overseeing an elite squad of mercenaries, some rumored not to be even Kenyan, who are being used by Ruto's government to abduct Kenyans who push back on his government's poor governance It's not hard to connect the dots and say, William Ruto, Farouk Kibet, and Uhuru Kenyatta have a case to answer as to who killed Jacob Juma. The bad lingering question is, how did they kill Jacob Juma? There are many theories out there as to how Jacob Juma got to Ngong Road, but we believe that it's highly likely Jacob Juma was not the person driving the car when he left the Nairobi CBD, or he had people in his car making him drive a certain direction. These people most likely got into Jacob Juma's car after Juma dropped Cheryl off at Trattoria restaurant. We are not saying that Cheryl is involved in Jacob Juma's assassination, but we are saying the assassins would have used that window when she alighted from the car to get into Juma's car. This could be the reason why the police did not follow up on the cameras showing Juma's movements in the Nairobi CBD, including him dropping Cheryl off at the Trattoria restaurant.
It's not too out of the way, you figured, until you found a rental car with airport pickup on Kayak. Filter by location, skip the cab ride to nowhere. Search and compare holiday travel with Kayak.
Additionally, Jacob Juma knew his life was in danger, which made him extra cautious, and he used the same routes on roads. And these roads that Jacob Juma stuck to using always had traffic and cameras, and he used them so as to avoid an obvious ambush. The day Jacob Juma was murdered is the only day he changed his route home from Langata Road, which is the route he always took home, to Ngong Road, which is one of the few roads at the time that was yet to be covered by the high-powered CCTV cameras mounted on key roads and streets in Nairobi in a project launched by Uhuru in 2015. 8 years later, we still don't know what truly happened to Jacob Juma on the night that he was murdered. Before we log off, we are sure you're wondering what happened to the Erad maize supply case and the mining license dispute, which Jacob Juma was involved in. For the Erad maize supply case, Jacob Juma's co-directors, that is Sirisia MP John Waluke and Grace Wahongo, were trialed in the Milimani Anti-Corruption Court for fraud and illegal acquisition of millions of Kenyan shillings through a shady deal with the National Cereals and Produce Board, NCPB. On 25th June 2020, they were found guilty of the charges and were sentenced to 67 years in jail each, with an option of paying a 1 billion Kenyan shillings fine. The two only spent about 3 months in jail before moving to the High Court to challenge the ruling, and they were released on bail as they awaited the outcome of their appeal. In November of 2022, the High Court upheld the sentencing by the Milimani Anti-Corruption Court, and relentless, John Waluke and Grace Wahongo moved to the Court of Appeal. And on Friday, 11th October 2024, 20 years after Erad Supplies signed the contract with NCPB, the case came to an end when the Court of Appeal let John and Grace off the hook and overturned their sentencing, meaning the two are walking scot-free. For the mining license dispute case, which was being arbitrated by the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, ICSID, a ruling was made in 2018 that Jacob Juma's company, Kotek Mining Limited, and Sterling Capital, owned by Pacific Wildcat Resources Limited, were to pay the Kenyan government approximately 3.5 million USD. Kotek Limited and Sterling Capital Limited appealed this decision by the tribunal, and in 2021, the appeal was dismissed. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's the story of Jacob Juma. We extend our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Jacob Juma. May his soul continue to rest in eternal peace. Thank you for joining us today. If you appreciated this video, please give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel to be notified when the next video is up. Until then, please take care, stay safe, and always trust your gut.
Y'all ever heard of a home equity agreement? It's quickly becoming one of the go-to ways to tap into your home equity for homeowners who need cash and don't want monthly payments. They've already helped over 14,000 homeowners tap into their home's built-up equity without adding monthly payments, refinancing, or selling their home. Here's how it works. They ask a few simple questions about your home and your goals, then they tell you how much cash you may qualify for. I first found out about this from my neighbor, Raymond. About 2 years ago, he used it when his bills were stacking up and his bank kept denying him for a HELOC. He used the same site and ended up unlocking $125,000 from his home with no added monthly payments. Then it happened to me. I had credit card debt piling up, needed to fix my roof, and didn't want to touch my low mortgage rate. I clicked the same site Raymond used, answered a few simple questions, and boom, I qualified. Fast forward just 32 days, and I had this fat check in my hands. It helped me pay off debt, catch up on bills, and finally breathe again. Then I shared this site on social media. My friend Jasmine tried it. She unlocked $147,000. And my buddy Eli, he got over $178,000. What I love most is how easy it was. You don't need to talk to banks. You don't need perfect credit. And there are no monthly payments. You just click the link, answer a few simple questions, and in minutes, it shows you how much you could qualify to unlock. They even walk you through everything. No pressure, no obligation. A few years ago, I thought the only way to get cash from your home was a refinance or a HELOC, but now I know better. So yeah, this is for any homeowner who's sitting on equity but doesn't want to deal with the banks. Click the link below, answer a few simple questions, and see how much you could qualify to unlock from your home, just like I did. And share it with your friends or family who own a home too. You never know who might be sitting on tens or hundreds of thousands in cash they didn't even realize they had. Just click below and find out how much cash your home might qualify for right now.
Wix. One platform, any website. Unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals. And AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it. Shape your visitor's experience with show-stopping visuals and interactions that elevate every part of your site, down to the finest detail. Control everything on the platform where form meets function. Monitor.
Tuonaneni kesho.